As her immense power crushes him, he desperately pleads with the Lady Goddess of Darkness, begging for another chance and reminding her of his past accomplishments. But she is unmoved. She declares that lowly humans have no right to request opportunities, and that his white magic castle will be obliterated along with the darkness. Engulfed by her shadowy power, Chenby screams in agony, questioning why he's being wiped out for a single failure after completing nearly 100 tasks for her, simply because he is human. He refuses to accept it, laughing maniacally in defiance as his body is torn apart. In his final moments, he screams a curse at the dark bitch Helois, vowing that he will get his revenge. His consciousness drifts into an endless darkness until a strange, glowing hourglass appears before him, its sand flowing upwards as the word reverse echoes in the void. He suddenly jolts awake in a familiar room, shouting his curse at Helois before realizing he isn't dead. He recognizes the room as his old college dorm and wonders how he ended up there, questioning if the decades of trials he experienced were just a dream. His eyes then fall upon the hourglass, the very item he obtained 20 years after the Universal Will's arrival. He recalls it being a unique item with no discernible attributes that couldn't be destroyed, which is why he always kept it with him. He remembers the sand was always stuck at the bottom, but now it's at the top and flowing downwards, indicating that time is reversing. He grabs his phone and is shocked to see the date, June 5th, 2032, 10 days before the arrival of the Universal Will and the start of the trial. He remembers that in 10 days, the Universal Will would descend, turning deceased humans into zombies and monsters, wiping out over 90% of humanity as conventional weapons fail overnight. However, this apocalypse also brought opportunities, as survivors would awaken innate abilities and magical items would appear on Earth. This event attracted gods who controlled the rules of the universe, beings who couldn't directly intervene but would recruit humans to gain benefits. In his past life, he was weak and had to pay a great price to join Helois's command, desperately completing tasks to improve his status, only to be erased for one failed mission. As he processes this, news reports flash on his screen about strange incidents at Jiangcheng First Hospital, with patients going crazy and biting people. He clenches his fist, vowing that this time he will become strong enough to rely on no one, not even a god, and will crush them under his feet, with Helois being his primary target. He recalls a theory he heard 10 years into his past life, that innate abilities actually became effective 10 days before the trial, and one could upgrade them by utilizing them in advance. Knowing his previous innate ability was a mere E-rank virus resistance, he realizes he must use a virus to trigger and strengthen it beforehand. He heads to the hospital, where doctors are discussing a patient with strange, movie-like zombie symptoms. He finds a quarantined room containing a zombie and knows this is his chance. He tells the zombie that he is relying on it to train his innate ability, noting that the samples he's collected should be enough to trigger it. Back in his empty dorm, he knows his roommates are out for the night. He holds a vial of the virus, contemplating the risk. If the theory is wrong, he might just die. He decides to go through with it, reasoning that starting over as a weakling is no better than dying now, after having struggled for decades in his past life, only to make minimal progress. As he injects himself, the virus courses through him, and he collapses in agony. In his delirious state, he hears Helois's voice tempting him to give up and embrace the darkness, calling it a fitting end for a lowly human. But the memory of his vow to conquer her fuels his resolve, and he screams that he could not fall here. His body convulses on the floor of his dorm as his roommate returns, shocked to see Chenby in such a state. His roommate asks what's going on, and Chenby, looking feral, can only look up. Another roommate returns and asks if he's back. Chenby, regaining his composure, says he'll go wash his face. In the bathroom, he realizes it worked. The zombie virus didn't kill him, and his innate ability has successfully upgraded. A voice, which he recognizes as the Universal Will, congratulates him for being selected as a pioneer and awakening in advance. He immediately commands it to open the title interface, revealing the Pioneer title, which grants a 5% increase to all attributes, a 10% boost to experience gain, and early access to the attribute panel. Excited by this perfect, percentage-based boost, he then eagerly calls forth his innate ability panel. The panel appears displaying his new power, Virus Monarch SSS. He understands that Virus Monarch is the most powerful ability in the virus element, capable of absorbing, utilizing, manipulating, transforming, and even creating viruses. Currently, however, His ability is limited to absorbing viruses within a very small range. Realizing he needs a large amount of viruses to enhance his power, he knows the hospital is the best place to find them. He arrives at the hospital to find chaos, with people running and screaming about zombies and the end of the world. He calmly identifies the situation as the sealed hospital, one of the 3 strange incidents that occurred in Jiangcheng before the trial in his past life, and thinks to himself that he came at the right time. As he absorbs the virus from a defeated zombie, the system notifies him that he has obtained the zombie virus and gained 1 virus point, usable for strengthening his abilities. As he absorbs the virus from a defeated zombie, the system notifies him that he has obtained the zombie virus and gained 1 virus point, usable for strengthening his abilities. He declares that none of the zombies will escape today. Meanwhile, in a hospital restroom on the 4th floor, a man despairs that the door won't hold much longer and they are all going to die. A woman with him asks what they should do. The man, Director Lai, suddenly gets a perverse look and suggests that since they are about to die, she should let him enjoy himself. The woman, Liu Feng, reacts in horror, asking if he has gone mad. As a zombie bursts through the door, Director Lai shoves Liu Feng towards it to save himself, screaming that he doesn't want to die. She is horrified as the zombie attacks him instead. Chenby arrives later to find the aftermath, but a zombie lunges at him from a broken window. After dealing with it, he finds Liu Feng on the floor, noting that she is a medical staff member who has just been bitten. He decides there should still be time to save her, planning to use his virus absorption ability. He explains that the military will soon seal the place, and he needs someone who knows the hospital to guide him. So he attempts to suck out the zombie virus to stop her from turning. The process works, and she slowly comes to, thanking him. He confirms she hasn't lost consciousness and tells her he needs her help. She agrees, but asks to change her torn clothes first. She leads him to the laboratory, where all clinical samples are tested, and he confirms it should be enough. She leads him to the laboratory, where all clinical samples are tested, and he confirms it should be enough. He tells her to be quiet and begins absorbing various viruses from the test tubes, gaining points for hepatitis, influenza, herpes, and HIV. After absorbing them all, he decides to strengthen the zombie virus with all the new viruses he has acquired. The system confirms the evolution, increasing all his attributes by 10, his self-healing by 200%, and granting him the core ability of the dark light virus, evolve and devour. The system confirms the evolution, increasing all his attributes by 10, his self-healing by 200%, and granting him the core ability of the dark light virus, evolve and devour. He realizes this virus is primarily focused on consumption and evolution. Just then, Liu Feng warns him that zombies are at the door. He tells her not to move and faces the incoming zombie, noting its increased speed and weight, making it a good opportunity to test his new ability. He easily overpowers it and then activates his devour ability, dark tendrils shooting from his body and consuming the zombie entirely. The system confirms the absorption was fast and even recovered some of his stamina. Liu Feng, stunned by what she just witnessed, tells him she saved her and that she will help keep his secret. As they are formally introducing themselves, a loud growl echoes through the corridor, revealing a massive mutated zombie. She is terrified, but he tells her to take him to the rooftop so they can leave from there, as he doesn't have time to be isolated and questioned by the authorities. The giant zombie lunges, but he easily dodges, recognizing it as a mutant. He evades its attacks, testing its strength, and finds its overall quality is on par with his own. He realizes that a direct fight will take too long and won't cause effective damage. Liu Feng, seeing him in trouble, throws a fire axe at the creature's head, shouting his name. He thanks her for the opening and tells her to come on, as they need to finish this quickly. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, but the mutant proves surprisingly resilient, catching his arm in its jaw. He taunts it, asking if it wants to tear him apart before activating Evolution Devour. The creature recoils in fear, but he tells it that it's too late as his tendrils envelop and consume it. The system announces the Devour is complete, having consumed a second stage clawed zombie, and his black light virus begins transforming. He also obtains the clawed zombie's ability, Bone Claws. He reflects that choosing the black light virus was the correct decision. He observes that while the skill's damage isn't high, its infectious ability and attribute weakening will make defending the city much easier. They give a countdown, threatening to shoot if there's no action. He decides they should go, grabbing Liu Feng. As the soldiers open fire, She tells him there's a safe passage to the rooftop up ahead. He tells her he knows and to stay quiet and not move. He tells her he knows and to stay quiet and not move. They reach the rooftop, and he asks for her home address. After she tells him, he leaps off the building with her in his arms, landing safely on a street below. Near her neighborhood, back at her apartment, she insists on treating his wound, but he says it's almost healed since the bullet didn't stay inside. She persists, and when he takes off his shirt, she points out the traces of the wounds on his stomach and chest are not fully healed yet. He playfully asks if eating her would make him recover immediately. She replies that he won't eat her, because he would have done so already if he was going to. He leans in, telling her she's wrong and that the environment wasn't suitable before, but now it is, as he teases her about being eaten to help him recover. His phone buzzes with messages from his classmate Zhao Mu and the school beauty, Song Ji, who are worried because they heard he went to the hospital. The next day, he thinks about the 3 strange pre-trial events in Gyeongchang: the sealed hospital, the suburban bombing, and the monster slaughterhouse. He feels a headache coming on due to the lack of information. Su-Zin voices her suspicion that it's a scam, but Chenby tells her they aren't lying and to have them wait outside. Su-Zin voices her suspicion that it's a scam, but Chenby tells her they aren't lying and to have them wait outside. Looking at his phone, he sees that Song Zikiong is the mother of his classmate, Song Ji, and since she found her way to Su-Zin's place, she must know something. He decides it's necessary to meet her, realizing she's the future Gyeongchang queen, who rose to power after awakening an A-level talent, a person he could only look up to in his past life. He thinks that things are different now, and if he can recruit her, he can accomplish much more before the trial begins. He is led through a suburban freezer warehouse to meet her. Song Zikiong, the queen of Gyeongchang, greets him, explaining she called him because her daughter, Zio Ji, was worried about him being at the hospital. He cuts to the chase, asking for her real purpose. Impressed by his directness, she offers him the chance to be her son-in-law if he likes her daughter. He remains silent, and she adds that after seeing his heroic performance at the hospital, anyone would develop feelings. He questions how she knew about his actions at the hospital, since he destroyed the surveillance. She smirks, telling him not to underestimate her, as her people were able to trace him, and she conveniently had an informant inside the hospital who sent photos of his exploits. She also reveals that among the survivors evacuated was Liu Feng, a colleague of Su-Zin's, who she recognized. He recalls Su-Zin telling him about Liu Feng trying to assault her, and then getting killed by a zombie. Song Zikiong then asks for his answer, and he replies that while he can't be her man, she should be his. Song Zikiong then asks for his answer, and he replies that while he can't be her man, she should be his. He tells her she's wrong. It's not a zombie virus mutation, and if she becomes his woman, he'll tell her what it is. She scoffs, saying he's underestimating her, and that mere claws won't win her over, especially since he already has a pretty young nurse. He replies that a beautiful married woman like her is tempting, and that she can do much more for him than Su-Zin in the days before the apocalypse. She questions his use of the word apocalypse, and he dismisses the zombies as not even a warm-up. He tells her he knows much more than she can imagine and suggests they cooperate, his help in exchange for her information. She agrees that conquering her isn't easy, but admits she looks forward to meeting a man who can, telling him to keep up the effort. Suddenly, the sound of gunshots echoes from outside the warehouse. Song Zikiong explains that the military requisitioned some of her warehouses to store live zombies and survivors, and the gunfire must be from them. Chenby realizes that the extreme cold of the storage likely increased the probability of zombie mutations, and it dawns on him that this must be the location of the suburban bombing incident. They head out to see a massive, grotesque flesh monster surrounded by soldiers. Captain Zhao orders his men to spread out and hold out for reinforcements, but Song Zikiong tells him to have his men cease fire and retreat. He questions her, and she explains that they can't injure the creature, and their efforts are in vain. She tells Captain Zhao to focus on protecting her employees and the survivors, and when he protests that no one can escape without a distraction, she assures him someone will take care of the monster. Chenby steps forward, observing the creature has grown to a large extent. As the monster attacks, Chenby moves with incredible speed, appearing as a blur and landing on its back. The soldiers are stunned, with one asking if he's raising a monster, but Song Zikiong corrects him, saying that's a person and her partner. Chenby lands among piles of frozen meat and tells the creature not to eat it, as it's wasting them, before activating evolution, devour, and absorbing all the surrounding beef. The system notifies him that his blacklight virus has evolved, slightly increasing his strength and endurance. And he remarks that the premium beef not only restored his energy but also leveled him up. Seeing the massive creature is nearly exhausted and trying to replenish its energy, he declares that it's now its turn to die. He launches himself at the monster, a whirlwind of claws and dark energy. Captain Zhao watches in disbelief, stating that it's definitely not a person. He decides to take advantage of the situation while the two monsters are occupied, and calls for a missile strike on their coordinates. Song Zikiong swiftly stops him, telling him to stay calm and think carefully, reminding him that Chenby is helping them and saved him, and that doing something stupid will end badly for everyone. A title card for Doomsday for All, Me, Virus Monarch, is displayed, showing the main character seated on a throne of crystalline purple energy. 10 minutes later, armed soldiers have completely surrounded a location, their rifles aimed and ready. A woman with short dark hair and a red top reminds Captain Zhao not to forget what he had said. He confirms that he knows, assuring her that if the subject doesn't attack, he won't give the order to open fire. Suddenly, Chenby is enveloped in a violent surge of purple energy, a system prompt announcing his first obtainment of the zombie virus variant Flesh Mountain, Strength Form, which has granted him 500 virus points. Another prompt appears, stating that the Virus King talent has been unlocked, followed by virus injection. As the energy swirls around him, a system message indicates he has devoured the rare mutant first stage strength-type Flesh Mountain zombie, greatly enhancing the abilities of the Black Light virus. The system then confirms it has decomposed the entity to obtain the Flesh Mountain Strength Form ability, Heavy Hammer. Chenby reflects that this is indeed a significant evolution. His hands transform, now covered in sharp, purple crystalline armor, and he can feel an incredibly powerful force from the Heavy Hammer ability, though he laments having nothing to test it on. He clenches his fist, the purple energy subsiding as he thinks about this being the biggest gain of the day. He holds a pulsating red mass, identified as the Flesh Mountain Core, a very rare material that can be used to craft equipment. Hiding it within his jacket, he muses that if he finds a way to control it, he could even create an infinitely growing flesh wall. He wonders if he should feed it more to grow another flesh mountain for testing purposes. A woman approaches him, calling out his name, Chenby, and he turns to face her and her companion. She introduces her friend as Luli, a well-known journalist in Jiangcheng and a minor internet celebrity. Chenby recognizes her and asks if she was the one who secretly filmed him at the hospital. Luli admits it was her, thanking him for saving her twice. She apologizes, explaining it was a professional habit and offers to delete the recording, but he tells her to keep it but not release it, as he has a use for it. A man in a police-like uniform, Captain Zhao, approaches and addresses Chenby, stating that his military district commander, Commander Huang, hopes he can explain everything about himself to the military. Chenby grips his weapon, a grim expression on his face as he recalls the name Huang Xingqiu, a name that's hard to forget. He recounts how Commander Huang coerced weak and lone, awakened individuals after the trials began, treating them like pigs and dogs. He remembers being one of them, struggling and starving, and how anyone who tried to leave was accused of treason and hunted down, which is what forced him to leave Jiangcheng. The woman, Boss Song, asks Chenby if she should go and explain the situation, but he tells her of course not, as he doesn't know anything yet. She seems worried, but he reassures her that he'll handle it. Captain Zhao presses the issue, hoping Chenby understands the duty of being a Longguo citizen. Boss Song scoffs at the mention of duty, telling Zhao Duan to stop talking like an official, as a mere platoon leader isn't qualified. She tells him to go tell Huang Xingqiu that if he has any issues, he should come to her himself. As Zhao hesitates, another officer runs up, reporting that the isolated personnel are causing trouble and asking for instructions. Chenby overhears and asks if someone named Liu Feng is among them. The officer confirms that Liu Feng is causing the most trouble. Chenby informs platoon leader Zhao that he wants to see this Liu Feng. Zhao complies, ordering his men to bring him. A cocky young man with blonde hair is brought forward, asking if platoon leader Zhao was looking for him and if his dad, Liu Huinong, the vice president of the first hospital, had called. Chenby steps in front of him, touching his shoulder and activating his virus injection ability on the unsuspecting Liu Feng. Chenby states that he is looking for him, as someone asked him to pass on a message. Liu Feng demands to know who he is, and Chenby reveals that Su Zin told him in bed last night that, because of what he did to her with the zombie, she wants him dead. Liu Feng is shocked, questioning how he could know and insisting Su Zin couldn't possibly be alive. Chenby calls out to the crowd, warning them to step back as Liu Feng is about to turn into a zombie. Liu Feng accuses him of playing tricks, enraged that the bitch Su Zin could be with him. Suddenly, Liu Feng's body begins to contort, his eyes glowing as he realizes he is actually turning. He lets out a guttural roar as the transformation takes hold, his body mutating grotesquely. Chenby calmly watches the transformation complete, his own hand glowing with purple energy. With a swift motion, he slashes through the newly turned zombie, defeating it instantly. Observing his own mutated hand, he notes that it's more powerful than he thought, while onlookers wonder if he is a superhuman. Luli approaches him as his hand returns to normal, and he tells Boss Song that she did okay, and he will share some information with her when they get back. She tells him he can call her Zikiong or Song Jai from now on. He asks why, stating he doesn't think it's worth it to be her partner, but she persists, asking if it's still possible for those who want to be with him now. He smirks, replying that it depends on her value and performance. In a car, Song Zikiong tells Chenby that it's perfect timing and invites him to her place for dinner, but he asks not to be disturbed until they arrive. He thinks to himself that it's time for the lottery draw to see what rewards he got for defeating the Meat Mountain. Opening his inventory, he is surprised to find 2 skill books, noting that his luck isn't bad. He examines the first, Rampage Bloodlust, an active skill that increases all attributes by 3 for 10 minutes, but decreases them by 50% during the 1-day cooldown, deeming it totally not worth it for himself. The second is a passive skill, Muscle Enhancement, which greatly increases muscle mass and doubles the growth rate of strength and constitution. He dismisses this one as well, recalling that those who used it in his previous life turned into muscle freaks with reduced flexibility. However, he acknowledges that while not useful for him, the skill books are valuable in the early stages and could be used for building a faction. He checks his funds, seeing he has 6 gold coins, which is just enough to form a chat group. He decides to create one to gather pioneers and help them build a solid foundation before the trial, believing the relationships established early on are crucial. At Song Zikiong's home, she gets straight to the point, asking Chenby how she can become his person. He lays out his conditions. First is ability, as he doesn't need useless people, and second is absolute loyalty, like a loyal dog to its master. She claims she can provide the loyalty, and as for ability, she believes she is qualified, boasting that her influence, money, and status in Jiangcheng are unparalleled. He counters that the rules and values will be completely new after the trial. He paints a picture of post-trial auctions, where a former queen like her would be a prized item. He paints a picture of post-trial auctions, where a former queen like her would be a prized item. He asks what the difference is between being a loyal dog to him versus a plaything for someone else. He offers her a stage to exert her strength, and a master who won't restrict her out of fear, because he will always be stronger than her and above her. She realizes that if she hesitates any longer, she'll miss a vital opportunity. She kneels before him, declaring her willingness to serve him as her master. He remarks that her reputation and status make the emotional value she provides very high, which he finds quite exciting. He leans in close, telling her to let him witness her charm in person, and that he has some tasks for her to handle. In a chat group, Song Zikiong instructs someone named Chinger to have Luli send her Chenby's video and then take Luli home to rest, as she's been through too much. Chinger relays the message to Luli, who asks if there is anything she can help with. Chinger explains that MS. Song says she needs to rest and calm down. Luli agrees, reflecting that strangely, the shock of facing zombies today doesn't feel as intense as the first time, perhaps because she has accepted the possibility of dying, or because Chenby's strength makes her feel at ease. Chenby answers Song Zikiong's phone. On the other end is her daughter, asking why her mom wanted her to come home. He identifies himself, and the daughter is shocked, demanding to know why he has her mother's phone and where her mother is. He tells her that her mother is busy working and eating, and that she should come home for a very important talk. The daughter, annoyed, tells Chenby to wait for her at home, complaining that he didn't respond to her messages. Song Zikiong, now beside Chenby, asks him if he can also protect her daughter. He notes that her daughter lacks ability and has been spoiled, but says if she works hard enough, he can guarantee she will most likely not become a monster when the trial arrives. At a suburban secret warehouse, Song Zikiong's daughter questions if her mother has been deceived by Chenby, finding the situation absurd. Song Zikiong tells her daughter that this is why she stopped her from looking for him last night. and instructs her to be obedient and silent once they get out of the car. They meet another woman who reports to Chenby that she visited all the rumored zombie and monster locations in the city yesterday. And in the end, only this place was found. She explains that the location used to be an underground casino, but now everyone inside has turned into zombies. She estimates there are about 160 of them, with no special ones like the Meat Mountain found. Chenby considers this, ruling out the possibility of it being a simple zombie slaughterhouse, and noting its remote location makes it ideal for containing incidents. He confirms with the woman that this was the only place she found zombies. He concludes that someone is collecting zombies and that this must be their zombie slaughterhouse. Finding it exciting that someone is so bold, Chenby opens the warehouse door, revealing a horde of zombies inside. He is immediately swarmed, but a flash of purple energy erupts from him as he begins absorbing the viruses from the undead creatures. After slaughtering them all, a system prompt congratulates him for obtaining the title Zombie Hunter by killing over 300 zombies. Another prompt announces he has collected 500 samples of zombie-class viruses, allowing him to exchange for a zombie virus serum formula in the talent tree. He realizes this is a valuable item, since even awakened talents can be troubled by zombie viruses, and not everyone has his immunity and physique. He realizes this is a valuable item, since even awakened talents can be troubled by zombie viruses, and not everyone has his immunity and physique. He then calls Song Zikiong and her people inside, reminding them of what he told them before they set off. He had instructed them that fighting zombies with cold weapons would greatly reduce the chance of turning into a monster when the trial comes. He had instructed them that fighting zombies with cold weapons would greatly reduce the chance of turning into a monster when the trial comes. The green-haired woman steps forward, saying she will. She moves with swift, ruthless, and accurate strikes, but Chenby notes her strength is lacking. Another woman is too weak and gets tackled, only managing to kill the zombie by relying on her knowledge of the human body. Finally, it is Song Ji's turn, but she freezes, dropping her weapon in fear and admitting she can't do it. Chenby declares her failed, noting she was too scared to even fight. He calls Song Zikiong over and tasks her with arranging practice for Song Ji, as he doesn't have time to train her slowly. Song Zikiong points out that Song Ji hasn't eliminated the virus from her system yet, but Chenby simply hands her a document. It's the zombie virus serum formula, which amazes her with its complicated steps. He explains the preciousness of potion formulas and tells her she can also use the materials listed to generate it herself. She thanks him for his trust and promises to complete the task and keep the formula safe. He tells her to go do her job and have someone send him back. As he leaves, he muses that his post should have been seen by many people by now and wonders if anyone has contacted him. He checks his phone, scrolling through a bizarre mix of trolling comments and irrelevant messages. He finds it to be a strange collection of stuff. However, he notices a private message from a user named I'm Not a Shill, who claims to be a pioneer. Chenby tells them to search for chat group 001 on the pioneer panel and to read the documents he has posted there. Chenby tells them to search for chat group 001 on the pioneer panel and to read the documents he has posted there. Chenby tells them to search for chat group 001 on the pioneer panel and to read the documents he has posted there. He welcomes the user, Hanzio, to the chat group. The name catches Chenby's attention. He recognizes Suicidal as the Emperor-level powerhouse known as Suicidal from his past life. The name catches Chenby's attention. He recognizes Suicidal as the Emperor-level powerhouse known as Suicidal from his past life. He smiles, telling Hanzio that if they notice any other pioneers, they can invite them all in. A notification then welcomes Suicidal to the chat group. Later at night, Lu Lai is investigating the zombie collection, realizing it's the forces of the Jiangcheng Lord who are responsible. Later at night, Lu Lai is investigating the zombie collection, realizing it's the forces of the Jiangcheng Lord who are responsible. Though she sent someone to get more information, they haven't come back, and she realizes she has been discovered as figures close in on her. At Song Zikiong's mansion, Chenby is reviewing information from Liu Hui about an SS-level talent, Yin Woodbody. Song Zikiong rushes in, reporting that Lu Lai found out the collected zombies were sent to the Mankai container yard, but was caught, and now her captors want to negotiate with her. Chenby stands up, asking if Lu Lai gave her up. Song Zikiong vouches for Lu Lai, whom she raised herself, insisting she would never betray them. She believes the problem lies with the people Lu Lai sent to investigate. Hearing this, Chenby agrees to save her. At the Mankai container yard, a man named Xing Meng tells a captive Lu Lai that he hasn't touched her out of respect for Song Zikiong. He warns her that if Song Zikiong chooses to submit, Lu Lai will become his subordinate, but if not, she will be his plaything. He forces a drink on her, but she spits it out defiantly. Just as he's about to punish her, he is shocked to see Chenby sitting casually nearby, asking when he got there. Chenby says he's there to take Lu Lai home. Xing Meng, realizing Chenby must also be a pioneer to have gotten so close unnoticed, assumes Song Zikiong sent him. Chenby unties Lu Lai and tells her to go, as Zikiong is waiting in the car outside. Xing Meng notes that it seems Song Zikiong is already under Chenby's control. He proposes they exchange ideas, revealing that of the three major forces in Jiangcheng, he has subdued the Lord, Chenby has subdued the Queen, and only the commander is left. He proposes they exchange ideas, revealing that of the three major forces in Jiangcheng, he has subdued the Lord, Chenby has subdued the Queen, and only the commander is left. He raises a glass to toast, but Chenby bluntly refuses. Annoyed, Xing Meng smirks, revealing he has an S-level talent, the highest level, and mentions he knows Chenby is not only collecting zombies, but also creating them from living people. He declares that Chenby's powerful ability is harmful, and it's better for him to die early, as he's not worthy of his assistance. He then states it because his own talent is SSS level. He reveals his talent is called Slaughter Progression, which allows him to permanently transfer part of a killed target's attributes to himself, letting him grow indefinitely. He mocks that an invincible top-level ability like this is only S-level, then asks if Chenby is afraid he will become a god instantly. He lunges, claws extended, boasting that Chenby's unlimited growth, combat-type talent is interesting, and hopes his attributes will increase after his death. He transforms, his body bulking up as he tells Chenby not to disappoint him too much. Chenby observes that his opponent has a shape-shifting talent, but notes the strength is still not enough to see. He dodges a powerful blow, realizing his opponent didn't fully explain his abilities, and that he must be extra careful. He is suddenly overwhelmed by a barrage of blows, but a dark purple aura protects him. Xing Meng mocks him, asking if that's all he has left, and telling the supposed SSS talent to stop hiding his power. Chenby smirks, claiming he is already using his talent, but Xing Meng just hasn't realized it. Xing Meng calls it bullshit and attacks again, but his fist is stopped by an invisible force. He realizes Chenby's strength, physique, and agility are all lower than his, yet he's pretending to be strong. He calls his tricks nothing in the face of absolute power. Suddenly, he feels weak, exclaiming in shock as multiple system notices appear, informing him that various viruses have breached his immunity, drastically reducing all his stats. Suddenly, he feels weak, exclaiming in shock as multiple system notices appear, informing him that various viruses have breached his immunity, drastically reducing all his stats. Chenby asks him how it feels to have so many illnesses, noting that his physique was good since it took so long for the virus to take effect. Enraged, Xing Meng calls him a sneaky bastard. Chenby replies that it wasn't sneaky, he had told him he was different. It was just a pity he didn't believe it. As dark energy envelops the weakened Xing Meng, Chenby states he is going to absorb him and get the proceeds later, telling him not to disappoint him. After the absorption, a system alert confirms the black light virus has completed its initial awakening, significantly increasing its attributes and making them the base attributes for the virus Monarch's own body. Chenby reflects that the attribute bonuses have been changed from active use to base attributes, which is a huge benefit. Chenby reflects that the attribute bonuses have been changed from active use to base attributes, which is a huge benefit. The black light virus now grants a base plus 50 to strength, agility, and physique, plus 40 to spirit, and plus 200% life regeneration, a 20-point increase to each element. His own status screen shows his new, much higher base attributes. He reflects that ordinary people with basic attributes below 5 are now too fragile for him to even play around with. He inspects the loot from Xing Meng, equipment, blueprints, and consumables, concluding the guy was pretty lucky. He figures he must have killed mutant zombies to have such advanced attributes and gear. He examines the zombie claws, an E-rank item, and a C-level production blueprint for a biohazard disaster, Realizing his opponent's luck attribute must have been quite high, he takes the new claws, musing that now they are all his. He reflects on his journey, from his talent evolving from E to SSS, and taking over Song Zikiong, the future lord of Jiangcheng. He arrives back at the villa where Song Zikiong opens the car door for him. He thinks that with his current strength, it's not worth the effort to hunt for randomly appearing monsters anymore. He decides that in the last few days before the advent, he will just organize and prepare for development after the trial begins. Gazing out the window of the villa, he thinks about the trial which will soon be upon them. He calls for someone to come in. Song Zikiong enters with her companions, reporting that they have completed all his requests, including confirming the terrain and population information of the area around the villa. Song Zikiong enters with her companions, reporting that they have completed all his requests, including confirming the terrain and population information of the area around the villa. Another woman confirms the purchase of materials is finalized, and a third woman states the three of them have confirmed their pre-arrangements with each other, asking what else he would like them to do. He tells them they've done well, and to just put all the information on the table. He sends a final message to his chat group, warning them that the trials descend in 10 minutes and not to be complacent, as the dangers are unimaginable. Across the city, the members of his group read the message and watch the clock count down the final minutes and seconds until the advent of the trial. The world erupts into chaos as monsters appear and buildings crumble. The world erupts into chaos as monsters appear and buildings crumble. The announcement continues, explaining that evolved humans will have innate abilities and can level up by gaining experience, while other races will also participate in this race for survival. The blue planet will become a proving ground filled with secret realms and world rifts, leaving it up to the inhabitants to decide if this is a danger or an opportunity. Chenby is told to try his best to grow and evolve. A notification appears before him, indicating that the hourglass of time has been recognized and is now binding to him. He touches the glowing hourglass on his chest, surprised that it's being recognized now. Realizing his companions are still there, and that the hourglass must not be known by anyone, he abruptly tells them to get out right now. As they turn to leave, they suddenly freeze in place, suspended in midair as if time itself has stopped. The world outside the window is also frozen, with a crashing airplane halted just above the buildings. Chenby looks around in shock, realizing that time has stopped. The hourglass floats before him, and he is enveloped in a surge of purple energy as a system message confirms the time hourglass has been bound successfully. A new panel displays its soul-bound abilities, one of which is to go back in time to any point in the past, erasing everything gained in the vanished timeline. But it has a remaining cooldown of over 72 years. He understands now that he was able to be reborn because of this hourglass. He examines another of its powerful life-saving skills, Status Save, which marks his current physical and mental state with no cooldown, and Status Read, which can recall a saved status with a 1-hour cooldown. Time resumes, and Song Zikiong asks if he just called them, or if she heard it wrong. He adds that the night is very dangerous, so they should put everyone on alert and start clearing the villa area at daylight. He adds that the night is very dangerous, so they should put everyone on alert and start clearing the villa area at daylight. One of his companions uses her S-Rank Amethyst Eyes ability. She activates the Crystal of Insight, allowing her to see a target's attributes. She analyzes a normal male zombie, noting its stats, weaknesses, and the fact that its bites and scratches will infect others with the zombie virus. Her eyes fire a beam of purple energy, dispatching the zombie with a single shot. Her breath is invisible and undetectable, and she possesses increased strength, sensitivity, and agility in shadows, along with a massive attack speed boost on her first hit against a target. Her breath is invisible and undetectable, and she possesses increased strength, sensitivity, and agility in shadows, along with a massive attack speed boost on her first hit against a target. She moves like a phantom, her blade a red blur as she slices through multiple zombies with deadly precision. A man carries a wounded survivor into the villa lobby, announcing they have wounded. She activates her B-rank high-speed recovery ability, a green aura enveloping her hands as she heals the man's injuries. A green aura enveloping her hands as she heals the man's injuries. Chenby surveys the scene from a balcony with Luli, noting that things are going pretty well. Luli confirms that with his prior arrangements, they have control of the territory and the people, and no accidents have occurred so far. He tells her he'll leave things in her hands, as he has more important things to do, and leaps from the balcony. He travels along the Jiangcheng Mountain Road, musing that in the early stages of the trial, it's troublesome that vehicles and firearms can't be used, but with his current speed, he should get to his destination in time. He recalls seeing a sign appear in the air at Jiangcheng City University on the first day of the Doomsday in his past life. He remembers it took him a long time to understand its meaning, and by then it was too late for regrets. He declares that he must seize the opportunity this time. He arrives at Jiangcheng University to find the campus littered with bodies, a strange fiery symbol hanging in the sky above. He remarks that this is it, the sign that all evolvers desperately want to see, a sign that the avatar of a god has descended. He runs towards it, knowing it's close. As he approaches, a figure in a cloak and hat appears, asking the evolver to wait a moment. The figure notes that there aren't many guys as strong as Chenby in the early days of the trial, and introduces himself as a merchant interested in doing business. Chenby says he would be honored to do business with him. The merchant tells him there's nothing to be honored about, as it is just a trade. He says he has had the honor of hearing Chenby's name and has been looking forward to meeting him, describing him as kind, fair, generous, rich, and powerful. Chenby recognizes him as the god of trading, Lord Lido. Lido is flattered, and seeing that Chenby is destined to meet him, offers a meeting gift, a gold membership card to the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, which provides a 12% discount. Lido then offers to show him his products. He displays an S-grade Thunderwalker profession scroll and an S-rank sniper rifle called Reaper's Touch. He apologizes to Lord Lido, stating that he wants to buy all of these things, but can't afford them right now. He tells Chenby to work hard to get rich, as he looks forward to trading with him in the future. He asks if Lido came here with the intention of investing. Lido is intrigued, remarking that the little guy knows a lot and asking if he wants his investment. Chenby says he heard Lido has a treasure coveted by all gods that no evolver can refuse, and tells Lido to invest it in him, promising he won't regret it. He says that even if Chenby is his admirer, he wouldn't do a business that brings him loss. Chenby smiles, saying it's tempting, but he wasn't planning on investing so early. He tells Lido that he has decided to give him a chance, an opportunity he should cherish. Chenby eagerly asks if he can get that precious investment now. Lido replies that it's not enough, as talent doesn't represent the future. He explains that to get his highest level of investment, Chenby needs to prove his worth through his own strength and growth. Chenby accepts the mission. He hopes Chenby won't keep him waiting too long. Chenby then asks if Lido could show him the treasure that all the gods covet. Lido agrees and reveals a glowing scroll, an SSS-grade special item that grants a dual profession. Chenby is stunned to see a dual profession scroll. With the transaction concluded, Lido says it's time for him to go, and he vanishes. Chenby remarks that the day's harvest was quite pleasant and hopes he can complete the mission. He opens the mission panel to review the details of the ultimate investment. He notes with interest that the reward will be decided by Lido, a true god of the trade whose reputation in his previous life was very good. He feels confident that if he does a good job, he won't suffer any loss. He wonders about the secret realm, as he'd never heard of the university having one in his past life, meaning it must have been very well hidden. He walks through the campus, wondering where he should start looking. At the Jiangcheng University gymnasium, a group of students are huddled in fear before a large, muscular man. He orders them to take off their clothes and plead to be his slaves. A young man defiantly tells the white pig bastard that it will only happen in his dreams. The muscular man, Tom, smirks and says since he wants to die, he'll let him, but not easily. A woman with him tells Tom he's going a little too far, but he violently shoves her away, telling the bitch to fuck off. The impact sends her crashing into a wall. As the group watches in terror, Chenby appears behind them, asking the foreigner if he was the one who beat up these students. Tom confirms it, asking what about it. A blur of purple energy erupts, and Tom is sent flying, crashing into the ground, defeated. A blur of purple energy erupts, and Tom is sent flying, crashing into the ground, defeated. He explains that he's looking for something, and needs the help of someone familiar with that faculty. He explains that he's looking for something, and needs the help of someone familiar with that faculty. A foreign woman from the group speaks up, but a student points to another woman, Lin Kai, saying she is from the medical college. The foreign woman begs for her life, insisting she didn't hit anyone and that she likes the people of the Dragon Nation, claiming to be white-skinned but yellow-hearted. Another student confirms that she didn't hit anyone and was trying to persuade the two men. Chenby says he understands now, telling the students that Lin Kai will stay, but the rest of them can leave. He instructs them to follow the trail of zombie corpses to the Jiang City East Mountain Villa area and report his name, Chenby, where they will be settled. A student expresses concern about the zombies and the distance, but he reassures them that he has cleared most of the zombies along the way. He tells them that as gifted evolvers, they shouldn't be in much danger and warns them that if they remain timid now, they will face a dead-end road when monsters begin to evolve on a large scale. Understanding, they thank him and prepare to set off. She offers to be his ocean horse and tells him not to use violence. She offers to be his ocean horse and tells him not to use violence. He scoffs, stating he has no interest in a mare ridden by thousands, and asks if she didn't hear him say he needed a guide to the medical college. She apologizes, saying she was too scared to hear properly, then objects to his insult. She insists she hasn't been ridden by thousands and can prove it. He simply says all right and tells her to lead the way. As they walk, she complains of being tired and in pain, asking if they can rest. He firmly tells her no and grabs her hand to pull her along. Her clothes tear and she exclaims in surprise. He asks if this is the research building, and she confirms it, mentioning a research room on the 3rd floor only professors can enter, and a side passage to the basement containing bacteria samples and an incinerator. He asks if this is the research building, and she confirms it, mentioning a research room on the 3rd floor only professors can enter, and a side passage to the basement containing bacteria samples and an incinerator. He understands and tells her to follow him closely. He finds a vast array of virus samples, a true treasure trove. He finds a vast array of virus samples, a true treasure trove. He begins collecting them, receiving system notifications and virus points for various types of influenza viruses. He decides to upgrade epidemic influenza to a skill and try it out. He decides to upgrade epidemic influenza to a skill and try it out. He decides to upgrade epidemic influenza to a skill and try it out. After a successful upgrade, he now has the epidemic influenza skill, which can infect targets, reduce their attributes, and inflict a sneezing status that interrupts actions. He realizes he previously overlooked the potential of real-world viruses in his talent skill tree, and needs to pay more attention to this area in the future. He realizes he previously overlooked the potential of real-world viruses in his talent skill tree, and needs to pay more attention to this area in the future. With some virus points remaining, he decides to enhance his strength by opening the Black Light virus skill tree. He unlocks 2 passive upgrades, Flying Eaves and Walking Walls, which lets him attach to any surface, and Combat Focus, which enhances his dynamic vision, reaction time, and muscle control. He clenches his fist, impressed by the ability to control all his muscles. He muses that with such control, he could deliver a full-force punch within a hair's breadth of space. Lin Kai, watching him, starts blushing for no apparent reason. He tells her not to move as he feels something. He tells her not to move as he feels something. He tells her not to move as he feels something. He points to a set of large metal doors labeled Incineration Room. He tells her to stay there while he goes in. She cries out that she's scared as he approaches the glowing red portal that has appeared on the doors. A system prompt asks him to confirm entry into the instance, the cooling incinerator, with a recommended level of 5 to 10. He touches the portal and accepts. Inside, he finds a massive incinerator chamber, realizing it's no wonder he's never heard of this place. As he wonders what will appear, a grotesque, multi-limbed creature drops from the ceiling. He swiftly dispatches it, a notification confirming he killed a resurrected body and gained 400 experience points. He realizes that's why they didn't rush him all at once. Another creature lunges, but he comments that its forward thrust is a little too slow before obliterating it. He kills a splicer infant spider gaining 1,000 experience. He remarks that it's a special dungeon with lots of experience points and calls for more enemies, grinning that the more the merrier. He massacres waves of monsters, experience points flooding his screen. A system alert informs him he has leveled up to level 4 and gained 2 free attribute points. He calls out to the final boss, noting that all its minions are dead, and asking why it doesn't come out. He kicks open a large metal container, offering to come and help it out. A piece of pulsating meat inside gives him a sense of danger. He decides he must kill it before it transforms. He unleashes his evolved flu virus skill on the creature. However, a system message states the skill has no effect on the target. The creature, now a monstrous red beast called a Maniac, strikes him with a powerful blow. He comments that he hasn't been able to fight with all his might since he was reborn, and that he'll use this fight to restore some of his strength. 1 hour later, the fight is still raging, with the Maniac's high-speed regeneration keeping it in the battle. He comments that he hasn't been able to fight with all his might since he was reborn, and that he'll use this fight to restore some of his strength. 1 hour later, the fight is still raging, with the Maniac's high-speed regeneration keeping it in the battle. Chenby wonders if its regeneration is infinite and activates his status read ability. The hourglass symbol appears as he declares he'd like to see if it's really immortal. Another hour passes, and he notes that the creature is taking longer to heal. After another hour, he taunts the now liquefied creature, saying he hasn't played enough. A notification confirms he has killed the level 8 boss, the Maniac, and gained 10,000 experience. A notification confirms he has killed the level 8 boss, the Maniac, and gained 10,000 experience. A notification confirms he has killed the level 8 boss, the Maniac, and gained 10,000 experience. He levels up to level 5 and gains 2 more attribute points. System messages inform him that he can exit the now permanent dungeon, which has a 3-day cooldown, and that he can upload the clearance process as a paid video guide. He chooses to upload the video and hide his appearance. In the chat group, members comment on his incredible speed and recovery power, with one noting the huge difference between SSS-Rank and SSS-Rank talents. In the chat group, members comment on his incredible speed and recovery power, with one noting the huge difference between SS-Rank and SSS-Rank talents. Inside the dungeon, Chenby absorbs the remains of the Maniac, gaining 300 black light virus evolution points. The system announces that the black light virus has evolved, increasing its recovery speed by 300%, and triggering its passive ability to acquire the Maniac's grade a passive skill, cell regeneration. Finally, he turns his attention to the loot the nightmare level boss dropped. He finds a unique A-class Bio-Demon professional scroll, which he notes is risky but beneficial, though he already has the black light virus. He also finds a C-grade genetic essence, which he consumes immediately, permanently improving his strength, physique, and agility. The final item is a strange piece of cloth, a D-grade special defense item called Faceless Skin that can alleviate sagging skin and dynamically change its color and shape. He tries on the strange skin, then checks the other ordinary equipment dropped by the regular monsters. He also finds a D-rank skill book for activate cells, but it's invalid because he already possesses the advanced version, cell regeneration. He decides it doesn't matter, as he can trade the life-saving skill book for other things in the chat room. He prepares to leave, planning to hand over part of the boss's body to Lido to complete the mission. However, he hesitates, feeling something is not right. He recalls that Lido is not a wandering trader, and must have come to this specific place for a reason. He deduces that Lido's original purpose was most likely this special dungeon, but the amount of loot he's getting doesn't seem to warrant a divine avatar's direct intervention. He wonders if he's missing something. He decides the only thing he hasn't seen is the inside of the incinerator. He leaps inside, finding nothing special but iron sheets and walls covered in oil and grease. He notices a pipe and wonders if the secret is inside it. He climbs up the long pipe, finding it leads to a dead end far above the height of the room. Frustrated, he punches the dead end, and it shatters, revealing a glowing golden light. He reaches in and pulls out a mysterious golden mask, an item with an unspecified name and miraculous functions and effects. He realizes this amazing item must be what Lido was truly after, and decides he has to find a way to keep it. She calls him by Chen and declares her love for him. and declares her love for him. He asks if she has any copper coins, and she explains that others were fighting zombies while she made a last-ditch attack, so she doesn't know how many coins she has. He checks his own earnings, seeing he has over 900 gold coins from the 1 copper coin viewing price of his video. But he needs 1,000 to unlock the storage space. He realizes he'll have to wait to turn in his mission, as the storage, protected by the will of the universe, is the safest place to hide the mask. He tells Lin Kai they need to find a place to spend the night, as there are many unknown dangers. She suggests a few high-class hotels near the university, which should be safer as it's not a holiday. He agrees and tells her to lead the way. She takes him to a love couple hotel, but he stops her, saying he doesn't like the nurse costume she's wearing. She apologizes, thinking he picked the hotel to see such things, but he clarifies that while he'd like to see it, he just doesn't like her current outfit. She tries on a different, more revealing costume, but he tells her she doesn't have the spirit. He tells her there's a more interesting costume there and asks her what it is. He tells her there's a more interesting costume there and asks her what it is. She emerges in a revealing fox girl outfit, and he smirks, telling her that she'll be his little pet tonight and to come here. Later in the hotel room, he enables the storage function, costing 1,000 gold coins. He remarks that it's now time to proceed to the next part of the mission. He takes out the coin Lido gave him and uses it, a magical crest appearing as he summons the god of goblin and trade. At a love hotel near Jiangcheng University, Bai reflects on a saying from his previous life about how emotions were a bargaining chip when dealing with the entity known as Lido. This meant Lido would adjust rewards based on the other party's feelings, provided they were valuable in his eyes. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a hat, Lido, appears and asks why Bai summoned him so soon, questioning if he has completed the task to prove his ability. Bai confirms this and presents a withered piece of a creature from the dungeon as proof. Lido examines it, noting it's been dead for a while, and angrily demands to know why Bai didn't call him immediately, questioning his desire for the promised scroll. Bai confronts Lido in return, asking why he concealed the dungeon's true difficulty, revealing it was a nightmare-level challenge he barely survived thanks to his own tricks. Lido explains that the deception was part of the test, as he would never give such a treasure to someone unable to handle the unexpected. Bai accepts this and asks about the reward in the next task. Admitting his mistake, Lido allows Bai to choose his own reward from a selection of high-quality B-rank items and declares the next task will be the final one. Bai expresses his gratitude and selects a scroll of recovery, which Lido identifies as a production blueprint. Lido then presents the final task via a system alert, an SSS-level mission to acquire 2 SSS-level profession scrolls. Bai is stunned, stating the task is too difficult as even gods aren't born with such professions. Lido acknowledges this, revealing his own first profession was merely A-level, but insists his greatest treasure must go to the most worthy candidate. Feeling he has no choice, Bai accepts. At that moment, a massive mutant rat erupts in the Dongshan Villa area. Onlookers panic, revealing its attributes are far beyond theirs and that previous teams were wiped out. As the beast attacks, Bai appears in a flash and slams it into the ground with a single punch, remarking that he returned just in time. He instructs a woman named Shuang to handle the cleanup and compensation for the fallen, then takes Song Zikiong to her villa for a debriefing. There, she explains the rats appeared suddenly after they had cleared the zombies. Another woman reports over 100 casualties and 6 destroyed warehouses. Bai decides to handle the remaining rats and find their source, but first accepts Song Zikiong's recommendation to take on a lawyer named Qin Lingyu to help establish rules. Later, Bai invites Lingyu to demonstrate her sharp-tongued professional skills, which he accepts with a smile. After their session, Bai expresses his satisfaction with her technique and brings her to a window with a view of all 3 districts of Dongshan. He explains he needs her to draft different sets of rules for each area, a task she accepts. Intrigued by her B-level focus skill, he makes another request, to see how far her senses can be stimulated. The next morning, Bai gathers a group of men at the Dongshan sewerage outlet, revealing a mutated rat lair inside. He explains he wants to train them to become protectors of the villa in his absence. As he enters the sewer, a special mission, sewer hosts, triggers for the entire group, requiring them to kill the Rat King and investigate the source of the mutation. Inside the dark tunnels, they are ambushed by a massive swarm of rats. After fighting through several sections, they encounter a single, powerful level 7 boss rat. As it lunges, Bai intervenes, killing it instantly. The boss drops plague boots, an E-grade set item. Bai realizes the Rat King drops a full set of powerful equipment, and that only the investigation remains. As they proceed, Bai suddenly stops the group, feeling his body absorbing various unknown plagues and gaining virus points. He understands these viruses are not of earthly origin and could harm even evolvers. Sensing the source is near, he sends the others back and continues alone. He enters a cavern filled with a glowing green miasma, a place he calls heaven. He finds a corpse holding a scroll, which he identifies as the source. After pulling the scroll free, he unrolls it to find a prophecy from a plague cult, an organization he'd never encountered before. As he begins absorbing the viruses, a spectral hand from the corpse grabs him. A system alert confirms his mission completion, rewarding him with experience and an item called Wall of Flesh. The corpse dissolves, leaving a seal of plague in his hand. This triggers a new SSS-level mission, Plague Cult, which tasks him with finding a plague bringer to prove his worthiness as a prophesied god. Bai realizes this path could grant him the power to confront his rival Helois and accepts his new goal. Simultaneously, a hell difficulty version of the dungeon begins to form with a 30-day timer, while a normal difficulty version becomes immediately available to the survivors. Bai informs his people that the new dungeon is perfect for them to level up in. He creates a chat group called White Emperor Palace and invites his core members. When his former classmate, Song Ji, asks why she wasn't invited, he bluntly states it's his harem, and only for the loyal and capable, mocking her for being scared of a single zombie. Provoked, she vows to prove herself. Inside the dungeon, she manages to kill 3 rats on her own. Amused by her effort, Bai offers her an invitation, which she pridefully rejects before reluctantly asking to join. Her mother, Song Zikiong, reveals Song Ji was jealous of Qin Lingyu, causing the girl to run off in embarrassment after accepting the invite. Song Zikiong then tells Bai that after the dungeon, she will ensure her daughter calls him Daddy, as a young lady in this new world needs a powerful figure like him. Elsewhere, others watch a video of Bai's dungeon clear, shocked as he effortlessly kills a level 10 boss in one hit, with many expressing awe and envy. Back in his study, Bai tasks his inner circle with creating economic rules for the base. He gives Song Zikiong powerful items, including the walls of flesh and blood, and a teleportation scroll, but tells her the most important item is a shape-shifting cloth that pleases her. She promises him a surprise in return, involving her daughter. Later that night, Bai carries a cat-tiered Song Ji to bed with the other women. The next day, he equips a second piece of the plague set, the plague robe. He then receives a private message from a group member named Dreamy, who asks for his combat guidance. Intrigued, he asks for her talent details. She sends them, revealing an SSS-level infinite growth talent, Dream Butterfly. Shocked, Bai realizes she must have died in his previous life for such a power to go unknown. Her ability allows her to enter and manipulate a dream world that mirrors reality, making her nearly invincible as long as her real body is safe. She offers to send him a dream totem to enter her world for training. Wary of the danger, Bai initially refuses, but she offers to sign a universally binding evolver's contract ensuring his safety, an act costing a steep 10 gold coins. She explains she can afford it by manipulating monster drop rates in her dream world, and offers him further rewards. Realizing her ability has the critical weakness of providing no physical enhancements, Bai understands her desperation and agrees to help, seeing the potential to recruit such a powerful talent. He signs the 24-hour contract. Lying in bed, he focuses on the dream totem, and his consciousness is pulled into the dream world. He awakens in a bedroom where a pink-haired girl, Mang, introduces herself as Dreamy. She teleports them to a massive gymnasium she created in the dream world. She explains the dream world reflects reality, but she can modify it. Bai begins her training, instructing her to attack him so he can assess her skills. Her attempts are clumsy and unbalanced. He teaches her the 3 fundamentals of combat: balance, targeting, and watching the opponent. She promises to work hard. 7 days later, back in the real world, the settlement's new laws are in place. Bai prepares to leave to find the last piece of his plague set. He spends one last night with the women of his palace. The next morning, he is informed of trouble at the settlement's entrance. His former classmate and student council president, Lai Chen, is leading a protest against the 1 copper coin daily fee, arguing that in these times, the strong should help the weak for free. Bai scoffs at his naive idealism and gives the protesters 3 minutes to disperse or be shot. A figure of authority in a makeshift camp lays down the rules, declaring that anyone who doesn't accept them should leave immediately, and anyone who doesn't leave within 3 minutes will be shot. He orders a woman named Ling Shuang to begin counting. Chenby steps forward, calmly stating that there is no need for 3 or 5 minutes, as he won't be leaving at all. The man in charge scoffs, sarcastically saying that Chenby is trying to save everyone money and that they will all support and thank him. Another man chimes in, telling Chenby to stop the nonsense, and that 1 copper coin is not a burden on anyone. Members of the crowd begin to jeer, calling him trash who can't even kill 1 zombie a day. One man offers to pay him 2 copper coins to be a guard dog at his house. Another tells him to get out, declaring that they built the camp and he has no connection to it. The first man who was challenged tells Chenby that he will regret being kicked out of this place. Chenby retorts that he has no desire to join their cursed camp anyway. As he turns to leave, the man calls out for him to wait, asking if he regrets his decision now. In a flash of violent purple energy, Chenby's arm morphs into a wicked blade and slices through the man, killing him instantly. As blood splatters on the ground, Chenby stands over the fallen body, remarking that he was right. Enveloped in a swirling dark purple aura, Chenby looks at Ling Shuang and states that when someone holds a grudge against him and then brags about it, there's only 1 minute left before they definitely regret it. He asks if she intends to leave. Seeing this, another man quickly steps forward, announcing his readiness to comply with the rules of the settlement. He bows deeply, pleading for 1 chance and promising to accept the consequences for the trouble he caused the settlement. Others quickly follow his lead, also agreeing to the terms. Chenby calls the man intelligent and informs him that with 5 copper coins, things will return to normal after a month. He turns the matter over to Ling Shuang, who acknowledges her task. He then receives a message from Meng, who is frustrated by her lack of offensive skills despite her heightened spiritual energy. Chenby advises her to be patient, promising to help her find books to enhance her spiritual attacks. She asks for his location, eager to visit him. He reveals he is in Jiangcheng, which excites her as she lives in the nearby city of Wuchang. This triggers a memory for Chenby of an S-grade mission related to Wuchang from his previous life, which he realizes could be valuable capital for exchanging materials or information. He decides his next destination will be Wuchang. The scene transitions to a hotel in Jiang City, where a group is taking stock of their dwindling supplies. They only have enough food for 3 days. A man named Jiang Luping blames their predicament on a cursed special zombie that killed 5 of their men, and has trapped them with its incredibly sharp senses. Outside, a massive, red-armored zombie stands menacingly. Suddenly, a man named Song Zikiong spots a figure leaping between buildings in the distance. Another man strains to see, wondering if it's a new type of zombie that can jump on walls, and suggests they close the curtains for safety. Song Zikiong, however, tells him not to worry, as he believes the figure is human. Wai Shihu expresses his disbelief, but Song Zikiong reminds him of his special abilities. Zhang Yishui confirms that what they see is heading towards them, along with the red-armored zombie, which he identifies as a tyrant. He views this as an unexpected opportunity, as he needs a tyrant's bone for a weapon plan he has. He decides against using his giant hammer to preserve the quality of the bone. The figure, revealed to be Chenby, lands near the tyrant and declares it's better to decapitate it. Watching from the window, the men can barely make out the battle. Wai Shihu warns the others that it's too dangerous to watch. He is shocked to see Chenby's hand transform into claws, confirming his suspicion that Chenby is a monster. He then observes in horror as Chenby appears to absorb the other monster after defeating it. He exclaims that he saw Chenby's face just as the tyrant is killed. Chenby stands amidst the tyrant's bloody remains as system notifications flood his vision, confirming he has killed a mutated zombie, gained experience points, and successfully swallowed the elite mutant corpse. His dark virus acquires 2 new forms, muscle enhancement and shield. He inwardly assesses the new abilities, pleased that the muscle enhancement can strengthen any part of his body, and the shield's defensive power is nearly double his base strength. A woman watching from the hotel window recognizes him and shouts his name. Chenby looks up towards the sound of his name, puzzled as to who could be calling him. He leaps up to the hotel window and enters the room, where he finds the woman, who turns out to be a close friend of Miss Song. The woman anxiously asks him if he knows how Song Ji is doing, and if she is safe. Sitting with the group, Chenby explains that he has established a settlement in the Dongshan Villa area with a few hundred residents, and that Song Zikiong is helping him manage it and is perfectly safe. The woman is stunned, questioning if he truly established a settlement of that size with the Queen of Jiangsheng's help. Chenby casually replies that he wouldn't lie about something so easily verifiable. Just then the door opens, and a man named Kai Zheng calls out his name in surprise. More old acquaintances, Zhao Mu and Lai Feng, enter the room, equally shocked to see Chenby, whom they call Zio Bai. Chenby asks what they are all doing there. Kai Zheng explains that they had come to support their friend Y, Ziohua, at her part-time job when the apocalypse started. They mentioned they had wanted to contact him, but assumed he was busy. Chenby asks if many of their classmates from Jiang University are present. He then offers them a place at his settlement, with the only condition being a daily fee of 1 copper coin, asking if they can manage it. Kai Zheng confidently affirms they can, lamenting that they would have found even gold coins if not for the monster that had trapped them. He asks if Chenby can escort them there. Chenby declines, citing other responsibilities, but reassures them by mentioning he only encountered that one tyrant on his way over. Kai Zheng realizes the monster was not a common one and bemoans their bad luck. Before leaving, Chenby materializes several glowing blue items, giving these low-level pieces of equipment to Kai Zheng, Mu Tu, and Wai Shiwei. He tells them he's in a hurry to leave now that they know the settlement's location. They thank him as he leaps from the window and departs. As Chenby travels across the city rooftops, he receives a private message from Meng Meng. She reports that someone named King Han Wang is complaining in their group chat, and she believes her new ability can help him. Chenby tells her to relay the situation directly, then muses that King Han Wang is likely Han Zio. Back at the hotel, the group decides to go to the settlement, recognizing the importance of a safe location with other evolved individuals. They discuss the need for careful preparation for the cross-city journey. Suddenly, one of them pauses, thinking, and then shouts Chenby's name in surprise as he reappears at the window. The woman asks why he has returned. Chenby explains that he needs a private room to handle something urgently. She offers her and Kizheng's room, but he insists he must be alone. She suggests he use the bedroom while they stand guard in the living room, blushing as she secretly hopes he'll wait for her. Later in the corridor, Chenby says he just remembered he needs Song Ji's evolved identifier number to add her as a friend. Kai Zheng provides the number, then asks for Chenby's. Chenby simply replies with 001. After a moment of stunned silence, Kai Zheng bursts into laughter, joking that Chenby's dry humor hasn't evolved along with his powers. Chenby tells him he'll understand once the friend request is sent. Kai Zheng's device then displays a notification. Evolvers no. 001 accepted a friend request. He is utterly shocked. Chenby urges him to hurry up and follow. 10 minutes later, the group is still processing the revelation that Chenby was the very first evolver. This reminds Kai Zheng of a message Chenby sent in their old dorm chat, warning them about the physical fitness test being moved, which prompted them to exercise for a week. He wonders aloud if Chenby knew about the apocalypse in advance. Another man dismisses it as a coincidence, though he admits they benefited from the training. The scene shifts to a dream space, where Chenby has teleported. He apologizes for his tardiness, explaining he had matters to attend to in the real world. He finds himself alone in a well-furnished room. Suddenly, Han Zio appears, greeting him as Bai Emperor and gushing about how handsome he is. Another man, Crow, introduces himself, stating that Meng Meng brought him along. He reveals he has an SS-grade talent called Fear Embodiment. Another man with S-grade mental control sighs that he must be the weakest one present. Chenby reassures him that he is lucky, as Meng Meng only recently gained the ability to bring others into the dream space using her totem as a core. Chenby explains that Meng Meng can't maintain the dream world for all 4 of them for long, and presses Han Zio to explain his problem. Han Zio reveals he has an S-grade exclusive mission called Family Mystery, tied to the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital, which has now become a dungeon. He explains he tried to clear it once, but was overwhelmed by nightmare difficulty monsters. After retreating, he was notified that someone else had entered the dungeon and might take everything. Chenby accepts the challenge, and a system prompt asks if he wants to lead the team into the dungeon. He agrees. They are transported to the dark, foreboding entrance of the Red Star Psychiatric Hospital. Crow immediately senses a monster and has a bad feeling about the place. Chenby warns that the initial enemies are not weak. A grotesque nurse monster appears, and Crow steps up to test its strength. He unleashes his SS-grade fear embodiment talent, blasting the monster with green energy. The crazed nurse convulses and disintegrates. The team gains shared experience from the kill. A skill book drops, sharp screeching, thought explosion, a mental attack that also attracts nearby monsters. Chenby lets Hanzayo and Meng decide who should take it. Hanzayo declines, stating he only needs his mission items and already has a similar skill. Meng gratefully accepts and learns the new ability. Chenby instructs her to use it immediately. She warns that the sound will lure out monsters from the entire hospital. He confirms this is his plan, as it saves them the trouble of searching room by room. Meng unleashes the attack, a massive wave of pink psychic energy that echoes through the halls. Chenby smirks, satisfied with the monster-attracting effect. A massive horde of monsters swarms their position. Meng nervously asks Chenby if they will be all right. He confidently tells her not to worry. He announces that it's the perfect time to test his newly upgraded skills and tells his team, "Let's kill." He dives into the horde, a whirlwind of purple energy and deadly claws. Crow supports him, activating his own ability, Fear's Source Darkness, which manifests as green spectral tendrils that strangle the monsters. Meanwhile, Meng materializes a rocket launcher in the dream space and fires it, causing a massive explosion that annihilates a large portion of the horde. Her teammates are stunned by her power. Hanzayo wonders if she could create a Gundam in the future. While they fight, Crow notices that Chenby has stopped moving and is gathering a massive amount of purple energy in his hands. Chenby notes that the skill is slow to charge, but has finally reached its limit. Knowing it would be difficult to use in the heat of battle, he unleashes the fully charged earth spikes. Gigantic purple spikes erupt violently from the ground, impaling countless monsters across a vast area. The devastating attack wipes out nearly the entire horde. Meng and Hanzayo are in awe of his power, with Hanzayo calling him the White Emperor. Chenby, however, notices two monsters survived the onslaught. As Hanzayo moves to finish them, Chenby stops him, explaining he intentionally spared the two mini-boss nurses. He effortlessly captures them with dark energy tendrils and prepares to absorb their memories. His evolved black light swallowing ability allows him to view their thoughts. He is assaulted by a disturbing vision of a crucified woman and the number 16. The memory reveals two nurses discussing a crazy woman to be used as a sacrifice, and mentions the number 16 repeatedly in relation to a deceased nurse Kang. Back in the present, Chenby realizes he remembers this. In his past life as a demon hunter, he heard rumors of a dungeon in a mental hospital that could summon demons, connected to the number 16. He tells the group they need to find clues for Hanzayo's mission and warns them to be cautious, sensing a powerful presence. After half an hour of searching the eerily empty hospital, Crow notes the frequent appearance of the number 16. Chenby wonders why the dungeon boss hasn't appeared. Just as Hanzayo jokes that the boss is scared, a deep voice calls him arrogant. A large, horned demon materializes, introducing itself as the director of the hospital, and more importantly, the messenger of Solomon, the 16th demon god. The group is shocked to be facing such a powerful entity. The demon director dismisses their composure, stating their only purpose is to be sacrificed. It offers Meng a chance to survive if she agrees to serve its master and bear his children. Disgusted, Meng tells the demon to do it himself. The demon calls her arrogant. Chenby steps forward, challenging the demon to prove its power instead of talking nonsense. The demon scoffs at their ignorance and transforms into a larger, more terrifying form, ready to show them the power granted by its master. It unleashes a powerful psychic attack that causes Crow to cry out in pain. Chenby grits his teeth, recognizing it as a psychic-type demon, the kind he despises most. Knowing a prolonged fight is disadvantageous, he decides to end it quickly and rushes the demon with his claws. He lands a solid blow, and the demon complements his strength. The demon boasts that Chenby cannot break through its hellfire and will eventually collapse under the psychic pressure, taunting him to struggle and scream for its amusement. Suddenly, Hanzayo's body erupts in a blue psychic aura, nullifying the demon's mental attack. He realizes he can resist the pressure by releasing his own psychic power. The demon is shocked, identifying Hanzayo as a descendant of its master's bloodline. It warns him that hellfire can still kill him. Chenby seizes the opportunity to mock the demon, calling it the master's dog for attacking its master's descendant. The demon furiously retorts that killing a traitorous bloodline will earn it a reward. It begins to charge a powerful hellfire spell. Just as Crow yells to interrupt it, the demon lets out a huge sneeze, disrupting the incantation. Chenby smirks, commenting that his attack took longer than expected to take effect. The demon, coughing uncontrollably, demands to know what he did. Chenby explains he used an upgraded skill, flu and pulmonary infection, which causes debilitating debuffs. The demon roars in disbelief, questioning how a higher life form like itself could get sick. But the virus progresses rapidly, shutting down its recovery abilities and finally, its ability to breathe. The demon suffocates and collapses, dead. Chenby remarks that it was worth the virus points, as even demons need to breathe. A notification confirms the defeat of the dungeon boss. Chenby turns to see his companions covering their faces. They nervously mumble about not wanting to catch his virus. He reassures them that they won't be infected unless he wills it, and they relax. Hanzayo praises his unbeatable skill, but Chenby clarifies its limitations. He has received the dungeon clearance notification, but Hanzayo's mission is still incomplete, meaning a clue is still hidden within the hospital. He announces his plan to post a strategy video of the clear, offering to hide their identities, and they all eagerly agree, asking to see the boss loot first. Soon after, the strategy video is uploaded to the Evolver forum for 5 copper coins, and people all over, including the group from the hotel, begin to watch it. Inside a hotel room in Jiangcheng, a group watches several glowing purple screens displaying the dungeon walkthrough video. One woman recognizes the figure's claws and exclaims that the White Emperor in the video is definitely Chenby. Another woman asks her silent companion why she isn't saying anything, reminding her that she was one of the two who had just been analyzing how Chenby was a fraud. A man with glasses wonders how it could be him, since Chenby was just in the hotel with them. Another man, Jiang Liueping, scoffs, saying that even if it is Chenby, the video only proves his combat ability, not the existence of his settlement. The first man agrees, stating that this makes the situation even more terrifying. Jiang Liueping rises, speculating that Chenby might be exploiting everyone he attracts to his base to support his own growth, which would explain his immense strength. The woman who first identified Chenby, Shiwai, gets angry at Lai Feng, pointing out that everyone can see he doesn't get along with Chenby and that he didn't receive any equipment from him. She then turns on Jiang Liueping, asking if he's still being stubborn. He ignores her, and she tells him to look at the video she just sent. Her friend asks what she sent, and Shiwai explains that Song Ji just sent her a recording, suggesting they watch it together. The video shows a monstrous wall of flesh, with bodies embedded in it. On the video, Song Ji's smiling face appears as she explains that this is the wall of flesh, a defense outside the settlement that only eats corpses, and then playfully asks Shiwai if she was scared. The video then shows a bustling marketplace inside the settlement. Song Ji's voiceover explains that recording with Cosmic Will isn't cheap, so she only bought 10 minutes of footage, but it should be enough to show the entire area from the foot to the top of the mountain. She notes that anyone can enter the area at the foot of the mountain for 1 copper coin per day, but causing trouble could be lethal. She gestures to the mountainside, explaining it's where many relatives live and that they plan to build recreational areas. Finally, she shows the villa area at the top of the mountain where she lives, stating that it's absolutely safe and not just anyone can enter. Back in the present, the friend watching the video with Shiwai remarks that Shiwai might end up living there as soon as she arrives, even though she claimed Chenby hadn't made a move on her yet. Song Ji's voice on the video calls Chenby a big pervert and says it's only a matter of time. She tells Shiwai to hurry over as she has a lot to tell her, but first needs to improve her physique, otherwise all of them together wouldn't be able to handle Chenby. Shiwai's friend, Zhuang Yixu, misinterprets this and asks how many women Chenby has. Shiwai, flustered, tells her that's not the point and laments that she should have watched the video herself before sharing it. Nearby, Lai Feng tells Jiang Liueping there's no problem now and that he didn't expect Chenby to be so strong. Jiang Liueping sheepishly claims he was just suggesting possibilities for discussion. Shiwai confronts him, telling him he can't become Chenby's woman. He asks what she means and denies ever wanting to be his woman. Shiwai accuses him of being too flirtatious and having too many women, which she claims he wouldn't like. Jiang Liueping counters that he's different, and that he only wants her. He moves towards her, but she tells him to stop and not come any closer. She firmly states that it has nothing to do with her whether he wants one or several women, reminding him that she rejected him many times before the apocalypse and has no feelings for him. Back in the dream space, on the 4th floor of the psychiatric hospital, Chenby stands over the demon's corpse. He wonders about the special bloodline factors the demon possessed, which the system gives him the option to either absorb or expel. He chooses to expel the demon's bloodline but absorb its skills, triggering a notification that he has acquired the class A skill, Hellfire, and that the expelled bloodline factors have formed into an item. A vial of red liquid materializes in his hand. The item is identified as Weak Devil's Bloodline Essence, a class of potion that can be devoured to gain its power, requiring 20 mental power and 20 physique. Chenby is surprised that expelling the factors created an item, instead of simply disappearing. The rest of the group arrives, asking if the boss dropped anything good. Crow is excited to see a class A Hell Messenger job scroll and a Hell Black Flame skill book. Meng points out a piece of armor design and a D-class piece of equipment. The blueprint is for Hell's Call Shepherd's Horn, an armor piece whose grade is determined by the materials used. Chenby notes the requirement of pure demon's horns, remarking that he happens to know where to get them. He distributes the loot, keeping the blueprint for himself, giving the skill to Meng, the job scroll to Hanzio, and the equipment to Crow. They all thank him, calling him awesome. Hanzio, overjoyed, thanks everyone for their help with his mission. The group then heads to the director's office, which Chenby suspects is where the clues are hidden. Hanzio pushes open the door and is stunned by what he sees inside. A massive winged demon statue dominates the room, emanating a powerful presence. Meng wonders what kind of demon it is, and Hanzio identifies it as Jai, the 16th of Solomon's 72 demons, the very master Zhao Changlin had mentioned. Chenby realizes the statue has such a strong presence because the demon Jai once inhabited it in some form. He finds this interesting and wonders if they can find a way to summon the demon god there. Meng then reads from the director's diary, revealing the history of the Han family's connection to Jai. A woman from the family fell in love with a projection of the demon, and since then, every generation has produced a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. The female twin is destined to become the demon's bride, while the male twin lives a normal life, unaware of the pact. A dozen years ago, Hanzio's father, Han Yang, learned this truth, and to save his daughter from her fate, chose to kill the newborn girl. Zhao Changlin discovered and stopped him, reporting the betrayal to Jai. As punishment, Han Yang was stripped of his bloodline, and Hanzio's sister was taken by the demon sect to be raised, while Zhao Changlin was rewarded with the demon's bloodline for his loyalty. Meng concludes that the rest of the diary is filled with the director's envy and insults toward Han Yang's perceived stupidity, along with pledges of loyalty. After she finishes, Hanzio receives the next quest prompt and thanks her. Chenby, who has been examining the statue, reveals that there is, of course, something wrong with it. The statue shifts, revealing a hidden passage leading down into darkness. As they descend the long, dark staircase, Crow counts the steps and estimates they have gone at least 2 or 3 floors underground. Chenby confirms they are almost there, believing the place below is where Zhao Changlin performs summons and sacrifices. They arrive in a cavern filled with blood and crucified bodies. Chenby finds an item on an altar, the core of the Hell Teleportationer. It's a unique item that can be used to summon Jai by sacrificing 16 lives. The team notes the level 12 restriction on the summoned demon, and the dungeon's difficulty increasing to Hell level. Meng excitedly suggests they summon and kill the demon for a huge reward. Chenby immediately shoots down the idea, pointing out their low levels and lack of equipment, asking where they got the courage to even consider fighting a level 12 demon. He tells them it's impossible even with him there, as the gap between a true demon and a thin-blooded one is vast. He advises they return when they are stronger and have professions. As they prepare to leave, Hanzio asks if the dungeon is over. Crow pipes up, saying there is something he can't figure out, wondering if a demon's descendant like Hanzio, who also has a sister, is a common occurrence or something that only appeared with the apocalypse. Chenby says he's not sure, but they definitely exist now. He asks Hanzio if his father acted strangely before the apocalypse. Hanzio replies that their relationship wasn't close, and his father was just an ordinary man whose most extraordinary trait was turning into a different kind of zombie. a plague zombie covered in purple and green fungal spots. Chenby dismisses the idea of it being a demon zombie, but the mention of a plague zombie from a chemical plant piques his interest, as it might be related to the SSS-level plague sect mission from his previous life. He agrees to go with Han Zio to Shanghai City to investigate the plant. As they return to the real world, Chenby flies over the city, musing on his successful harvest of clues. He suddenly starts coughing violently as he lies down in his hotel bed. The woman from before rushes in, asking what's wrong as he coughs uncontrollably on the floor. He demands to know why she entered, explaining he released a lot of viruses to prevent accidents. She complains of having over 20 negative buffs, while the man with her, Jiang Luoping, cries out that he has 30 and is going to die, begging for an antidote. Chenby calmly tells the woman he has removed the viruses from her and her attributes will recover shortly. Before turning his attention to Jiang Luoping, she reveals that Jiang Luoping is actually there to kill him. Chenby asks for the reason. She explains that Jiang Luoping and Lai Feng didn't believe his settlement was real, so she asked Song Ji for video proof. After she refused to join Jiang Luoping, he snapped, blaming Chenby for all his problems and charging in to kill him. Chenby dismisses his logic as idiotic. She adds that Jiang Luoping is a moron who has harassed her for years, and if not for Song Ji's protection, he would have ruined her life long ago. She feels that being stuck in the hotel with him has been a living hell. She tells Chenby that seeing how strong he is now, and knowing Song Ji is safe makes her truly happy. Chenby notes that ordinary viruses should not be fatal so quickly and asks if Jiang Luoping is already dead. She says she has an idea. When he asks what she wants to do, she declares her hatred for the man and her desire to make him die with regrets. As Jiang Luoping lies dying, she leans over Chenby and kisses him, causing Jiang Luoping's eyes to widen in shock and anger before he succumbs to the virus. She pulls back, blushing, and says that's enough, as it was her first kiss. 2 days later, Chenby is traveling through the forest outside Wuchang when he receives a voice chat from Zai, who is Song Zikiong. She reports from her study that she has successfully picked up Shiwai and the others. She then mentions a popular topic on the Evolvers forum about a mysterious chat group full of pioneers who awakened before the apocalypse, rumored to be run by him. He confirms that chat group No. 001 is indeed his and asks if she has forgotten the post he had her promote. She excitedly remarks on the potential of having so many experts as an asset. He tells her not to worry about the forum posts for now and asks her to send him the most discussed titles. She agrees and he reviews the posts, which speculate about the Bi-Emperor and the pre-apocalypse origins of chat group No. 001. He decides it's time to make the group famous to build influence, deterrence, and a sense of unity among its members. As he walks, the forest around him becomes red and withered. A system prompt announces he has entered the secret dungeon, village of the demon worshippers, the very place he obtained his demon hunter class in his previous life. He reviews the dungeon's 3 tasks: stop the ritual, kill the villagers, or kill the summoned demon and the villagers for the highest reward. He recalls his past experience here, how he was tricked by Brother Qiang, who led a large group of survivors into the dungeon. Qiang deliberately allowed the villagers to summon the demon, then used the other survivors as cannon fodder to weaken it before his own team moved in for the kill. Chenby remembers the massacre as he and the others were trapped between the demon and Qiang's forces. He was the only one to survive the slaughter, escaping just as Qiang's team killed the weakened demon and began rolling for the loot. In a twist of fate, the system they used to cheat others awarded the S-Rank Demon Hunter Scroll to Chenby with a perfect roll of 100 points, forcing him to flee Wuchang to escape Qiang's wrath. Back in the present, he sees a dead villager and realizes someone else is already in the dungeon, much earlier than Qiang did in his past life. As he muses on this, a group of players emerges, having just completed Task 2. Their leader, Zhang Long, tells them to leave and come back for the boss later. Another man spots Chenby and alerts their leader, Brother Qiang. Chenby calmly asks if they are all leaving, and if they would mind if he took over the boss. Qiang, surprised to see a lone player, nonchalantly agrees. Chenby recognizes him and is surprised they met so early. Qiang warns him to be careful of the 11th level demon boss before leaving. The demon appears, amused by Chenby's lack of fear. Chenby reminisces about how long it has been since he faced a lesser demon alone, as he usually kills them in groups. The demon, enraged, lunges at him. Chenby effortlessly dodges and counters, his movements fluid and precise, explaining that after decades as a demon hunter, he knows every weakness of lesser demons. He kills the demon warrior Orlando in a single strike. System prompts confirm the kill and the completion of Task 3, rewarding him with experience and a bloodline potion. The group that had just left is shocked by the instant kill. Kiang's men excitedly report receiving the participation rewards. Kiang wonders if Chenby absorbed the corpse and decides to go check. Chenby, meanwhile, devours the demon's essence and expels its bloodline factor, creating another potion. As Kiang and his men return, Chenby stands waiting for them. He asks why they are back, sarcastically wondering if they want a share of the loot. Kiang laughs, saying he wouldn't dare ask for a share from the one who single-handedly defeated the boss. Chenby, however, tells him he's already seen his true colors. He reveals the loot, including 2 bloodline potions and an S-level demon hunter mission scroll, asking if Kiang isn't tempted. One of Kiang's men presents him with the bloodline potions their group received as participation rewards. Kiang admits he wants the loot, but claims they are not unreasonable people, and that the rewards should belong to Chenby. Chenby finds this nice. Kiang then changes the subject, asking where Chenby lives, claiming he is clearing the western suburbs of Wuchang and wouldn't want to encroach on his territory. Chenby is immediately suspicious, realizing this is where Meng lives. He lies, stating his settlement is in Jiangcheng. Kiang claims they just took the sports complex and are clearing the surrounding area, offering to be friends and help each other out. Chenby sees through the friendly facade, knowing clearing is a euphemism for conquest and slaughter, which explains why no one helped Meng in his past life. Just then, he receives a message from Meng, who reports that many evolved ones have suddenly appeared in her neighborhood and are searching house to house. Chenby messages her back, telling her not to let them in, and that he will be there soon. His expression darkens as he turns to Kiang, whose friendly demeanor has vanished. Chenby glares at him and asks what he is going to do. Before Kiang can react, dark tendrils shoot from Chenby, grabbing him. Chenby reads his fragmented memories, unable to pinpoint Meng's exact location, but learning the general area of the sports complex. He decides to keep one of Kiang's men alive to lead the way. He arrives at a residential building in Wuchang's western suburbs, knowing the man who warned him about the boss seemed to know a lot. Inside, Meng stands guard with a wooden club as men pound on her door, threatening to break in. She warns them to leave immediately, or she won't be rude. One of the men mocks her, and they prepare to force their way. She yells at them to get lost, unleashing a powerful psychic scream that incapacitates them. She collapses from the exertion, her throat raw and her energy drained. She notes the silence outside, assuming they are all unconscious. Moments later, a report goes out that the team on the 12th floor is dead, and that the girl has a powerful mental attack. 10 minutes later, more men are pounding on her door. Exhausted, she prepares to fight again. The door bursts open, and a new group of men enters, one of whom comments on her beauty and wonders why she is so tired. He offers to teach her how a woman should scream. She knows she only has enough strength for one more attack, and tells them all to go to hell. She unleashes another psychic blast, but it is weaker this time. She collapses, her head spinning, knowing she's about to faint. The men close in, one telling her to choose between begging or dying. As they try to grab her, she resists feebly, calling out for help. Just as they overpower her, the window shatters, and Chenby crashes into the room, a blur of purple energy, instantly killing her attackers. He catches her as she falls, and she weakly says his name. He reassures her that she did great and tells her to rest, promising to handle the rest. He glares at the remaining intruders, vowing that no one who dared to trouble his disciple will leave this place alive. Another man enters the room, surprised to see reinforcements. His companion yells for everyone to attack and kill him. Chenby moves in a flash, dispatching them all with brutal efficiency. He stands over the bodies, asking if there is anyone left. He lays the unconscious Meng on her bed, where she tosses and turns, muttering in her sleep. He realizes that her exhaustion and mental strain are causing hallucinations. He gently takes her hand and calms her, telling her he is there. As she settles down, one last intruder attempts a surprise attack from behind, but Chenby reacts instantly, killing him without turning around. He tells the sleeping Meng not to be afraid, for her master will protect her, as a massive burst of purple energy erupts from him. An hour later, she is sleeping peacefully, her complexion much better. Chenby stands over the corpses, littering the living room. When the door opens and a man cautiously enters, announcing himself as Mr. Bai's ally, Chenby recognizes him as the man from the dungeon and caresses the sleeping Meng's hair, remarking that since he's here, all of Chen Yiqiang's forces must be wiped out. The man, Zhang Long, confirms this, explaining that he followed Chen Bai's instructions and devised a plan to lure all of Qiang's core members to this location to be killed. He kneels, explaining that he was forced to join Qiang due to his A-rank detection talent, and that Qiang used his family to coerce him. If not for his talent, his family would have been murdered like his neighbors. Chen Bai acknowledges his useful talent and the warning he gave him, and offers him a place at his settlement in Jiangcheng City. Zhang Long hesitates, and Chen Bai tells him it's okay if he doesn't want to, as he respects his choice. Zhang Long quickly accepts, explaining he was only hesitating because of the many other people enslaved by Qiang, including his own family. Chen Bai tells him to stabilize the situation in Wuchang first, and that he can take them in as well, though it will be difficult to move so many people. He gives Zhang Long a potion to improve his strength and sends him a friend request, telling him to make contact once things are stable. After Zhang Long leaves, Chen Bai opens his warehouse interface to get the potion, and notices something strange about the S-Rank mission's scroll and bloodline potions he stored earlier. They seem to have mutated. He moves the items around in the interface and sees that the grotesque, fleshy warehouse icon has its eyes fixed on the demon bloodline potions. It opens its mouth as if it wants to consume them. Since the potions are useless to him, he decides to feed them to the strange warehouse treasure and see what happens. He drops all the vials into its gaping maw. 5 minutes later, it lets out a loud burp, and then vomits out a single, glowing purple crystal. Chen Bai holds the crystal, which is identified as an A+-grade ordinary demon bloodline essence, a purified and stronger version of the potions it consumed. He realizes the warehouse can purify and upgrade demon bloodlines, and combined with another item that can farm them, he now has a potential endless supply of high-level essence. He holds a red, cylindrical object, explaining that he was in a hurry to help Dreamy, and hasn't even had a chance to look at the job transfer mission scroll yet. He examines the item, a red scroll with a golden S glowing on its surface, identified as the Demon Hunter Job Transfer Mission Scroll. A system window explains this is a unique scroll dropped only when the first pureblood demon creature is killed, and completing its quest will transform it into the Demon Hunter Job Transfer Scroll. The mission requirements appear in a purple holographic display, instructing him to use the scroll to enter the first layer of the abyss, kill 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons, and then leave to complete the mission. He decides to enter the abyss but not to finish the job the hard way this time. Later, in Dreamy's bedroom in the Jinhui International Community, he puts the scroll away, reflecting on the demon's home base, the abyss, as a place full of dangers and opportunities. Lying beside him, Dreamy stirs and slowly opens her eyes. She sits up, rubbing her eyes with a sleepy hum, and is shocked to see him sitting there, calling out his title, Master. Overcome with emotion, she cries out, Master, again, and leaps into his arms for a hug. He comforts her, telling her that he is there and everything is fine, and that he has killed all the bad guys. She pulls back, telling him that she is still too weak in the real world and wants to double her physical training. He advises her that there won't be much improvement from just that, and she should maintain the exercises he arranged for her, focusing instead on leveling up and controlling her skills. Dreamy laments that the experience required to level up is too much, and she has already cleared the nearby monsters in her dream world, leaving only a few. She adds that she doesn't have the ability to rush or find a dungeon on her own. He asks her how she feels now, suggesting they go back to Jiangcheng when her health is better, as there are plenty of dungeons there. Excited, she declares that she feels great and doesn't need to rest, urging him to let them go right now. She enthusiastically says they should go to Jiangcheng, but as she moves to get up, he grabs her wrist, telling her to wait. He pulls her back, explaining that even if they ran on foot, they wouldn't make it to Jiangcheng until next month, before scooping her up into his arms. As she lets out a surprised yelp, he tells her to hold on tight and not to open her eyes. He leaps out of the building window, telling her to pat him if she feels the wind pressure is too strong. They fall through the air between skyscrapers, a snapping sound echoing as he uses some kind of movement ability. After a while, they land gently in a dark, forested area. A location update appears, identifying their position as the entrance to a secret village outside Wuchang. A system notification informs him that he has entered a secret village that believes in demons. Dreamy looks around in wonder, remarking on how the scenery changed so suddenly, and realizing it's a secret realm. He explains that one of the differences between a secret realm and a dungeon is the entrance, noting that only cleared secret realms will have entry prompts. He concludes that for evolvers, the danger of straying into a new secret realm is extremely great. Dreamy promises to remember, impressed that her master knows everything, and then asks if he needs her to attract the monsters. He tells her this is not a dream world, and every skill she uses is crucial, advising her to wait for him near the entrance where it's safer. He then moves away with a swoosh, leaving her behind. He moves through the dark, demon-infested village, a system message appearing against a blood-red background, informing him that Mission 3 has changed from killing demons to killing all the demon followers and dark priests instead. He thinks about how there are no more bloodline potions for the mission rewards, and wonders if it's impossible to get more. Deciding to deal with the boss first, he slashes through multiple cultists with dark purple energy trails. In the central square of the secret village, a hooded figure with a spear announces the presence of an intruder. The master sits perched on a high rock, as the cultist declares that the intruder will become a sacrifice for the demon god. The cultist lunges, but is instantly intercepted by a dark, horned figure that swooshes past him. The master, wreathed in dark, purple energy, grabs the cultist by the face, his own features twisted into a demonic grin as he uses Evolution Devour. His dark energy forms into sharp blades, clanging against the attacks of the surrounding followers as he absorbs the cultist. A system notification appears, instructing him to kill the dungeon boss, a level 15 dark priest named Cayenne High, to gain 45,000 experience. A second notification explains that this creature has a special bloodline factor that can be absorbed or separated, though absorption will affect both the blacklight virus and the body. He smiles, pleased that he can still use Evolution Devour for the demon bloodline, and states that in that case, he won't be polite. He unleashes a flurry of violet energy slashes, cutting through the enemies around him. A notification confirms that a weak low-level demon blood potion, C, has been separated as he absorbs the energy from a defeated foe. He notes that the mini-boss can indeed separate the bloodline potion, and that it is of the same quality level as the main boss. He then turns his absorption ability on two more elite monsters, observing that they can separate bloodline potions while normal monsters cannot, which he considers normal. Back at the entrance, Dreamy waits, realizing her master has already killed the boss and a lot of mini-bosses and elite monsters. She sits on a rock under a red sky, worrying that he might have forgotten her and feeling useless for not gaining any experience. Suddenly, her master's voice calls out to her, telling her to prepare her skills. He instructs her to use the most lethal skill she can. He reassures her that it won't be at its full strength, so she will be fine with her mental strength. Steeling herself, she agrees. She unleashes a massive wave of red psychic energy, and notifications begin to pop up, listing the contaminated villagers, women, travelers, butchers, and farmers she has killed, along with the experience gained for each. A final notification declares that she has leveled up and gained 2 free attribute points, much to her amazement. Against the red sky, she tells her master she has reached level 6.5 from all the experience points, while he remarks that he has also reached level 9. She throws her arms around him, thanking him for luring the monsters there and telling him she loves him. Just then, a purple screen appears with a notification that Zai is initiating a video call via private chat. He accepts the call. Song Zikiong's face appears on the screen, and he asks what's wrong. She and 2 other women look distressed as she explains that they need his help, reporting that a goblin claiming to be the god of trading has arrived in the settlement. He looks surprised to hear the title god of trading. He recognizes the name Lido and wonders how he ended up in the settlement. Song Zikiong, surprised, asks if he knows him. Back in a starry void representing their communication, he tells her he'll keep it brief, explaining that Lido found him after he stayed in the settlement for a day. She reports that Lido is willing to provide an A-class silver city building order as an investment, but the condition is that the best location in the future city must be reserved for the Goblin Merchant Guild, and he even offered a lifetime tax exemption. The master thinks to himself that high-level city building orders are extremely rare, and that this investment has no downsides, only benefits. He agrees with her assessment, but points out the problem is that the city building order must be used immediately. She finishes his thought, stating that the monster siege triggered by an A-class order would be hard for their current settlement to withstand. He tells her not to worry, as he can return within a day, and asks if she wants him to delay for a day or if she will accept the investment. She tells him that this is Lido's investment for him, and she has already accepted other investments. She suggests he give Leto some more praise and mention her name to him, to which he agrees. Back in the forest, he tells Dreamy there is an urgent matter in the settlement, and that if he travels at full speed, she won't be able to keep up. He gives her all of his equipment that increases physical fitness, telling her to use what she can to raise her stats as high as possible. She puts on the gear, emerging from behind a tree to announce that she is all geared up, with her physical fitness now over 30 and a good amount of defense. A short time later, they arrive at the Dongshan Settlement's Villa District, where Song Zikiong apologizes to Leto for the wait. She tells him they have decided to accept his investment. Leto praises her as a capable and decisive girl, remarking that it's no wonder she could establish such a large settlement and manage thousands of evolvers so early in the apocalypse. She thanks him for the praise, saying her ability is not even 1/10,000th of his as the god of trading. Leto calls her a modest little girl and says it's an honor for their settlement to be chosen by him, promising to take good care of the Goblin Merchant Guild when the time comes. She then tells him that someone in their management has admired him for a long time and is now rushing back at full speed after hearing the guild would be setting up in their city. Leto asks who it is. She reveals the person's name is Bai, and that he has also received his investment. Leto is surprised, noting that not many evolvers know about his connection with the Goblin Merchant Guild. He recognizes Bai, calling him that kid. He reconsiders his investment, realizing that with Bai around, it would be better to use a different item. He muses that the A-class order shouldn't be much of a challenge for Bai. He tells Song Zikiong that if Bai can make it back, they might even have a chance to take down the monster siege for an S-class order. As he speaks, he presents a new item, and a holographic screen appears before a shocked Song Zikiong. It displays the investment details for an S-class Golden City building order. The mission description explains that after a one-day preparation period, all surrounding monsters will be strengthened and launch a relentless 5-day assault, with the reward being a city recognized by the will of the universe. A prompt asks if she will accept. She remarks that it's so much larger than the A-class one. Leto acknowledges the danger is much greater too, and asks what she thinks, daring her to accept the investment. She confidently replies that with Bai around, there's nothing she wouldn't dare. Later, Bai arrives back at the settlement's grand terrace, and Song Zikiong greets him, glad that he's back. She explains she took longer than expected because monsters had already started gathering and blocked part of the road. He says he will put Dreamy in the bedroom and asks her to brief him on the current situation. A countdown timer shows less than 20 minutes remaining until the siege begins, with a map displaying their defensive lines facing Jiangcheng. In the bedroom, Song Zikiong tells him this is all they could prepare for now. She hands him a case, telling him to take it, explaining that they've been grinding the sewer dungeon for the past few days, and finally completed the plague set. He thanks her, saying choosing her was one of the best decisions he's ever made, and she replies that being chosen by him was the luckiest thing that ever happened to her. Lying on the bed, he admits to being a bit nervous, but seeing Bai still had time to carry a girl back made him feel much better. Bai looks at the sleeping Dreamy and states that this isn't the woman he brought back. He explains she is his disciple and has a talent no weaker than his own, telling Song Zikiong to have someone take care of her, as she is the key to defending the settlement, and to notify him the moment she wakes up. Later, standing before the assembled defenders, he announces it's time to face the monsters attacking the city. Below the settlement walls, a massive horde of zombies has gathered, and he remarks that this is the siege of an S-level city-building order. He reflects that when he built Beatty City in his previous life, it was only a B-level, and the difference is like night and day. At the foot of the mountain, a young woman uses a sound transmission ability to address the people of Dongshan, telling them they are about to face 5 days and nights of monster attacks, but not to worry. Her voice echoes, proclaiming that they have the strongest walls, the most complete resources, hundreds of B-level talents, nearly 10 or S-level experts, and even 2 of the strongest SSS-level talents. Standing beside Bai, she is revealed to be a pink-haired girl in a large purple coat. The girl declares they have no reason to fear failure because, in 5 days, they will possess the largest and best territory in the world. Song Zikiong takes over the speech, announcing that all defenders will enjoy discounted prices at all facilities. She shouts out that there is 1 minute left, and asks if everyone is ready to start reaping money and experience. The crowd roars its approval. Song Zikiong tells Bai his speech was very motivating, and he thanks her and the girl she brought back, feeling very confident. He comments that the little girl's sound transmission ability isn't bad and tells Song Zikiong to have someone send her to a safe place. He then turns to Lu Lai, asking about the live broadcast preparations, who confirms that the most advanced controllable camera has been selected as instructed. Bai tells him to turn around and start the broadcast now. He gives the order, and Lu Lai confirms. The broadcast goes live, showing the massive zombie horde, and comments flood the evolution forum. A countdown from 5 begins as Bai prepares for battle. As the countdown hits 0, a notification announces that the monsters have been strengthened. One of the defenders remarks on this, lamenting that he should have started killing them earlier. But Bai notes that strengthened monsters give more experience and coins. As the zombies' attributes are tripled, Bai unleashes his plague infection skill, sending waves of purple energy into the horde. The plague set's effect applies a resistance weakening debuff to those in contact. He observes that while the skill's damage isn't high, its infectious ability and attribute weakening will make defending the city much easier. As the infected zombies begin to gather, he senses a powerful mental fluctuation controlling them. Realizing a lord must be commanding the horde. He knows he must find the lord, otherwise the zombies will be much harder to handle. He understands that the lord's location is unknown, and it will take time to find it. But if he doesn't seize the opportunity now, it will be much harder for him to leave once the city is fully under siege. Deciding he needs Dreamy's help, he telepathically urges her to wake up. Back in the bedroom, Dreamy awakens with a start. She sits up, disoriented, as Song Zikiong's subordinate asks who she is and where she is, to which she replies that she is with her master. Bai, sensing her awakening, tells her that's great. Through a system interface, Dreamy apologizes for passing out from the wind pressure earlier, and says she will enter the dream to help him kill monsters now. He tells her there's no rush and describes a specific type of zombie for her to find using her dream ability. A human-sized creature with protruding shoulders, a huge head, a mesh-like exoskeleton, and tentacles extending downward, possessing strong mental power. She agrees and tells Song Zikiong's subordinate that she is entering the dream, and not to let anyone approach her. In her dream space, she marvels at the vast number of zombies before her at the foot of the Dongshan settlement city wall. She activates her Dreamweaver ability, causing rocks to float in the air. Realizing her dream space is great, she sets off to find the zombie her master mentioned, knowing she can't delay the task. Later that evening, on the first day of the defense, Bai stands on the wall as Song Zikiong approaches. She reports that thanks to him, no one died, and they only sustained a few injuries when thinning out the zombies below the walls. She adds that the damage to the walls was minimal, and he can rest assured, but he replies that the situation is not optimistic. Song Zikiong is shocked to hear him mention a Lord-rank zombie. He explains that today only the enhanced versions of normal zombies appeared, and the number of special zombies was very small, leading him to believe the Lord is building its strength and preparing to strike. Dreamy suddenly runs up, calling for her master. He tells Song Zikiong to instruct Lu Lai to stop the live stream, which she confirms has already been done. He pats a panting Dreamy's head, asking why she's so anxious, and if she found the Lord zombie. She says no, explaining that she only sensed a few brief energy fluctuations and could only confirm the general direction, as she lacks any locking or tracking skills. She apologizes, but he tells her not to always be sorry, as he knows she tried her best. She then says she didn't come up empty-handed and presents a map from Song Zikiong's subordinate, revealing she found several suspicious gathering points of special zombies. She points out locations on the map: the Jiangcheng Farmers Market with hundreds of 2-meter-tall red-eyed fat guys, Donggang Square filled with strange zombies with no arms or jaws, and a dense crowd of fast-moving zombies crawling on the Riverside TV tower. He identifies these as Stage 2 evolved zombies: the giant fatty, the tank, the predator, and the whistler. Realizing she was right about the Lord's plan, Song Zikiong asks about the strength of these zombies, and he explains they are at least level 10 and have gathered in herds of thousands. He reasons that if they only targeted him, there would still be a way to win. However, under the Lord's command, they will try to break into the city and massacre it, making it a game of who can kill faster, and he estimates that hardly more than 10% of them will survive. Song Zikiong declares the Lord must be eliminated in advance, and says she will go check for any evolvers with tracking talents. Bai stops her, saying not to worry, as he has a suitable candidate. He sends a message to Han, asking if he has the ability to track energy fluctuations. Han replies that his talent is mental control, making him naturally sensitive to them. Bai then asks him for a favor related to the Lord mentioned in the broadcast, and begins to explain the situation and his plan. The next morning in the dream space, Han Zikiong arrives at the Dongshan settlement's villa area, surprised by its large size. As the broadcast only showed the city wall, he eagerly asks Bai if he can get a villa if he moves there. Bai tells him of course, pointing out the many empty villas on the mountaintop he can choose from. Overjoyed, Han Zikiong declares that Bai is so good to him and he will do his best today, announcing that he is ready to set off. Dreamy asks which special zombie they should kill first, and Bai decides on the riverside TV tower. At the tower, countless slender zombies are crawling up its glass surface. He explains that the Whistlers are the only zombies that can ignore the city walls and pose the greatest threat to settlements, concluding that the Lord will definitely not let them kill them easily. He tells Han Zikiong that it all depends on his performance now. He tells Dreamy to come, and she flies up beside him with pink glowing wings. As a stunned Han Zikiong wishes he could learn to fly with his psychic abilities too. Inside the tower, Dreamy floats, confidently declaring herself the strongest in the dream space. The Whistlers screech and swarm towards her at incredible speed. She remarks on how fast they are, realizing it's over, and she doesn't have enough time to dodge. Suddenly, Bai appears in front of her, telling her not to move as he unleashes his Hellfire Engulfment skill, surrounding them in a protective sphere of purple and black flames. The Whistlers slam into the barrier and are incinerated. After the flames die down, only one Whistler remains, which he consumes with Evolution Devour. He counts 297 defeated zombies, remarking that it's only the second day of the siege for so many elites to have gathered. He tells Dreamy that speed-type zombies gather quickly, and this is probably all of them from the entire city and nearby towns. He says more will come, but by then the Lord should already be dead. Dreamy asks if they should go clear out another gathering point, but he replies that without the Lord's organization, their scattered attacks won't be worth mentioning. Just then he receives a message from Han Zikiong, who has found the heart. Bai says he has already pinpointed the Lord's location. In the dream space, in a mountain area northeast of the settlement, Han Zikiong points out the mountain pass ahead as the source of the mental energy fluctuations, noting that the Lord is surprisingly behind them and quite intelligent. He eagerly tells Bai Dai they should head straight for the boss. Bai tells him he needs to return to the real world to fight the Lord, much to Han Zikiong's confusion. He explains his plan is to live broadcast the fight, as this Lord is the perfect stepping stone to become famous. He thanks Han Zikiong for his help and promises to leave him any suitable drops. He then tells Dreamy she can take Han Zikiong to clear out some Stage 2 elite zombies, specifically Screamers. He explains that these zombies have evolved mentally and can be suppressed by their abilities, and though they lack melee capabilities, their screams are a significant threat even to enhanced zombies. Dreamy understands and tells her master they will complete the mission. Bai walks toward the mountain pass, sensing the aura of a high-level evolved virus nearby. He unleashes his blacklight virus in the form of sweeping blades, cutting down several bladed zombies that leap from the shadows to ambush him. He identifies them as hunters, the Lord's bodyguards, and even more advanced than the ones he's faced before. He notes they love hit-and-run tactics and are nearly as fast as him. Realizing a drawn-out fight would allow the Lord to escape, he decides to feign weakness to lure them in. He allows their attacks to land, the blades crackling against his defenses as he prepares his counter. With a boom, he unleashes his Evolution Devour, consuming them all. A system hint notifies him that he has devoured Stage 4 speed-type hunting zombies, enhancing all abilities of his blacklight virus, and gaining virus points and exclusive evolution points. His blacklight virus gains a new blade form. He stands as a cloaked, white figure with long tendrils emerges from the trees, asking if it thinks it can kill him. The creature unleashes a powerful mental shock, but Bai is unfazed, remarking on its strong mental energy before swatting its attack aside. The Lord seems weak, and he easily dispatches it. Back at the settlement, Han Zikiong and Dreamy celebrate with others, cheering by Dai's name for killing the Lord and making the siege easier. The women he knows surround him, calling him reliable and saying he accurately targeted their weaknesses and preferences, while Dreamy calls out to her master. He holds up a hand, saying, "But," as the illusion shatters with a snap. The real Bai stands over the defeated illusion, noting that even though it created an illusion, it didn't interfere with his basic judgment, meaning its mental energy is lower than his. He turns to face the true, monstrous Lord Zombie. Bai Dai yells for Meng Meng to stop moving, as he is engulfed in a purple flame-like aura, a level of skill known as Hellfire Engulfment, which continuously drains mental energy while burning any enemy it touches. The immense power crackles and rumbles, causing the ground to shake. He performs a final evolution devour on a stage 3 speed-type hunting zombie, and a system notification confirms he has gained 200 virus points and 50 exclusive Blacklight virus evolution points, though the yield was adjusted due to multiple devours. He notes that he has now killed 297 elite evolved zombies on only the second day of the siege, musing that they must have gathered from all over Jiangcheng City and nearby towns. He tells Meng Meng that more will come, but by then the Lord should be dead, and their scattered attacks will be worthless without its organization. Meng Meng asks if they should go clear out another gathering point, but as a streak of light flies toward them, Bai Dai says there is no need. Within a dream space northeast of the Jiangcheng settlement, Han Zio reports that the source of the mental energy fluctuations is in the mountain pass ahead, then quickly corrects himself, realizing with surprise that it is actually behind them and possesses some intelligence. Within a dream space northeast of the Jiangcheng settlement, Han Zio reports that the source of the mental energy fluctuations is in the mountain pass ahead, then quickly corrects himself, realizing with surprise that it is actually behind them and possesses some intelligence. Back in the real world, Bai Dai tells his companions he's heading straight for the boss, unable to wait any longer as he needs to return to fight the Lord. He thanks Meng Meng for her help and promises to leave any suitable drops for her. Before he goes, he tells Meng Meng to take Han Zio and clear out some stage 2 elite zombies he calls Screamers. Meng Meng confirms she understands and will complete the mission, as Bai Dai locates the target in the mountainous area northeast of the settlement. Although he lacks detection abilities, he can sense the aura of a high-level evolved virus nearby. Suddenly, several swift, dark figures, which he identifies as hunters and the Lord's bodyguards, leap towards him. He recognizes them as speed-evolved zombies, even more advanced than standard hunters. He notes they are nearly as fast as him and favor hit-and-run tactics. Worried that a prolonged fight will allow the Lord to escape, he decides to feign weakness and expose a flaw to lure them into a direct attack. As one lunges at him, he is suddenly enveloped in crackling purple energy. The energy explodes outwards, and a system message announces an evolution devour. He has devoured a stage 4 speed-type hunting zombie, enhancing all abilities of his Blacklight virus, and gaining 1,000 virus points and 750 exclusive evolution points. As he writhes, he devours another elite mutant, gaining 900 more points, and a notification declares that the Blacklight virus has gained a new blade form. Suddenly, he senses a powerful mental shock. The Lord appears, telling Bai Dai that it thought he would have used the chance to escape, and asks if he truly believes he can kill it. Bai Dai retorts that the Lord is gravely mistaken before lunging forward with blinding speed. The Lord falls, defeated, with Bai Dai noting that the boss was rather weak. An illusion of his companions appears, celebrating his victory and telling him how much easier the siege will now be without the Lord's leadership. They praise him, calling him reliable, and saying he has accurately targeted their weaknesses and preferences. Bai Dai remains impassive, stating that the illusion is too low-level to embarrass itself with. The illusion shatters like glass, and he tells the true Lord Zombie that its trick didn't interfere with his basic judgment, which proves its mental energy is lower than his own. A message urges everyone to switch to Stream Room 3 to watch the frontal assault on the settlement wall. Where second-tier physical evolution zombies called rampaging fattas are being used as living artillery. On the walls, a woman with purple hair commands the defenders to stay alert and kill any zombies thrown up to their position. Defenders with talents like throwing specialist, string-controlled arrow, and invisible resistance try to hold back the tide. But the fourth section of the wall is breached by the relentless zombie bombardment. The woman orders them not to panic and to hold their positions, unleashing a powerful amethyst spear attack that pierces multiple zombies. She battles a large, armored zombie, striking it down with another amethyst spear. She rallies the troops, telling them to hold steady and that Bai Dai will soon kill the commanding lord, assuring them that victory will be theirs if they can survive this wave. As she roars, comments on the stream praise her power, with some viewers vowing to join her. She unleashes an infected plague attack, just as Bai Dai faces a new enemy northeast of the settlement, a mutated tyrant tracker. Stream viewers identify the creature, explaining that Bai Dai himself named it, and that he only starts fighting after the Lord calls for reinforcements. Another monstrous creature appears, a will-o'-the-wisp heretic, which commenters identify as a mental mutation on the same level as the Lord. They note that Bai Dai is ignoring it to focus on the Lord first, while a third monster, a massive mutated flesh mound, erupts from the ground. Bai Dai, unfazed, declares they cannot stop him and unleashes hellfire incineration. The Lord attempts to flee, but Bai Dai appears before it, stating it's too late. The heretic swoops in to devour the fallen Lord's remains, but Bai Dai intervenes, asking who gave it permission to eat his stuff. He easily dispatches the heretic, noting that its power is weaker than before, likely due to his infected plague. He then turns to the flesh mound, stating its resistance to the heretic's soul will-o'-the-wisp is not bad, and that he will borrow it. With a final burst of energy, he finishes off the last of the special zombies. Having defeated all the high-level threats, he begins crafting, holding the materials in his hand. He remarks on his good luck, having gathered all the high-quality materials he needed so neatly. The chat explodes with disbelief and excitement at the concept of equipment made from zombie parts. The viewers notice his unsatisfied expression, feeling that a Class C weapon doesn't match the quality of the materials used. However, the item's detailed description reveals multiple powerful active skills derived from the components, such as controlling creatures, boosting stats, and releasing a mental magnetic field. With this new power, he wonders if he can push his blacklight virus to evolve further. He proceeds to devour the remains of the special mutants, gaining thousands of virus points and unlocking multiple new abilities and forms for his blacklight virus, including Whip in Hand and an advanced skill tree, with his base awakening progress reaching 30%. He opens the skill panel to view the new whip form and other unlocked abilities like heat tracking, virus tracking, and earth-shattering smash. He decides to invest all his blacklight virus evolution points. Eager to test it out, he prepares to leave. Meanwhile, in a villa in the Jiangcheng settlement, a woman named Zikiong is informed that Bai Dai has finished and is heading towards the city walls. Inside a tent behind the walls, Suzin is being treated for exhaustion. Her friend tells her she has worked hard and must rest, as she hasn't stopped since the siege began. Suzin insists she can still manage because many were wounded in the last attack, but she is told she must rest, and that if she collapses, Bai Dai will be upset. Suzin asks in confusion about a celebration. In another location, Zikiong reports to a group of women that their situation isn't great. Though the Lord is dead, the zombies within a kilometer are still attacking wildly, driven by hatred. Based on Shiwei's observation, 3 sections of the walls are about to be breached, with the most dangerous being the tank group gathering at sections 6 to 8 on the west wall, which their firepower cannot stop. Based on Shiwei's observation, 3 sections of the walls are about to be breached, with the most dangerous being the tank group gathering at sections 6 to 8 on the west wall, which their firepower cannot stop. At a lookout point, Shiwei reports that her analysis shows the wall at section 6 can only hold for 3 more minutes and needs support. Her flesh wall is being consumed faster than it can regenerate, and her A-class ability, All-Seeing Eye, has been in constant use, draining her mental power. Another woman observes that Shiwei is not well and decides she is heading to the front line to provide support, ordering someone to drag Shiwei down for a rest. On the walls, a woman named Leng Shuang is fighting desperately. Reinforcements arrive, but she yells at them not to come, saying the enemies are too fast for them to help. As she is about to be overwhelmed, Bai Dai arrives, telling her not to charge and make things worse. He instructs her to spread the word that the Lord is dead and the rest is up to him, declaring that victory is assured. The defenders erupt in cheers as Bai Dai returns. He unleashes his whip and hand form, creating a massive earth-shattering smash. He unleashes advanced charging spikes, while his allies use attacks like the amethyst cone to clear out the remaining zombies. 4 days later, the battle is finally over, but the cost was higher than imagined. The walls are nearly destroyed after 5 days of continuous battle. A companion tells Bai Dai that they overestimated everyone's endurance and underestimated the battle's intensity, adding that they wouldn't have been able to hold on without him and Meng Meng. An elven-looking figure appears, congratulating them on perfectly completing the mission, and noting that despite the brutal battlefield, the number of deaths was shockingly low. He tells Bai Dai to build his city-state now, as it will be the first one after the trial's descent. His companion tells him Meng Meng wants to gain experience points in a nearby dungeon, and he tells her to have Meng Meng come to him after she's finished. His companion tells him Meng Meng wants to gain experience points in a nearby dungeon, and he tells her to have Meng Meng come to him after she's finished. The companion then relays that everyone wants his guidance on combat techniques and skill selection. She insists she just wants it. He relents and tells her to send him screenshots of all their skill trees. Later, surrounded by his female companions, he reviews their abilities. He advises her that since she's a queen and not a warrior, she should prioritize upgrading amethyst evolution and mental fortification. He advises her that since she's a queen and not a warrior, she should prioritize upgrading amethyst evolution and mental fortification. And he explains the boundless depth ability can put an opponent in a dazed state if they make eye contact. He explains the boundless depth ability can put an opponent in a dazed state if they make eye contact. He then turns to Shiwei and her A-level skill overview. He tells her not to worry about having fewer skill trees and to first unlock threat vision, which highlights dangerous targets, followed by see what I see, which allows her to share that vision with teammates, making her an indispensable god-level support in the future. Next, he addresses Lu Lai, telling her that her B-level illusory image has a skill that can create miracles. Perceive illusion as reality. This skill has the strange effect of making an illusion appear real to an enemy who fails to see through it. If they believe an illusionary nuclear bomb is real, they will genuinely be affected as if hit by one. He explains this is why the skill lacks a damage description, because anything is possible. However, he cautions that her talent doesn't include skills to disguise energy waves, so pure illusions are easy to see through, and success depends entirely on her technique. He then turns to Su Xin and her B-level rapid recovery, advising her to distribute points evenly across stamina, flesh, and mind recovery abilities, as her skills affect herself first before she can actively use them to help others recover. He praises her ability as the best medical talent he has seen yet. Another woman, Lingyu, with a B-level focus concentration, speaks up. Bai Dai explains that her ability is god-level for duels. By setting and focusing on a target, it accelerates her thought process while filtering out irrelevant information. He advises her to select skills that help her make judgments in battle, and to practice one-on-one against different talented opponents. As he speaks, Lingyu enters a state of extreme focus on him, so intense that she wouldn't even notice being stabbed. He snaps his fingers to break her concentration, telling her she must be able to control who and when she focuses on, or the talent is purely negative. Finally, he addresses the last woman, who has a C-level gifted talent that increases experience gain and skill proficiency. He tells her once it's fully leveled, she'll have 10 times the comprehension, allowing her to grow at 10 times the rate of a normal person and master all combat stances and techniques. She jokingly complains that he's always bullying her and that she'll bite him, while another companion tells everyone to work hard so new members won't look down on them and embarrass Bai Dai. She jokingly complains that he's always bullying her and that she'll bite him, while another companion tells everyone to work hard so new members won't look down on them and embarrass Bai Dai. Outside, a green-haired woman watches, wanting Bai Dai's guidance on skill paths for herself. Later, Bai Dai appears in Han Zio's house in Magic City via teleportation, with Meng Meng looking dizzy from the long-distance travel. He tells her it's the result of sudden mental power depletion and that she should rest. And Bai Dai confirms all the planning is done, and everyone is working hard to make Beatty City perfect. Han Zio then asks how many attribute points he got from the city building rewards, considering he and Meng Meng killed many special zombies in the dream world. Bai Dai replies that he only got one, explaining there was an accident when they were fighting the screaming zombies. They all screamed together, and the mental shock was too much, causing Hanzayo, who was flying using mental power, to be shaken and fall to his death. Bai Dai tells Hanzayo not to go around saying he's from the 001 chat group, as he can't bear the embarrassment. Bai Dai says he was just joking and they can head out when ready. Bai Dai says he was just joking and they can head out when ready. As they prepare to leave, Bai Dai notes that the SSS-level missions, Plague Mark, has been sending alerts since he teleported, which seems related to the chemical plant and plague zombies Hanzayo mentioned. He looks forward to the reward from an SSS-level mission. The mask has refined the bloodline potions into a single S-class high-level demon bloodline essence, a potion which has no usage requirements. The mask has refined the bloodline potions into a single S-class high-level demon bloodline essence, a potion which has no usage requirements. Hanzayo points him toward an area shrouded in green mist. Hanzayo says he knew about the factory before the apocalypse, but doesn't know its interior. Hanzayo puts on a skull-patterned mask. Hanzayo puts on a skull-patterned mask. Hanzayo puts on a skull-patterned mask. And as Bai Dai holds a glowing object, the plague mark triggers, starting the follow-up task for the plague sect. Plague Factory, an A-class quest to find the source of the plague mutation for a reward of experience and a skill tree. Bai Dai feels his talents have been enhanced since reaching level 10, noting his virus control has greatly improved, and that all microorganisms and viruses within 10 meters are completely under his control. Hanzayo calls him impressive for being able to enjoy such a terrifying place, then corrects himself to say perverted. A giant mosquito-like monster appears, and Bai Dai's arm transforms into a writhing mass of purple tendrils. Hanzayo points out that the plague mosquito was guarding a strange mushroom, which might be a dungeon material. Hanzayo points out that the plague mosquito was guarding a strange mushroom, which might be a dungeon material. Bai Dai warns him not to move, saying a single sniff would be less torturous than touching it, as rotting from the lungs is better than from the hands. He identifies the mushroom as a fusion of plague viruses and bacteria. Despite Hanzayo's warning, Bai Dai takes a bite. He remarks that one bite is equivalent to several elite zombies and takes another, gaining 350 more points. He remarks that one bite is equivalent to several elite zombies and takes another, gaining 350 more points. They proceed to Hanzayo's father's factory lounge and dormitory, but Hanzayo finds nothing related to his father's work or clues for his quest. Bai Dai suggests they explore the source of the plague together, but warns Hanzayo that he must run immediately if told to. They identify the area with the highest concentration of plague and viruses as the sewage treatment pond, where all the chemical plant's wastewater is collected. Hanzayo mentions he's only been inside once, and the air made him dizzy. Inside the massive cavernous pond, filled with glowing fungi and insects, Bai Dai tells Hanzayo to wrap himself in mental energy to prevent being eroded by the plague if he strays too far. A hooded figure appears on a high ledge, speaking of the children of the plague and servants of the virus. Bai Dai recognizes them as disciples of the sect. He wonders if the defense of an A-class difficulty boss is truly this strong. He wonders if the defense of an A-class difficulty boss is truly this strong. The disciples kneel in prayer to their destined god, offering solemn rituals and devout prayers for their god to ignite the divine fire soon. Hanzayo asks if they are kneeling to Bai Dai, who replies that he isn't sure maybe. A figure named Plague Bishop Pukashumi, a level 71 being, confirms they are kneeling to Bai Dai, the destined great god, and that he can offer everything, his life or soul, at any time. Bai Dai is shocked, as a level 71 third transformation saint is a power level he's never encountered this early in the trial. In his last life, he only reached level 79. He realizes that despite the vast power gap, his D-class mental perception allows him to perceive the saint's name and rank, which must mean the saint is completely unprepared for him. He asks the bishop if he is the god destined for him. He calls Bai Dai, who obtained the mark of plague at the beginning of the trial, the destined god of plague. He calls Bai Dai, who obtained the mark of plague at the beginning of the trial, the destined god of plague. Bai Dai reflects that this must be the exclusive opportunity for his virus king talent. He asks the bishop what he can do for him, and the bishop explains they paid a great price to enter the trial early, all to assist him. The bishop says how fortunate he is to see Bai Dai so early, and that every sect member who comes can provide a plague sect treasure corresponding to their strength. However, he apologizes, explaining that to avoid the perception and interference of the cosmic will, They cannot directly hand over all the treasures at once. Bai Dai accepts this and asks if they have any job transfer scrolls. A robed figure presents the White Emperor with a class change scroll, explaining that, of course, he has them. He reveals a selection of powerful scrolls, including an S-Class Plague Knight scroll and an S-Class Insect Master scroll. He then presents his most precious item, the SS-Class Son of Doom Profession scroll, laying them out for the White Emperor to inspect. The White Emperor, however, looks on unimpressed, asking if that is all the figure has to offer. The robed man explains that reaching SSS class is almost impossible at the beginning, noting that many gods ascended from S-Class or even lower. The White Emperor states he is aware of this, but is only interested in an SSS class change scroll. The robed figure's followers look on in awe, realizing they are witnessing the god of their future, convinced the plague sect's revival is promising. After the White Emperor threatens to look elsewhere, the robed man laughs and reveals there is one possible method to obtain an SSS-class scroll. He asks if the White Emperor is interested, clarifying that it is not guaranteed and he would have to retrieve it himself. The robed man explains he can open a special secret space that leads to the greatest plague event in Blue Star's history, where the White Emperor could collect plague seeds to forge an SSS-class scroll. The White Emperor agrees that since there is a chance, he must try. The robed figure then begins a ritual, declaring that he sacrifices his life, power, and soul. He states his desire to become the ladder for his god, and to pave the way of plague before shouting for the gate to open. A swirling vortex of green energy manifests, pulsing with dark power. A system window appears, asking if he would like to enter the exclusive secret instance, the Whales of 8 million Souls. As the White Emperor stands before the portal with Han Zio, he tells him that it is an exclusive instance, and he will not be bringing him in. A masked Beatty appears, adding that an instance opened by such a powerful boss sacrificing everything is too dangerous, and he wouldn't dare go in. The White Emperor tells Han Zio that the portal's opening time is limited, and sends him out first, warning him to get out himself because the plague would infect him if the bugs didn't kill him. Han Zio finds himself transported to the outskirts of Magic City, near a plague factory, wondering what he has just been through. He immediately messages a group chat, recounting how an ultra-powerful NPC knelt to deliver a class change scroll to the White Emperor, who was still unsatisfied. In the chat, Overlord asks how strong the NPC was, and Han Hing explains that the White Emperor's full-strength attack didn't even break his defense. When asked about the scrolls, Han Hing specifies they were 2 S-Class and 1 SS-Class, which still didn't satisfy the White Emperor, who insisted on nothing less than SSS class. Han Hing then explains that the NPC sacrificed himself to open an instance for the White Emperor to obtain the SSS class scroll. The group members express their astonishment at the growing gap between them and the White Emperor. Meanwhile, the White Emperor enters the instance, surprised to see an hourglass of time appear before him. He finds himself in a deserted city, identifying the architecture as medieval Florence, the city of world art, noting the iconic Roman stone gate. He looks around the empty streets, wondering why there is no one there. Suddenly, he senses someone nearby. He finds a sickly man huddled in an alley, who begs the stranger to leave, claiming he is dirty and has been cursed by the gods with an illness. The White Emperor approaches the man, asking the poor soul if he wants to live, and as he touches him, a system notification announces that he has absorbed the Black Death virus, increasing his virus points by 3. Realizing he is in the midst of the Black Death, he receives a new quest notification, a hidden side quest for the plague sect called Seeds of Plague, the Whales of 8 million Souls, requiring him to collect plague seeds. The man he cured thanks him profusely, calling him a messenger of the gods and offering to serve him. The White Emperor muses that he needs followers and renown, making it easier to gather information. As the cured man holds up a cross, the White Emperor stops him, stating he is not a messenger of that god. When the man asks which god he serves, the White Emperor clarifies that he is not a messenger at all. He then dons a plague doctor mask, declaring that he is the god of plague, and tells the man to spread the word that he can eliminate the plague for anyone who comes to find him at Lord's Square. 3 days later, at the Holy See of Lights Cathedral, 2 bishops lament that the damned heretic managed to convert 90% of the city's people into his believers in just 3 days, leaving only 7 people at their Sunday service. Bishop John argues with Bishop Haken, stating they should have killed the heretic at the square, but now they only have 5 nights left, not even enough to guard the cathedral. Bishop Haken stands by his decision, reminding John of what happened over the past 3 days. He recounts how the heretic appeared suddenly with the ability to cure the plague, curing everyone in the city within 3 days. He led his new believers to fight the plague, teaching them about hygiene and microorganisms while caring for the sick. Haken notes that the heretic's doctrine contained no restrictions or demands for contributions. He argues that if they had killed him, it would have been obvious to the people who the real demon was, especially after the heretic told everyone that a kind God would never make people fight over beliefs. John accuses Haken of sounding like a plague believer, but Haken retorts that their almighty God needs no worry. They, however, should be worried, revealing he has already sent a message to the Pope about the situation. Inside a royal room, the White Emperor examines a pulsating purple orb, the seed of plague, which he concentrated from all the viruses he absorbed in Florence. A system window shows the seed's concentration progress at a mere 0.001%, but he has obtained the Pillar of Plague ability. He realizes he will have to travel the entire world to complete its concentration. His first believer enters, informing him that his most loyal followers are waiting. The White Emperor addresses his followers, announcing that the plague in Florence is exterminated and he will be moving to other places. Before leaving, he summons a massive, swirling pillar of dark purple energy, declaring it the Pillar of Plague, which will cure the disease of anyone who prays before it. His followers rejoice, calling it a miracle from their great God. He warns them not to over-rely on it, as it will lose its effect once he has cleared all plague from this world and departed. He reminds them of his teachings on preventing and controlling plagues, telling them to never forget the doctrines of the plague sect. A woman thanks him, promising they will always remember his teachings, even building a cathedral to spread the news of his deeds. The White Emperor bids his children goodbye, wishing them a life free from disease. As he departs, he can still hear his followers chanting their mantra. All are corrupt, all living things are immortal. Noting the fanaticism of the era's people will be helpful in collecting the seed of plague. He muses that the fame of being a god will draw people to him, saving him a great deal of time he would have otherwise spent over many years completing the seed's concentration. Days later at the Vatican, the Pope is approached by Sauron, the leader of the Knights Templar. The Pope laments that at a crucial moment when a demon released a plague, a heretic used it to snatch away their believers. Sauron scoffs at the weak-faithed believers for being so easily fooled by the con artist, who claims to be the god of plague. The Pope corrects him, stating that the plague in Florence was indeed cured after the heretic appeared, leading Sauron to wonder if he truly has such power. The Pope explains that the heretic is a demon who released the plague himself, only to cure it as a miracle to deceive people. He reveals that the heretic has now arrived at the Vatican, and he has already summoned people to bring him to the plaza. He commands Sauron to take the Spear of Longinus and kill the demon in front of everyone to cleanse the world of evil. In the Vatican's biggest plaza, a young boy recognizes the White Emperor and runs off to tell everyone of his arrival. The White Emperor reflects on how all the other cities under the Holy See's control had either blocked their gates or stopped him from entering. He finds it a stupid tactic that here, at their home base, a child free of disease was sent to welcome him. He stands before a large sculpture of the Holy See, realizing they intend to kill him right here. He smirks, seeing this as his chance to completely get rid of the troubles caused by the Holy See, and challenges them to show him what they are trying to do. People rush to the plaza, gossiping about the church's plan to judge the heretic who cured the plague. The Pope and Sauron, wielding the Spear of Longinus, confront the White Emperor, declaring that the Divine Lord has decreed his destruction. The White Emperor accuses the Pope of falsely invoking the Lord's name to slander him as a demon. The Pope retorts that the Lord revealed the truth to him. The White Emperor is a demon from the abyss who unleashed the plague only to cure it to deceive the people and make them abandon their faith. As the crowd murmurs, a man confirms that the heretic can indeed cure the plague, as he witnessed it in Florence, while a woman clutches her dying child, questioning why the church would punish him before letting him cure the sick. The Pope continues his sermon, claiming the heretic's true fault lies in secretly corrupting the souls of the people, which would condemn them to hell after death. The crowd, swayed by his words, begins to shout for judgment, calling the White Emperor a vile demon. Sauron, declaring that the followers of God are calling for justice, lunges forward with the Spear of Longinus, yelling for the demon to die. The White Emperor effortlessly blocks the legendary spear with just 2 fingers, the force of the impact creating a brilliant flash of light. He tells Sauron to give up, stating that the spear already made the mistake of harming the Lord's son once, and he won't let it happen again. Sauron is shocked at his inability to move the spear. The White Emperor walks calmly toward the Pope, stating that after being repeatedly stopped from curing the plague, he now understands upon seeing the Pope in person. He laughs and declares that the Pope is the real demon, a joke that confuses the crowd. He then states that whether the Pope is a demon will soon be clear to everyone, before striking him down with a single, powerful blow. The crowd screams in horror as the Pope collapses, and Sauron, snapping out of his shock, curses the White Emperor for deceiving him with his questions. The White Emperor calmly tells the demon, who usurped the Pope's position, to reveal its true form. The fallen Pope's body begins to writhe and transform, demonic horns sprouting from his head, as his eyes glow red. The horrified crowd points at the horns, realizing what is happening to the Pope. The transformed demon struggles to its feet, gurgling that it will kill the White Emperor, who watches with an expression that says everything is going just as he anticipated. The White Emperor thinks to himself that his power is too advanced for this era, and debating the Pope or releasing a virus would not have been convincing enough. Luckily, he had collected A-grade demon blood essence when he went to pick up Mang. A system notification flashes, confirming the use of the demon blood essence as he recalls his plan to inject it into the Pope's body, along with a zombie virus as double insurance, ensuring the Pope would turn into a true monster. The demon Pope unleashes a torrent of infernal fire from its mouth, forcing the terrified crowd to flee. The White Emperor recognizes the effect of the blood essence taking hold. A stunned Sauron can only stare in disbelief, realizing the bishop was truly a demon. The White Emperor calmly observes, knowing the Pope's body will soon collapse under the strain of the blood's power. He addresses the crowd, proclaiming that a demon from hell had usurped the Pope's position, twisted the doctrine, and harmed the faithful, and now it dared to stop him from removing the plague and saving lives. He declares that he will enact divine punishment and destroys the demon with a single, explosive punch of dark energy. With the demon slain, Sauron, the commander of the Templar Knights, kneels before the White Emperor, repenting for being blinded and obstructing him, willing to accept any punishment. The White Emperor says he admires his courage, but tells him that God does not punish humanity, before declaring his sole purpose in this world is to take away the plague. With the demon eradicated, the church's influence declined while the cult of the plague rose rapidly, and the White Emperor's operations in Europe were no longer hindered, with every plague-stricken city preparing to welcome his arrival. Soon, pillars of plague stood in every city across Europe, but the condensation of the plague seed was far from over, forcing him to travel across Africa, Asia, and Eurasia. After 1 year, 5 months, and 12 days of traveling and encountering different races and empires, the seed in his hand is finally complete, and he now only needs to reclaim the plague from the pillars. He reflects that if he had known how long the incredibly challenging mission would take, especially considering the value of 1.5 years in the early post-apocalypse, he might not have entered it at all. Bai reflects on how much more comfortable the modern world is as he lies in bed, deciding to use the medicinal pillow he acquired from the dungeon. He materializes the pillow, noting that using it genuinely helps him sleep better, but then pauses in confusion. A system window appears, identifying the object as an ancient dragon Chinese medicine pillow, a D-level prop that can improve sleep quality and offer weak defense against mental attacks. He wonders how an ordinary medicinal pillow from a dungeon became a system item before his attention is drawn to his inventory, where he notices something is amiss. He is shocked to find that more than half of the items he brought out of the dungeon have transformed into system items, a phenomenon he has never heard of before. His eyes widen as he sees that even the Spear of Longinus has become an item. He decides to draw it out, thinking he can finally get some rest after releasing some of its power. A system notification details the stats of the unawakened Spear of Longinus, an F-class weapon with a dark banishment trait that increases damage to evil creatures by 200%. He understands that the spear, which originally existed on Blue Star, became a system item due to the will of the universe's arrival, just like all the other items that gained unique characteristics. But as he holds it, a sharp pain shoots through his hand. He looks down to see his entire palm has turned red and wonders if the spear is rejecting him. It dawns on him that he must be classified as one of the 5 types of creatures the spear repels: evil, dark, corrupt, abyssal, or filth. Realizing he cannot use a mere F-level weapon without getting burned, He considers that an S-rank version would likely melt him completely, making it a perfect counter to his own abilities. He wryly thinks that this means there is one less thing in the world that can threaten him. He is about to toss the spear into his inventory when he senses an unseen presence. He looks around the room, unable to detect anything with his virus detection or thermal vision. He deduces it must be a spiritual being of a low level, capable only of manipulating objects to attack. He considers using hellfire to instantly kill it, but decides against it to avoid ruining the bedroom. Frustrated by his lack of skills effective against spirits, he stands up, deciding to test what his virus can do against spiritual power. A sudden force grabs his leg, but he easily snaps the invisible hold. A series of system messages informs him that his virus has been successfully strengthened, evolving from the zombie virus into the original virus, and then into the spirit power enhanced T-virus. He wonders why the entity stopped attacking, and if it ran away. He decides to find out what kind of spirit it is. The system notifies him that his newly enhanced virus has unlocked the exclusive skills of psychic mastery and psychic perception, as well as the support skill, psychic vision. Using his new psychic vision, he sees two young girls, one telling the other not to attack him. The more aggressive girl insists she must kill the bad guy who barged into their house. Bai is surprised to see such complete spirits with a high level of intelligence. He uses psychic perception to learn more, identifying the aggressive one as Yan Kai, an evolver with an S-rank dual spirit body talent, currently at level 2. Her calmer sister is Yan Zhu, who also has the S-rank dual spirit body talent and is at the same level. He finds it strange that they are both evolvers, noting he hasn't seen many whose forms have changed due to their talents, and with a snap of his fingers, he solidifies their forms. He releases a wave of psychic energy, addressing Yan Kai and telling her to calm down. She lets out a grunt of pain as her brother tells Bai not to hurt her. Bai calmly states he won't hurt them, but they must listen to him. Yan Kai angrily accuses him of having perverted thoughts and dares him to fight her instead of bullying her sister. Bai questions her accusation, realizing with amusement that she is the one projecting her own thoughts onto him, and he warns her that if she causes any more trouble, he will kill them both. Her brother, Yan Zhu, confirms that they know about the changes in the world and can use the evolver panel. He asks why, if they know what's happening, they are still only level 2 and haven't been killing monsters for experience. Yan Zhu admits that she was the one who stopped her sister, unable to bear hurting the zombies because they were once human. Bai calls this foolish, warning that a stronger enemy will eventually appear, and their level 2 strength will be useless. He explains that their talent is dangerous because their power is tied to their emotions, cautioning them against becoming foolish saints or crazy idiots controlled by their feelings. He instructs them to close their eyes, feel their power, and control it, then use their minds to think about what they should do. Yan Zhu thinks she should be a good person and help everyone, while Yan Kai thinks about killing every bastard who might bully her sister. Bai observes them, realizing their rationality has been severely eroded, and if he doesn't discipline them properly, they will soon become low-level spirits acting purely on instinct. They would become nothing more than pure monsters. To train the spirits tainted by emotional energy, he decides the first step is to reduce the energy's influence on them. He begins by using his telekinesis to play with them, starting a training session. Yan Kai cries out in pain as she is manipulated by the force, asking what he is doing. Bai tells them to resist with all their strength until they run out of energy, explaining that this is practice for shaping and controlling with telekinesis. He finds it challenging to control 2 spirits at once, admitting his mental skills were not his specialty in his past life. And while he can manage their overall movements, the finer details are lacking. He also refines his own control over telekinesis during the process. He notices they've stopped resisting despite having energy left and wonders if it's because their reason has returned slightly, and they no longer see him as a threat. Deciding they still haven't grasped the gravity of their situation, he tells them that if they can't learn to control their emotional energy, they will become mindless, vengeful spirits. He warns them that it would be better to kill them now before that happens. As he intensifies the psychic pressure, they both cry out in pain. Their moans echo through the room as their forms flicker under the strain. Later, the 2 spirits lie exhausted but stable under a blanket, as Bai asks them what they would do if they encountered a zombie attacking a human. Yan Zhu says she would save the human and kill the zombie, while Yan Kai adds that if possible, she would kill the zombie first. Bai seems satisfied, noting that their rationality has returned, though one remains good and the other evil. He tells them that since their talents absorb yin and manifest energy as clothing automatically, they will start their training from scratch, beginning with a new technique. He instructs them to try and release the energy that is gradually accumulating and manifest it as clothing. The two sisters focus, one glowing with a blue benevolent aura and the other with a red malevolent one. He tells them he will use the next few days to help them improve their levels. In the mental hospital dungeon, Yanzu pacifies a good spirit, while Yan Kai twists the evil thoughts of another. They work together, absorbing yin and gathering yang, to defeat the small boss head nurse. Afterward, Yan Kai asks Bai how they performed. He warns her not to try invading his body with her evil thoughts, as it won't work. She huffs that it must be because he is inherently a bad person, which is why her evil thoughts are ineffective. Just then, he receives a message from Mang about a sword immortal wanting help with a secret nightmare-level dungeon. He reads the details for the exclusive nightmare-level Shushan Mountain Path dungeon, noting that only the evolver named I Am Really Not a Sword Immortal can be the team leader, and the team size is limited to 4 members with a level cap of 10. Bai muses that he never heard of this sword immortal in his past life, and speculates that he likely perished in this very dungeon due to a lack of reliable teammates. In the group chat, Overlord, Liu Huai, and Jiangsu Buxu all vie for the last spot, but Sword Immortal announces that Jiangsu Buxu is already slated to join, leading to protests from the others. After the team is settled, Bai tells the two spirits that's enough training for the day and they should go home. Yan Kai protests, claiming she can still kill more, but Bai insists they are not strong enough for the monsters ahead. He explains that the boss is skilled in mental attacks, and going now would be suicide. Yan Kai huffs in disappointment, but they both agree to listen to him. The newly formed team assembles at a thatched hut inside the dungeon at the base of the Shushan Range. Meng excitedly introduces her master, Jiangsu Buxu. Jiangsu politely tells Bai to just call him Jiangsu. The team leader, Chu Zixun, whose screen name is I Am Really Not a Sword Immortal, finally introduces himself and expresses his excitement at meeting Boss Bai. Bai, noticing the many swords Zixun carries, asks if he has a weapon-based talent. Zixun confirms it, and Bai uses his perception to view the details of his S-Rank sword immortal talent. The talent allows Zixun to trigger sword energy with sword-type equipment, with its power based on his mental strength, and also lets him create unique sword techniques that grant permanent attribute growth. Bai acknowledges that it is quite a good talent. With everyone present, Chu Zixun announces it's time to set off. Inside the dungeon, at the start of the mountain road, Zixun confirms that everyone has received the task reminder. Bai notes the brief introduction and surmises the mountain path will be difficult, but he is looking forward to the surprises it holds. As they walk, the path becomes shrouded in a thick fog. The group is disoriented by the poor visibility. Bai looks ahead, his expression thoughtful. He murmurs a line about the road to Shu being difficult. An old man appears on the path ahead, and Zixun calls out to him. As Zixun takes a step, Bai tells him to stop. Zixun pauses, looking down at his feet. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes he is standing on the edge of a cliff. Bai comments that he jumped at full speed, but didn't even come close to the old man. He suspects it might be an illusion. As he draws his weapon, he repeats the line about the difficult road to Shu. His blade cuts through the air, shattering the illusion of the old man and revealing the path ahead, confirming the 5 elements of heaven and earth are difficult obstacles. The illusion of the old man recovers instantly, and Bai realizes it's a guiding illusion. He tells everyone to listen carefully to the sentences the illusion chants. The team gathers around him, listening intently. Zixun notes the 5 elements in the chant. Jiangsu wonders if climbing in this low visibility is the first difficulty. He questions if the water is rising. Bai equips his biohazard gauntlet. An unseen force lashes out from the mist. Bai raises his gauntlet-clad fist and punches forward. His punch connects with a powerful sword made of water, and he notes its strong, penetrating power. He realizes that his physique combined with the defensive power of his shield form is enough to penetrate it. The group is now wary, and Zixun warns that his ability to sense sword intent cannot locate the enemy. Jiangsu glances around and tells Zixun to activate the talisman he gave him. Jiangsu also reports that his own mental strength can't find its location either. He activates a golden light protective talisman, which envelops the group in a bright shield just as he senses the attack coming from the east and prepares his thunder-inducing tactics. A massive golden sword strikes the shield with a loud clang. Bai catches the sword before it can strike again. He grips it tightly, admiring what a nice sword it is. Jiangsu shouts in alarm as he sees his protective talisman start to crack and fail. The golden sword breaks free and shatters into golden light. Meng Meng cheers that her master is awesome. Zixun wonders if the flying sword has self-awareness, as it showed no hint of resistance when caught. Bai smirks and says he will show them why the sword is so powerful. A system window appears, displaying the stats for the BU level 12 5-element sword Spirit, Water, which has a water dragon ability that greatly increases its power in watery environments. Jiangsu now understands why his golden shield could only block it for less than half a second. And Zixun notes that in the current water mist, its bonus may be 3 to 5 times stronger. Zixun exclaims what a good sword Spirit it is, and Bai agrees, thinking it would be a great fit for Chu Zixun's hands. However, he tells Zixun that he can't give it to him because he controls it through special means. Zixun waves his hands, saying he wants to cultivate his own sword Spirit anyway, as it would be closer to him that way. He reminds his master that the 5 elements are difficult obstacles on the way up, meaning he should be able to gather all 5 sword spirits. Jiangsu feels confident that their copy will be successful easily, now that he understands why the legendary player Crow gave him equipment and skill books. The fog dissipates, signaling the end of the first level, and the team finds themselves in a grassy clearing. Zixun points out the woodcutter in the distance. Bai looks over, recalling the lyrics of the woodcutter's song, and realizing it means there are monsters hiding in the woods, and every tree and bush is an enemy. He remarks that it seems they are in for a group fight. The trees around them come to life, revealing themselves as monsters. Several radish-like monsters also pop out of the ground. Jiangsu comments that according to the lyrics, this level should have monsters hidden in the grass, and the sword concealed among the vegetation. As Bai attacks the monsters with a new plant-based sword, Zixun remarks that there's no need to dwell on the song's meaning, because it's already over. A system panel shows the details of the 5-element spirit sword, wood greenery level 12. And Bai notes that since water grows wood, it's a good combination, and its ambush capability is quite effective. He tells the others not to just stand there and to keep moving forward. His teammates look on, dumbfounded, with Jiangsu wondering what he's even there for. They continue up the treacherous path, where the 5 elements of heaven and earth form the obstacles. The next section is filled with strange rocks and perilous cliffs, where one wrong step could lead to falling into an abyss. The team finds there is no way forward, and Jiangsu is about to use another golden light protective talisman. Meng Meng tells him to wait, recognizing that making such a talisman isn't easy. She offers him a pair of goggles she made through dreaming instead. Jiangsu puts on the yellow-lensed goggles and remarks that at least he doesn't have to block his eyes anymore, though the sand and dust are still uncomfortable. A rumble echoes through the cliffs, and a section of the wall juts out, knocking the team off balance. They all start to fall from the cliffside. Jiangsu cries out for Senior Bai as Meng Meng yells for her master, unable to see where they've fallen in the strong sandstorm. She manifests a platform to save herself, shouting that she'll go find them. The sandstorm suddenly stops, and she finds her master again. Bai lands nearby, coughing up sand, followed by the others. He explains that the dungeon restricts flying, and his midair dashes consume more energy, leaving him exhausted after just a few uses. The team regroups, with Jiangsu suggesting they need to think about how to avoid being pushed off by the sword of the cliff again. Bai notes that the sandstorm even blocks spiritual power detection, making it impossible to predict the next attack. He explains that before the wall protrudes, there is a rumbling vibration for about half a second, and they must focus on feeling that vibration to dodge in time. Zixun is impressed that Bai caught that detail after only one try. Bai tells everyone to stay close to him if they can't react in time. The team gets ready, and another rumble signals an attack. A section of the wall shoots out, but this time they all dodge successfully. Bai declares the problem of the sword of the cliff solved, and that they should clear the level as soon as possible. Meng Meng asks if he wants the Earth Spirit sword that should be here, but he says no. She understands, realizing the Earth Spirit would be incompatible with his water and wood spirits, and would even restrain the Water Spirit sword. Bai confirms that since he can only control 3, his last choice should be either gold or fire. They reach the next stage, a scorching path under a blazing sun. Zixun complains that he's being roasted alive and desperately needs water, while Meng Meng finds it the most insidious spirit sword she's ever encountered. She notes that any water she produces evaporates instantly, and even the shade is useless, leaving her feeling like she's about to dry up. Bai tells her not to worry, as the attack is coming soon, explaining that brutality has never been the only form of fire. He states that only with enough fuel can a fire burn fiercely and strong. Zikiong, understanding the hint, asks if he has figured out when the fire spirit sword will arrive. Bai confirms, referencing the woodcutter's song again, "When you're dizzy and speechless." As Jiangsu sways, dizzy from the heat, Bai lunges forward and catches a sword of pure fire that materializes from the heat haze. A system window appears for the 5-element sword spirit, fire, heartburn level 12, which grows stronger with higher temperatures. With the fire spirit sword tamed, Bai tells the team to quickly finish this part of the journey and rehydrate. The next area is cool, a welcome relief. Jiangsu quotes the song again about the treacherous path as they see a flash of golden light ahead. Bai smirks, thinking the golden spirit sword trial is a perfect battle to vent his frustrations. A large, unpolished golden sword floats in the sky. The team stands back as Bai prepares to face it. Jiangsu comments on the sword's simple but powerful appearance. Multiple smaller golden swords fly towards Bai. He deflects them with his own sword with a loud clang. The blades clash and ring out through the air. The swords he struck fall to the ground, but he notices one of them has a glowing aura around it. The word heal appears over the blade as it repairs itself. Bai realizes what's happening and smirks. He quotes the proverb about steel and gold being forged through repeated tempering, understanding that no matter what the ability is called, he needs to see its limits. He raises his gauntlet-clad arm. He channels his power, ready to strike. With a mighty punch, he shatters the stone ground beneath him. Jiangsu and Zikiong look on, with Jiangsu wondering if the sword can improve infinitely. He confirms that he was wondering about that too. The main golden sword begins to shine brightly. Bai analyzes its power, estimating it has nearly 200 forces, and that the decrease in its physical strength has led to an increase in its raw strength and speed. He notes that the total attributes of the other swords are all 300, with their physique stats shifted to strength and speed. He tests the main sword's flexibility, pinching and bending the blade, and asks what its physical fitness value is. He shatters the sword with a final punch, and a notification appears that he has killed the golden spirit sword, gaining 25,000 experience points based on his combat contribution. He feels his own physical fitness value is only about 10, and concludes he doesn't like fights that require getting beaten to win, finding that the golden spirit sword died too easily. With the trials seemingly over, the team stands before the final stretch of the mountain path. The woodcutter's song echoes once more, speaking of the 5 elements and the difficult, endless road to truth. The phantom of the woodcutter appears again, walking past them down the mountain. He advises them not to climb, stating that if their determination is not firm, the path will not be clear. He says it is better to go home than to bother seeking immortality. Meng asks why the master is going down, and Bai replies that it's not good. He tells Zikiong that they have a long way to walk, and he must walk in front. Zikiong, initially confused, quickly understands that the path to truth is an endless road, and if his heart isn't firm, the path won't be clear. Jiangsu praises Zikiong, reminding him that this is his copy, and he is the only one with a heart to seek the truth. He then asks Bai what he thinks the meaning of the woodcutter going down the mountain is, but Bai replies that he is not sure. Bai internally feels he was misled, realizing the woodcutter's descent is a trick for those who take shortcuts, making them realize after a long journey that the real path was below all along, and he felt a chill, thinking the woodcutter might kill anyone who tried to go down the mountain. Zikiong panics, thinking he saw nothing and is unworthy of passing the level, but Jiangsu reassures him that it's good he has the desire to seek the truth and to be firm. 4 hours later, a notification declares they have completed the secret dungeon, Shushan Mountain Road. They are transported back to the clearing. A glowing reward appears, and a system message states that members who pass the level will receive a special reward, the Shushan token. Jiangsu and Zikiong receive the glowing tokens in their hands. A large treasure chest materializes as the reward. A system message explains the rewards have been issued, and the instance, now converted into a one-time normal instance, can be exited at any time. Another message details the Shushan token, a special item that grants the title Shushan Disciple and access to a special map for levels 10-89, but is bound to the individual. Bai examines the token, thinking his first priority is now to collect the second SSS level scroll, which he can only do after completing the Lado mission and changing his job. He lets his teammates go up the mountain without him. Zikiong tells Bai Da he can choose the clearance reward first. Bai thanks him. Zikiong happily declares that Beta is first, and Mengdu is second. Zhengsu smiles, pleased with the outcome. Back in the villa area, Bai rests on his bed. He thinks about how weak the spirits are. He tells Yan Kai that even if she tries her best to the point where her spirit can't touch matter, she still can't defeat him. She boasts that he is just bragging, and that she could knock him down in 3 seconds. He stands up, and in an instant, she is on the ground, defeated. He smiled, telling her the skill book for soul condensation is now hers. 2 ghostly female figures lie exhausted on the wooden herringbone floor, one lamenting that she can't hold on any longer and is about to dissipate, while the other agrees that she is in the same state. Chenby crouches before one of them, remarking on the gap in their power, and noting that he didn't even resist at all. He asks one of the spirits if she has someone she likes, or if she always has to be careful around people. Seeing how hard they've tried, he tells them he has a reward for them and summons a book. The book, a skill, drops to the floor between them as he suggests they wait until they have recovered to learn it, since it can be learned anywhere. He interrogates a defeated demon from the 72nd floor, remarking that the fallen are the most inferior demon race, and that it was probably just luck that this one became a lord. She asks if he is leaving already, reminding him that he said he would take them to River City, but he explains that another matter is more important, and that he will take them with him once he's back. The pink-haired woman agrees, saying they will wait for him to return. Chenby holds up a red and black scroll, a demon hunter promotion task scroll, thinking to himself that he has already improved to his limits, and it is time to get the SSS level promotion scroll from the Abyss. He reads the item's description, which explains that this special scroll can only be dropped by the first pure-blood demon species creature to be killed, and completing its task will transform it into a proper demon hunter promotion scroll. He reflects that while he didn't initially plan on going after this scroll, he now has no other leads on an SSS level scroll, so he will just have to give it a try. Chenby finds himself in the first layer of the Abyss, a hellish red landscape, as monstrous red figures spot him from a cliff, identifying him as a human and shouting for him to be eaten. He calmly observes the scene, thinking that in his previous life, he often came to the Abyss after becoming a demon hunter, and that it now feels a little like coming home. After swiftly dispatching several demons, a system window appears, showing his task progress as 3 out of 100 fallen demons killed. He reviews the task requirements, which state that he must kill 100 inferior demons and 100 fallen demons to complete the task and leave the Abyss. He muses that his real goal is the trial at the Abyss well, and since he is just using this task to enter the Abyss, he should probably hold back a little. A day later, he finds it annoying that he can't finish the task, complaining that there are too many demons who chase him endlessly, and even if he shakes off one batch, another quickly gathers. Suddenly, he notices the Abyss well has erupted in the distance. He realizes that the eruption will spew out countless demon blood eggs, birthing new creatures, and that tens of thousands of enemies will soon be coming down from the sky. He knows he can't stop now, or he will be surrounded, and worries that if he accidentally completes the task while fighting his way out, he will be immediately ejected from the Abyss. He quickens his pace, realizing he needs to hurry and leave before he's completely overwhelmed. He throws his sword, which impales a demon ahead of him, pinning it to the ground. A large, horned red demon, Demon Warrior Fergus, level 16, picks up the sword and gloats in the demon language about the fine dinner he has found. The demon warrior tells the human to kneel and express his gratitude for being able to fill Lord Fergus's stomach. Chenby, now speaking the demon language, asks if the demon knows why only the low-intelligence, inferior, and fallen demons can only run away. The demon, Fergus, states that there is no meaning for food to have such knowledge. Chenby calmly replies that he doesn't know either, but he can let the demon tell him the answer before it dies. The demon roars that this is impossible before Chenby swiftly kills it. After defeating the demon, Chenby retrieves his sword, thinking he needs to hurry before he is surrounded again. 6 days later, he stands before a massive, dark mountain known as the Abyssal Well. He reflects that it finally feels like he has arrived, and that in his past life, he sought refuge here after becoming a demon hunter, as most demons on the first layer don't dare approach the place. He decides it is the perfect time to rest for a while before starting the challenge. He sits down and takes out numerous potions, planning to feed the demon bloodline potions he collected to his mask, noting that his bag and storage are packed full of them. He wonders what level of bloodline essence will be synthesized from the tens of thousands of BD-grade potions he has acquired. Suddenly, a large, gray-skinned foot steps into view, and a voice reports that there is a human here. Chenby looks up as a creature. A Qo Tao fish demon informs its master that it received a report from a servant about a human heading toward the abyssal well. The level 18 demon, Submariner Jur 17, continues its report, stating that the human killed all other types of demons except for the inferior and fallen ones. Its massive, horned master expresses its displeasure, finding it strange for a human to be present. Chenby looks up at the creature, identifying it as a Ku Tao fish demon, and noting that it's not something that should be on the first layer. He addresses the demon in its own language, asking what's going on, and if they all come here to stroll around when the abyssal well erupts. The demon prince roars back, questioning how a mere human dares to run wild in the abyss. The creature unleashes a water blade slash attack. Chenby dodges the attack, which crashes into the ground behind him, as he activates his hellfire armor, erupting in red flames. He questions the creature's claim of being a demon prince, and asks which layer's lord it is. The creature snarls that its royal father is the lord of the 17th layer. Chenby simply replies with an "Oh" before the creature attacks again, complaining that its meal was interrupted by his appearance. Chenby nonchalantly dodges. A massive, monstrous blue creature with dark energy swirling around its claws bursts from the ground with a bang. It was just about to feast, and Chenby's appearance interrupted it. Chenby remarks that the creature in his inventory is quite unhappy, and that as an apology, the demon prince's bloodline will serve as an appetizer. He watches as his summoned beast tears into the demon prince, absorbing its bloodline, while tens of thousands of potions fill his inventory. He wonders what level of good stuff will be synthesized from it all, and is presented with a C-class weapon, a Backwater Trident, which grants underwater breathing and dark vision abilities. He notes that the underwater breathing ability might come in handy at some point, and with all problems solved, decides it's time to begin. He stands before the abyssal well, ready. He thinks that by staring into the abyss, he will receive the prompt he is waiting for. A swirling purple vortex opens at the base of the well, and a message appears in bloody text, stating that when you stare into the abyss also stares at you. He thinks to himself that it's here. A system message declares that the abyss has seen him, a sentient being, and he feels a sense of panic that is inevitable when being stared at by the abyss. He knows he cannot retreat now, as it would mean being abandoned with no second chance. The system scans him, noting his level is 10, that he hasn't advanced his class yet, and that he has no bloodline. The abyss continues its scan, observing his fear, hatred, and the suppression he carries. After a moment of silence, the abyss sees something. Chenby stares back with glowing blue eyes, a determined look on his face. A series of messages flash, declaring that the abyss thinks he meets the requirements and will open the passage for the abyss trial for him. He smiles, knowing he got what he came for, and accepts the trial, which will grant him a bound SSS-Rank class advancement scroll upon completion. The final instruction tells him to jump into the abyss well to begin, warning that retreating will be considered permanent abandonment, and he leaps in without hesitation. He lands with a bang inside a purple dimension. A trial content window appears, explaining that he must defeat the 10th level projection avatars of each demon lord on every layer under special conditions, with rest times granted between each completed layer. Another window states that the trial challenger's status will be restored to its maximum, all cooldowns will be reset, and equipment will be repaired before the trial begins, prompting him to think that even the 70-plus year cooldown on his time hourglass can be reset. However, a red error message flashes, declaring that the trial challenger cannot be restored to their peak state. He is flung backward by a strange force, hoping that nothing unexpected happens. A system window displays the status of his Return to the Past skill, showing a cooldown of over 72 years, and noting that this cooldown cannot be reduced by any other skills or effects. The skill icon suddenly appears before him, and he realizes with alarm that the abyss can't reset this particular skill. He wonders what he should do as multiple skill icons appear before him. A new window for Return to the Past appears, stating that the skill restriction is that he cannot return to a time before entering the abyss well, but its cooldown is now none. A final message confirms that the trial challenger's status has been fully restored, and the trial begins. Chenby is pleased, noting that there were no issues and the cooldown of his time hourglass skill has disappeared, making the abyss trial not much of a problem now. The first trial begins, summoning the Layer 1 inferior demon lord, demon warrior Balhe, a hulking purple creature with a massive sword. Chenby scoffs, remarking that an inferior demon is not even remotely dangerous and easily parries the creature's attack. A system message announces that Layer 1 is cleared and asks him to select his rest time. And soon after, another message for Layer 2 appears as he stands over a defeated, coughing opponent. He progresses rapidly, clearing Layer 5 against a massive, pale beast. By Layer 26, he is seen effortlessly dispatching another monstrous foe. He clears Layers 34, 41, and 59, fighting multiple opponents at once. At Layer 66, he faces the Blood High Clan Demon Lord, Adu, who shouts in the demonic language that the human's journey ends here, with a special condition for the layer being that only attacks on weak points are effective. Chenby grimaces, acknowledging that the horrible special conditions from the 50th layer onward have started to diminish his attribute advantage, and that his battle skills from 2 lifetimes can't compare to a demon who has been fighting its entire life under such conditions. He concludes that without an advantage in skills or attributes, and with the need to figure out his opponent's weak points, he can only exchange injury for injury. The two clash swords with a loud clang. Chenby dodges a series of swift strikes from his opponent. Adu mocks his pointless struggle and tells him to die. Adu's blade pierces Chenby's chest, and the demon compliments his good strength and recovery ability, but calls him too stupid. The demon boasts that he has the blessing of the rules of the Great Abyss and cannot be defeated. Chenby lies on the ground, seemingly defeated, as a status read window appears. He looks up with a smirk, telling the demon that it's too early to sigh. A bright light envelops the demon, who screams in agony. Chenby rips through the demon's chest, and the creature cries out, asking how he could do that. After defeating the demon, Chenby stands over its crumbling body, calling it a fool for not dodging attacks when no weakness was being targeted, and for acting pretentiously when the outcome was uncertain, thanking its stupidity for allowing him to clear the level so quickly. He arrives at the Abyss 100th floor. The trial announces the opponent is Gilbert, the fallen swordsman, with no special conditions for the floor. Chenby is surprised, questioning why the weakest fallen demon is a floor boss, and wondering if it's hiding since it hasn't appeared yet. He muses that relationships in the Abyss are complex, and that it's not impossible for a weak fallen demon to become a lord for various reasons, concluding that this level must be a game of hide and seek. Suddenly, he is killed twice in rapid succession, respawning in a state of shock and panting heavily, realizing he used his status read ability the moment he was beheaded the first time, but was still killed instantly. He activates his go back to the past ability just as a blade is about to strike him, reflecting that if he hadn't, he would have really died. He wonders what on earth is going on with the 100th level of fallen demons, and after respawning, asks a defeated demon if it knows the lord of the 100th floor. The demon defiantly coughs and says it won't tell him even if it knows. He clears another layer and decides he has to try another method to get information about the 100th floor, as these demon projections are not afraid of death or pain. He interrogates a defeated demon from the 72nd floor, remarking that the fallen are the most inferior demon race, and that it was probably just luck that this one became a lord. The demon coughs, warning him that he will pay for his arrogance and eventually die at the hands of the fallen. Chenby scoffs at the notion, asking if there is even a fallen demon lord in the deeper abyss. The demon confirms there is, Lord Gilbert from the 100th floor, and according to legend, one can master the shadow sword demon profession by using the body of a fallen demon. It adds that Gilbert's shadow sword once killed a demon duke, and that Chenby will surely die by his hands. After snapping the demon's neck, he says thanks, and reflects on what he's learned. He now understands that the Shadow Sword Demon is an S-level evaluation profession achievable after the 3rd transformation of the Night Assassin, capable of killing with one strike, and using shadows for treacherous moves. He acknowledges he has no advantage against the Shadow Sword Demon, but must have an attribute advantage when dealing with a fallen demon, deciding to stay aware of his shadow, avoid large shadows, and keep moving. His strategy is to spread his virus while running, waiting for his opponent to follow him and show a weakness, confident that the virus will infect it. He reminds himself to be aware of overexpending energy and that he needs to use status reading to restore it. Otherwise, it will be difficult to maintain concentration. He spots a bright light, wondering if this is his opponent's method. He realizes he is wrong as he sees the true threat and dodges. He engages in a fierce sword fight with Gilbert, their blades clashing repeatedly. Gilbert, holding 2 swords, tells the human to put away his blades, stating that he has already won. Gilbert coughs, admitting that the limitations of the trial prevented him from using his full strength, and that Chenby's virus has infected him, revealing that his last attack was with all his strength. Chenby simply asks, "Yeah?" As Gilbert, beginning to dissipate, invites the cautious human to the real 100th floor to compete with him again if he passes the trial, hoping he succeeds even though his current ability is far from enough. Chenby looks on as Gilbert fades away, promising that he will succeed. He tells the vanquished foe that the next time they meet, he will definitely learn his swordsmanship in person. He arrives at the 200th floor of the Abyss, a magnificent palace. He greets the lord of the 200th floor, the fallen angel. A beautiful woman with white hair and black wings, Lady Elmia, is lounging and comments on how troublesome it is to clean up the palace. She says she wanted to let him go straight away, but is a little curious. She invites him to come and sit down. Chenby approaches her, asking what she is curious about. She tells him that even if he wins against that annoying guy by chance, Gilbert only knows how to practice and sneak attacks. She leans back, asking what comes after. She warns that there will be many people more difficult to deal with than Gilbert in the future. Chenby leans against a chair, watching her. She tells him she isn't trying to find out his background, just that she's feeling a little bored lying there today. He pours a glass of wine, asking her what she wants to know. She thinks for a moment. She decides she wants to know about the disgusting slime monster on the 105th floor. A flashback shows the 105th floor alien demon lord, a flesh and blood aggregation named Sarubis. The floor is a swamp covered by the creature. Chenby explains that if you touch it, you will be swallowed, and it devoured half of his body as soon as he touched it. The flashback shows him being consumed by the massive red creature. Back in the present, he raises his glass for a toast. He states that after all, he is not that easy to defeat. He continues his story, explaining that it finally turned into a puddle of mud. Elmia finds it interesting, saying she didn't expect him to deal with him so easily. But he replies that it wasn't easy and that it's very painful to remove an arm from your body. She then asks about the smelly old thing called Fingu, who should be hiding in the sea. Chenby explains that's all because of the good equipment his grandson gave him. She moves on, stating that the girl on the 153rd floor had no room to hide, referring to the alien Lord Barrow Flame Spirit, Hartley. A flashback shows Hartley in a mountainside lava pool. He recalls that she killed him 15 times in a row and that her lava body made it difficult for him to attack, forcing her to hide back in the lava again. He explains that it took her and him 5 full days to fill up the lava pool and exhaust her enthusiasm. He stands victoriously over her defeated form in the flashback. Elmia says that if they are talking about difficult people, the one on the 186th floor is no worse than Hartley, but then says they shouldn't mention her during such a happy chatting time. A flashback shows the 186th floor, a huge stinking pit. Chenby shudders, recalling the feeling of being at ease in a pit filled with stinking corpses and excrement. He says he had finally forgotten the taste of that layer, but now he remembers it again. He puts his glass down, saying he can't even drink his wine anymore. Elmia explains that the lord of that floor is not very powerful, but no demon is willing to challenge her and seize her territory, then trails off with but she leans forward, looking at him intently. She pushes a glass of wine towards him. Chenby recoils, thinking that it's nonsense as he died once from drinking, so of course he won't drink again this time. Elmia sighs that she was discovered, admitting that as long as he drinks, she can tear him to pieces. She laments what a pity it is that she can't kill him while he's lying down. He stands up, asking if they shall fight. She reclines, saying no, she's too lazy to move. He calls her extraordinarily lazy. She decides to go to sleep, explaining that it also consumes physical energy to separate the projections, and begins to dissipate. As she fades, she tells him that anyway, there are still many strong ones behind, including 6 with divine names, so there is no need for her to do anything. The system announces that the 200th level has been passed, and Chenby wonders if there are really 6 true gods with divine names. The recovery time is selected as 1 hour, and he thinks that for other lords, he can rely on the hourglass to go back and take infinite challenges. He walks away, thinking that facing the 6 gods is a different matter. He worries that they might have the power to kill him instantly, or even wipe him out of existence. A disembodied voice tells him not to worry, as long as he can use the hourglass to backtrack. He finds himself in a strange, illusory space, where a creature in a top hat tells him to sleep forever in the illusion. The trial information reveals he is on the 235th floor, facing the Abyssal Eye Demon Clan, Salisbury, with unknown special conditions. Salisbury chuckles, curious about the sweet dreams Chenby is having. Inside the dream, a purple-haired elf woman kneels before him, declaring that the god is Chenby and pleading to accept her allegiance. The dream is labeled as Chenby's dream, and the elf says she would give everything to serve him. She offers herself as his servant, slave, tool, or even toy, saying it would be her great honor. Chenby asks what if he asked her to give up her power and die. The elf cries, swearing she would be absolutely loyal to him. He tells her to stop acting, stating that he knows who she is and that she just wants to survive, her ambition not allowing for loyalty. He says that he can, however, spare her life. She thanks him, saying she would do anything for him. He holds out a chain and collar, telling her to put it on, tie herself to the gate, and be a watchdog. She puts on the collar and kneels on the floor. He asks if she doesn't want to, and she replies that she is willing to serve the Lord God as a dog, as it is her greatest honor. Outside the illusion, Salisbury is amused, commenting that the sound he's hearing is the sound a dog should make. Salisbury thinks to itself that this human really knows how to have fun. It looms over the dreaming Chenby, telling him not to be afraid and that he will enjoy sweet dreams inside it forever once his soul is absorbed. Multiple swords suddenly appear and pierce Salisbury's eye. Chenby breaks free from the illusion, stating that although the dream was beautiful, it was not reality, and it would be meaningless to do it forever. Salisbury, clutching its wounded eye, asks when he saw through the illusion and how he was able to break free without it noticing. Chenby explains that it wasn't difficult to see through because the illusion couldn't simulate the pressure of a god, and while Salisbury's original body might be able to, its level 10 trial projection cannot. He adds that the method of breaking free was even simpler because his sword spirits were not pulled into the illusion with him, as they have independent thinking. Salisbury realizes that Chenby could have killed it a long time ago and was just playing, but Chenby clarifies that he didn't want to kill it. He just wanted to take a break, as his spirit has been exhausted after going down 200 layers of the abyss. He reflects on the nearly 1,000 times of retracing, fighting, and calculation across those 200 layers, and though his physical and mental strength can be restored, the accumulated pressure and confusion cannot be eliminated. He admits that if it weren't for the illusion, his will would have been completely worn out, and it helped him recall his initial purpose and avoid becoming a madman trapped in endless layers. He thanks Salisbury for the rest. Salisbury asks if he was resting in its fantasy world because of the fatigue, then tells him not to worry as there won't be many battles left, and that they are almost at the last few floors. Chenby asks how many are left, and Salisbury replies that there are less than 300 floors left, but many of them are empty. Seeing Chenby's confusion, it explains that if there is no lord for a layer, the will of the abyss will call out the former lord of that layer to fight him, citing the smoke demon on the 215th floor as the former lord of the 192nd floor. It cryptically says that with two identical hands like this, it has played 3 pairs, but then dismisses it as nothing, explaining it means to completely collapse into nothingness during the struggle. It elaborates that some powerful people's battles will destroy several layers of space in succession, and this is more common the deeper the layer. Chenby asks if this is really the case. He thanks Salisbury, who laughs and says that after he passes the trial, it will let him experience the most perfect illusion if he visits. It warns him that if he can't crack it, it won't let him out. The system announces that the 235th layer has been passed, and Chenby selects a recovery time of 1 second, wanting to proceed while he is at his best. A series of tips announces that floors 236, 237, and 238 have collapsed, and he is being moved to the next available floor, making him realize that collapsed floors can actually be skipped. He enters a tunnel of light, wondering how many levels will be skipped. He arrives at the 279th floor, surprised that he skipped 44 floors and musing that next time he can ask the fallen angel or Salisbury how so many collapsed. The system announces the new opponent, the bull demon lord, the lord of beasts, Baphomet, with the condition to defeat him after passing through a maze. The protagonist stands before a towering, bull-headed creature, a minotaur-like beast, as a system window labels the scene as Chapter 56. The creature takes a heavy, cloven-hoofed step forward as the protagonist watches, his red cloak flowing behind him. The protagonist stands before a towering, bull-headed creature, a minotaur-like beast, as a system window labels the scene as Chapter 56. The creature takes a heavy, cloven-hoofed step forward as the protagonist watches, his red cloak flowing behind him. With a sudden burst of speed, the beast swings a massive fist downward, but the protagonist dodges, the ground cracking from the impact. The protagonist's arm transforms, elongating into a sharp, purple-glowing blade as text indicates a deformation. He leaps and slashes through the beast's torso with a brilliant white arc of energy. The creature's body begins to dissipate into purple motes of light as it falls backward. It crashes to the floor with a heavy thud, its form dissolving completely. The protagonist stands over the spot where the beast fell, wondering if it's truly dead, as he notices its corpse seems to be sinking into the floor. He reaches down toward the fading remains of another cloaked figure, which also dissolves. As he punches the ground in frustration, the impact sends out a shockwave. He stands up, realizing the creature turned into blood and disappeared, and questions if it was a blood clone meant to stop intruders, concluding he needs to figure things out slowly since he only knows rumors about the Lord of Beasts. 10 minutes later, he walks down a long, ancient-looking corridor, hearing the tapping of footsteps echoing in the distance. Another bull-headed creature appears, letting out a roar as the protagonist uses a spiritual mental attack, noting that the force is much greater than before. A system window identifies the creature as a level 2 Baphomet, detailing its increased stats and its innate ability, the god of fighting's war hormone, which boosts its power based on its desire to fight, with a maximum bonus of 5 times. The Baphomet kicks out, its attack connecting with a bright flash of light. The protagonist is sent flying but lands on his feet, remarking on how buggy the level 2 talent is. He slams his hand on the ground, summoning dark, sharp ground spikes that erupt from the floor, impaling the Baphomet. He looks at the dark spikes, recalling that the Baphomet he first encountered in the maze was only level 1. He then faces a more monstrous, level 3 Baphomet. A level 4 Baphomet is shown fallen on the ground, defeated. A system notification for a level 5 Baphomet appears, showing its stats: Strength 450, Agility 375, Constitution 550, and Spirit 450. As the protagonist realizes he is likely going to have to fight 10 of them, he takes a drag from a cigarette, exhaling smoke, as he notes that this level 5 creature has attributes comparable to his own. He stares down the long corridor, contemplating the challenge of a level 10 Baphomet, but tells himself now is not the time to worry, and that he must keep moving forward. 30 minutes later, he is on the ground, clutching his arm and panting, admitting that the improvement the creature gets with each upgrade is greater than he expected. He leans against a rock wall, noting that a level 7 Baphomet is approaching, and because of his own backwardness in mental strength, he can no longer perceive its specific properties. He can feel in battle, however, that its attributes are already 1.5 times higher than his, almost twice as high, as a massive white slash tears through the air where he just was. He looks at a device in his hand, thinking that the numbers are crushed and it takes too long to weaken them with viruses, so he considers backtracking. Wondering what he should do, he decides he needs to find out more information and a way to defeat the Baphomet before trying again at the maze entrance. He resolves to try a new strategy, to see what happens if he doesn't kill the low-level Baphomet. He dodges an attack from a level 1 Baphomet, deciding to get rid of it and move on. He reaches the area where the level 2 Baphomet is supposed to appear but finds nothing. Looking around in confusion, he sprints down the corridor, passing the area where the level 7 Baphomet was, and entering a territory he has never been to before, wondering if he can pass easily just by not killing the level 1 creatures. A massive, red, glowing beast with furious eyes appears before him, and he realizes it never feels that simple. He is slammed against a wall, his face contorted in shock and pain. He pants heavily, shaken, saying that was close, and that he almost couldn't even use the backtracking function, realizing the creature's speed had exceeded his reaction limit. He looks back down the empty hole, thinking that must have been a Baphomet of level 8 or higher, and questions why he ran into such a high-level one when the low-level ones didn't appear. He comes to a realization that there may be only one Baphomet in the maze, and that he must have been caught. He understands the maze mechanic. Killing the Baphomet causes it to respawn deeper in the maze at a higher level, but not killing it means it will chase him relentlessly. He realizes that since its initial level was low and its attributes were poor, he can still get rid of it easily, but it will level up as it goes deeper, obtaining exaggerated property enhancements, making it only a matter of time before it caught up with him. He concludes that if this is the case, he'll have time to weaken it with a virus, though he knows that when it upgrades, many new attributes will be suddenly added. Just in case, he decides to use his remaining virus points to upgrade some abilities. He reviews the skill description for Mental Worm, which can transform mental power into worms to infect a target, greatly reducing their mental stability and causing various negative emotions and even self-destructive tendencies. He smirks, realizing he hadn't noticed this before, and that he can unlock new skills derived from thoughts. He knows that negative emotions and mental problems can definitely suppress the Baphomet's war hormones and reduce its bonus. The protagonist stands ready, telling the Baphomet to prepare to die. He faces the level 1 Baphomet again, taunting it, saying that it is too weak at level 1. The Baphomet with glowing red eyes drools in rage. The protagonist grins, telling the creature to just hold on for a while, and it will be able to level up soon. He leads the enraged beast through the maze, announcing their arrival at their destination. The beast, now a level 2 Baphomet, pounces forward, its muscles bulging. As it levels up, it begins to cough violently, a status effect window indicating it's suffering from a lung infection and a mind worm, causing its attributes to decrease and inflicting emotional disturbance. The protagonist smirks, confirming his inference that the level increase did not restore its full status or eliminate the negative effects, because its upgrade is actually a kind of restriction removal. Confident in his strategy, he declares that he is sure to win this time. 1 hour later, he arrives with the Baphomet at the Maze Center arena. He strikes the Baphomet into the air, stating that keeping it airborne while upgrading will make it easier for him to attack next. The Baphomet levels up to 9, and the protagonist prepares his bladed arm to strike. He blocks a powerful strike from the now massive Baphomet, shocked that it could stop his attack when it was clearly dying just moments before. He realizes that reaching level 10 must add a lot of attributes, as the Baphomet, glowing with red energy, charges him. A system window appears for the level 10 Baphomet, detailing its immense stats and a new passive skill called Indestructible Body, which prevents its attributes from dropping below their basic state, though it is still afflicted by the lung infection. He understands now why its attributes surpassed his again, and says that he is thinking. The Baphomet sits down, looking thoughtful, and asks why they fight, stating that fighting is boring and pointless. A status window shows the mind worm is in effect, causing emotional disturbance, depression, self-doubt, and negativity. The protagonist congratulates his psycho worm on a great job and tells the Baphomet that since it thinks so, it should just let him pass. The Baphomet lies on the ground, defeated, saying it doesn't matter, and that thinking about its life, all it has done is fight. It laments its meaningless existence and calls itself a waste of air to be alive. The protagonist thanks the Baphomet, saying it was the Baphomet's own doing, and offers to help it get rid of its meaningless life. The Baphomet tells him not to bother, as there is no point in killing it there. When the protagonist asks why, the Baphomet explains that in the maze arena, it can be revived infinitely, and this is true for both of them. The Baphomet reveals its philosophy, that the real victory is to make people admit defeat, and asks if the protagonist thinks it's a bit psychopathic. The protagonist agrees that it is a bit perverted, but notes with relief that luckily, being revived restored him to full status and removed the negative buffs. Otherwise, he would have been killed instantly. He tells the creature he gives up. The Baphomet tells him to go, as it needs to think about the meaning of life. A system notification announces that level 279 has been passed, and asks him to select a recovery time. Later, sitting on a bed in a resting space, he reflects on how terrifying the Baphomet was, estimating its final attribute should be around 3,000, while his own average is just over 500, thanks to the psychic worm's skill. He stands, thinking that the first god has been dealt with, and wonders what kind of god will be next. A red system note describes the 350th floor of the abyss as a space made of pillars supporting land, with the eye of the abyss, an inverted cone, hanging from the sky. Standing on the 350th floor, he thinks about how useful the psycho worm's skill is, having only backtracked 3 times since the 279th floor, and wonders what kind of lord he will face here. He senses something coming. A notification reveals the boss of floor 350, the 9-serpent lord world devourer Winifred level 10, with the special condition that he must pass the test of 9 heads, or he will die. A colossal 9-headed hydra appears, its heads weaving through the air, one of them declaring that it has found the human. One of the heads, the second god, says it wants to go first, and the protagonist identifies it as the world devourer, the legendary hydra that holds the power of devouring. He admits he knows very little about it, and figures he is going to have to die a few times. A serpent with a flower on its head, head number 9, asks him how it should test him, calling him a handsome guy. He flatters the serpent, calling it beautiful with smooth scales and bright eyes, and asks if it is the beauty among snakes. The serpent is pleased, saying he has good vision and has passed its test, then thanks him for the compliment. The serpent calls out to another head, Mina, telling it to wake up for its turn to be tested. Another serpent head, number 8, wakes up and asks if it is its turn. It agrees, then poses a simple question to the human, asking what 1 + 1 equals. After he answers 2, the serpent head congratulates him on clearing the level and promptly falls back asleep. A different head muses that this person is on par with the fallen angel on the 200th floor, then wonders aloud if it's its turn, stating the world is beautiful and it doesn't want to fight or kill. 2 other heads, V and VI, tell it to step aside so they can go first. The 5th head introduces itself as the devourer and controller of water. The 6th head introduces itself as the devourer and controller of fire. The water serpent asks the protagonist what the test for the 2 of them is, complaining that the little firehead always refuses to obey and asking if he thinks it's too stupid, because it doesn't even understand how water overcomes fire. The fire serpent retorts that too much fire will dry up the water, and it is not afraid. It's just that the water serpent always wants to be better, and it tells the protagonist to judge for himself. The protagonist sweats, recognizing this as a fatal question. The test of the water devourer is revealed. Support him and make the fire devourer admit that he is weaker, while the test of the fire devourer is the opposite. The protagonist realizes that if he fails the test, he will die, and there is no way to correctly answer the question. The water serpent asks what he is doing, and if he doesn't understand the simple principle that water controls fire, while the fire serpent tells him not to listen to that bullshit, and asks if he is blind to the fact that it is better. The protagonist concludes that in this case, the only way to break the deadlock is to kill one head. He forms his blade and attacks the water serpent, shocking it. One of the other heads calls them 2 retards, while another muses that they have posed a dilemma to humans, and it would be strange if he didn't kill one of them. The fire serpent laughs at the dilemma they created. The 2 serpents, V and VI, realize that by setting the questions like that, he would get it wrong no matter how he answered, and they tell him he has passed their test and doesn't have to worry anymore. The protagonist finds it absurd how childish and eccentric this world devourer can be, wondering why they care so much about strength if they've never competed. The water serpent admits they are one, and using all its strength would be the same as suicide, while the fire serpent claims it was the one who sucked the water serpent into a snake in the first place. The protagonist suggests that now is a good opportunity to settle things, since they are only projections for the trial. The serpents agree that the human is right, and it's a good opportunity to educate the other. The first head tells them to wait until the test is over before fighting again, and the 2 agree. The 4th serpent head, carrying a book, says its test is also very simple, explaining that it was born in the universe and travels among the stars. It states that it had not been to his blue star before the cosmic trial began, and asks him to tell it the story or history of the blue star. The 7th head chimes in, asking to hear about the beautiful scenery and delicious food on his blue star as well, which means he has passed their test. The 3rd serpent head says it likes to think and asks if humans have any famous thinkers or philosophers, telling him to share their thoughts to pass its test. The 2nd head gets impatient, yelling about them holding a chat conference and asking when it will be tested, demanding to go first as it has no patience for their nonsense. It tells the little bastard to take this, unleashing a dark energy attack. It reveals this is the first skill it created after obtaining the devouring power at level 10. The protagonist notes the skill's slow flying speed and limited range, but very strong suction force, and decides to try blocking it with telekinesis first. He puts up a blue energy shield, but finds himself unable to stop the dark orb, wondering if this is the power of devouring. He thinks it is much stronger than his black light virus, which can only devour flesh and blood, as the serpent explains this is just the initial version of the devouring bomb, also limited to level 10, and asks if he can stop it. As he is slowly pulled toward the orb, the 3rd head tells the 2nd head that he is quite clever, slowly retreating at speed matching the skill's pull, and suggests using regeneration to feed the skill. The protagonist realizes the skill has an upper limit to its devouring ability. The serpent confirms this, but adds that when the absorbed energy reaches the upper limit, the skill will explode. The orb cracks and erupts in a massive explosion. The serpent states the damage is 3 times the energy absorbed. The 9th serpent head asks the 3rd brother if he's going to blow the human to death, while another says that as a peace-loving person, it cannot bear to see such bloody scenes. After the smoke clears, the 9th head exclaims that the human is still alive. The protagonist stands amidst the smoke, admitting it was a very powerful explosion, but not strong enough to kill him instantly, and asks the 3rd brother if he has passed the test. The serpent is impressed that he is unharmed and wants to use another, improved version. The 2nd serpent head tells the 3rd to stay away and not mess around, declaring his test is over. The remaining heads state it is time to finish their tests, asking him to tell them about human philosophy and history, delicious food, and beautiful views. A short while later, they all declare that his answers were quite interesting, and that he has passed all their tests. The protagonist asks what the final test is. The 1st head says it has nothing to test him on. Instead, the 5th and 6th brothers will fight to decide a winner, and if he can survive until then, he will have passed the test. He reflects on the complicated culture of the Hydra, thinking the tricks in these 9 tests were so obvious a blind person could see them, and wonders if they are just lazy or if there is some other conspiracy. In space surrounding a planet, the serpents bicker amongst themselves after their battle. They argue about why the others insisted on letting the human pass. The 4th serpent explains that it's called an investment, and that allowing the human to pass will only benefit them. It reasons that since he was able to pass Baphomet's level, there is a slight chance he could pass the Abyss trial and become the Lord of the Abyss, which would be a great benefit to them. Another serpent expresses doubt, mentioning the jackal god on the 375th floor who has the power to assassinate. It describes the jackal god as an insidious guy with the ability to turn invisible at will without any consumption, and questions how the protagonist could possibly pass that floor. The scene shifts to the Abyss 375th floor, where the protagonist stands in a dark, foreboding forest. A system window identifies the boss as the Jackal Lord, the god of assassination and jackals, Yinaghu level 10, with no special conditions for the floor, and the protagonist notes that assassination is troublesome. He looks around the dark forest, admitting he is least good at stealth assassination, and that this is the type of fight where one strike decides the outcome. He is immediately caught in a rope trap by his ankle. He transforms his arm into a blade to cut himself free, spinning through the air. He lands and immediately has to dodge sharp spikes erupting from the ground. He moves cautiously, the sound of rustling leaves all around him. He finds himself in a forest filled with strange, web-like structures with dark pods attached, wondering if it will ever end. He dodges a projectile from one of the pods, which explodes upon impact. A massive explosion erupts in the forest. He dives away from another explosion, cursing that he was forced to do a status load before even meeting the real owner. He is ensnared by sentient plants, exclaiming about the sheer number of traps. Surrounded by purple flames, he screams for them to burn in hell. He walks through the burning forest, calling the jackal god a god of traps and a sinister and filthy guy. A voice thanks him for the compliment, and he looks around, surprised. He finds the forest is now completely empty. He activates his thermal tracking and telekinetic vision, his eye glowing red. A thermal image of a wolf-like creature lunges at him, telling him to die. He is slashed across the chest and sent flying backward as he activates his back-in-time ability. He stands, panting, acknowledging that it's difficult because his opponent's attributes are much higher than his. There are countless traps, and the super stealth is so effective that even thermal tracking can't see it clearly. Standing at the entrance of the 375th floor again, he recalls that last time he didn't have time to release his virus because of the serial traps. This time, he plans to release the virus in advance. He believes that as long as Yinaghu is infected, he can use viral vision to lock his position, and then use his own trap-like ability to solve the problem. He slams his hand on the ground, charging up a powerful ground stab that causes the earth to rupture and rise. The ground transforms into a hellscape of spikes, chains, and bear traps. He marvels at his own creation, listing off the ground spike lasso, the net of heaven and earth, line-stirring beasts, quicksand pits, flying leaf magic grass, and thorny trees. He notes that in just a few dozen meters, there are nearly 100 different traps. The looming presence of Yinaghu appears, stating that it will tolerate him putting poison in its forest, but arranging it is very troublesome. He gets stabbed through the back, realizing his opponent knows everything and has been near him since the beginning. He sees the thermal image of Yinaghu right beside him, and wonders how to break this round as time rewinds again. After the 5th time, and then the 8th time rewinding, he assesses the situation. He concludes that although Yinaghu's strength isn't as high as Baphomet's, it's still more than 3 times his own, and the traps in the woods are lethal. He maintains that the only way to win is still the virus, but every time the jackal god senses its attributes have decreased, it kills him immediately, and the mind worms fail to make it lose its will to fight. He knows it will lose its patience eventually. He decides to release the flu virus and mind worm first, then use its own traps to delay and consume it. The beast, now visible, gets caught in the protagonist's array of ground spikes and traps. The protagonist watches, satisfied that his plan is working. He knows he just has to drag it out until its attributes are similar to his, confident he can kill it then. The enraged Yinaghu screams that the human has pissed it off and tells him to die. Back to the past the 10th time. He lies on the ground, thinking that with his ability, he will go further every time and that Yinaghu's failure is inevitable. The scene flashes forward through the 15th and 23rd attempts. Yinaghu, caught in a net, is hit by a massive explosion. The beast roars that it will torture him to death. The protagonist smirks, thinking that the more impatient his enemy is, the more likely it is to run into the traps he set. He senses the undisguised murderous intent and readies a shield, noting that just like last time, it couldn't hold back and rushed into the trap. The beast's powerful punch connects with his shield, and he notes that its power is already twice as strong as his own. He taunts the trapped creature, asking if it wants to continue to try and kill him or wait for this wave of traps to pass. He smiles, saying, "Well done," as the beast is pummeled by its own traps. He thinks that its properties can no longer absolutely crush him, and that it has suffered a lot of injuries, so it's time to give it a try. He rushes forward, his arm transforming into a blade. He impales the beast, and with a final crack, its body snaps and shatters. He pants, exhausted but victorious, as the flaming embers of the defeated Yinaghu float away. Lying on the ground, a system message announces that level 350 has been passed, and asks him to select a recovery time. He reflects that at the last moment, its attributes were still ahead of his, but fortunately, its ability in frontal combat was not very strong. In the rest area, he looks at his tattered red coat, noting it's completely broken. He thinks that although the equipment has no durability, it is not invincible, and now the bonus of the plague suit is gone. 6 gods are down with 3 left. He suddenly recalls that Heroes once mentioned an abyss lord, the succubus queen Mecanthus, around the 400th floor. Bai stands in a desolate, purple-hued landscape, surrounded by shadowy figures and animated skeletons, reflecting that this is the same as defending the city, but this time he does not need to protect anything. He considers how the newly acquired flying sword adds long-range capabilities, and that he was able to keep his attribute above 2,000. He stomps the ground, shouting for it to shock, and a massive purple shockwave erupts, shattering the earth and obliterating the shadowy figures around him. An attack comes for him, and he raises a telekinetic shield to defend himself. The shield cracks under the impact of the spear-like projectile. Feeling a wave of dizziness, he acknowledges that the attack was close, and his opponent's telekinetic spear is very powerful. Bai stands in a desolate, purple-hued landscape, surrounded by shadowy figures and animated skeletons, reflecting that this is the same as defending the city, but this time he does not need to protect anything. He considers how the newly acquired flying sword adds long-range capabilities, and that he was able to keep his attribute above 2,000. He stomps the ground, shouting for it to shock, and a massive purple shockwave erupts, shattering the earth and obliterating the shadowy figures around him. An attack comes for him, and he raises a telekinetic shield to defend himself. The shield cracks under the impact of the spear-like projectile. Feeling a wave of dizziness, he acknowledges that the attack was close, and his opponent's telekinetic spear is very powerful. Realizing his mental strength has not increased, he decides he needs to fight quickly, his hand transforming into a dark, clawed weapon wreathed in purple energy. He lunges forward, a puff of energy erupting as he strikes his hooded foe. The opponent, Gabble, reveals that he was discovered. Gabble comments on what a human full of wonders and unknowns Bai is, observing that while he is not obviously strong, he always makes the right choice at critical moments. Bai retorts that it is because Gabble has already killed him twice. A system window confirms he is on the 400th floor of the abyss, facing the country's ferryman Gabble, and that he has backtracked 2 times. Bai thanks him for the compliment and says that he should move on. Gabble tells him that he is waiting for his triumphant return on the 400th floor, where they can talk then. He urges Bai to go ahead, informing him that Mekanthust is waiting for him. Bai speaks her name as the scene changes. He finds himself in a luxurious bedroom, a moan echoing in the air. A notification announces his arrival on the 437th floor, the domain of the succubus pleasure king, Mekanthut level 10, with no special conditions for the floor. The succubus Mekanthut, a red-haired woman with horns, addresses the humans who challenge the abyss. Bai appears in the room, surprised he was able to get there. He thinks to himself how beautiful Mekanthust is, and how exciting her breath is. He shakes his head, realizing it is not good, and that he almost got stuck. He identifies this as the succubus's method, and resolves that he must not take the bait. Mekanthut tells him to come on, saying she can feel his desire and asks why they should suppress what is in their nature. When Bai hesitates, she tells him that since he will not come, she will have to go over there. She floats before him, exclaiming that his desire looks like it is about to burst out of his body. Licking her lips, she asks if this is really okay and if it must be very uncomfortable, offering to make him her pet if he kneels down. She commands him to kneel down and kiss her toes, telling him to let her mark him with her whip so he can call her master, adding that well-behaved pets will be rewarded by their owners. As Bai kneels, she comments that, although he has been the one who has persisted the longest, he is still willing to give up all the cheap things to satisfy his lust. In a flashback to Harrow's restaurant, Bai tells a woman with purple hair that the method she taught him to control his desires is really useful, and the succubus he just encountered posed no threat to him at all. The woman explains that she researched this specifically to deal with Mekanthus, the goddess of desire, and mentions an interesting thing about the succubus living in the abyss. Bai asks what is interesting. She recounts that when Mekanthus inherited the power of desire, a man she had admired for a long time fell for her charm in an instant, but then behaved in a very ugly way to please her, leading to her great disappointment with the opposite sex. As a result, she tests every man she likes with her full charm, and the woman reveals a little-known fact that the goddess who controls desire is a virgin, a pure succubus. Bai is stunned to learn this. The woman muses that if Bai were to be charmed by her, something interesting might happen, calling him a person who would rather not get something than bow his head and beg for it, someone who will never give in. Bai corrects her, saying she misunderstood and that he will give in, stating he will be loyal to strong and capable people, for example her. She asks if he is being serious. Back in the present, Bai suddenly shouts that of course he is not giving in and leaps up to attack the surprised Mekanthut. She easily evades him, flipping upside down in the air. She tells him that he cannot beat her, commanding him to kneel down where he can find pleasure at her feet. Bai grabs her whip, telling her she wishes and that he will either succeed or die, declaring he will not beg for sex on his knees. Mekanthut says that in that case, she would like to see how long he can hold on, lamenting that she is really lonely, and that it would be nice if there was a good dog to play with. As thorny vines grow and wrap around Bai's torso, he gasps for air. He curses the whip, noting that it only wrapped around his upper body, but his entire body could not move, and the pain from the piercing barbs was gradually turning into a terrible itching sensation. Licking the handle of her whip, Mekanthut asks if it tastes good, explaining that it is the whip of punishment for lustful bondage strengthened by her authority, which has a very strong ability to control those eager to release their instincts. Bai grits his teeth and tells her that if she wants him to surrender, this trick is not enough. Mekanthut gives him a passing score as a start and asks where he would like to showcase his kung fu next, walking toward him step by step. She remarks that it is interesting he can still keep such a hard mouth, and decides she needs to give him some more ingredients to make him more sensible. She leans in and kisses him deeply. Bai's consciousness fades as he falls through a starry void, thinking that name Kanthu is a god after all, and if they were to really meet one day, he would not be able to resist the absolute control of her authority. A memory of the woman from the restaurant surfaces, her voice advising that the rope of reason does not necessarily have to tightly bind instinctive desires, and that appropriate relaxation is also good, as long as one can be sure to pull it back in the end. Bai regains his senses in the void, declaring that he is ready and that the virus has the strongest desire to reproduce. He unleashes his power, shouting for it to go. He reappears in the chamber, now clad in dark, spiky armor, lunging at Mekanthut. She is shocked, wondering how this is possible, as her charm should have made him so eager for pleasure that he would lose his fighting spirit. She has never seen a guy try to force himself after being completely seduced. The armor dissipates as he closes the distance, grabbing her in a tight embrace. She cries out that it hurts, and there are so many hard barbs on his body. As he tackles her, sending them both crashing onto her bed. Lying beneath him, she thinks that it seems the only option is to kill him. But then she hesitates, wondering if she really wants to. She muses that he is the first guy who did not succumb to her charm. A projection of Bai appears behind her, stating that since she stopped and gave him a chance, then he is welcome. She realizes it is just a projection of a clone. As the armored Bai holds her down, she tells him she is really curious what he would do if he lost his mind, and invites him to let her see. 3 days later, an exhausted Bai lies on the floor, panting that it was a really fierce battle. A system message announces that level 437 has been passed, with 0 backtracking times and 21 status reading times, and prompts him to select a recovery time, to which he replies 1 hour. He stands up, listing the 5 gods he has passed: Minotaur, Hydra, Wealthy Wolf, Undead, and Mechanthus, noting that the first 5 all had something he could use to help him win, but he is not sure what will happen with the 6th one. In the true abyss, a succubus servant approaches her queen, asking what her majesty wants. The real Mechanthus lies in bed, remarking that she did not expect her projection would experience such an interesting thing, and wonders if this is what it feels like to be conquered. She whispers Chenby's name, and considers going to the 500th floor of the abyss to kill him now. She changes her mind, deciding to let him pass the test of the abyss and reach the level of God, so she can experience that feeling again. The servant asks if she is going to the 500th floor to kill that guy. Mechanthus says she is no match for the Lord of Eternal Night, and dismisses the idea, calling it a shame. The scene shifts to a dark, rocky landscape where a winged demon, Agers, addresses Bai, asking how a human could come to him, and stating that if he reaches the last level, his deeds will become a legend. Agers declares that Bai is not destined to become a legend, however, because his journey will end here. The demon is identified as Agers, level 10. A system window confirms this is the 500th floor, home to the Demon King, King of Eternal Night, Agers with no special conditions. Bai shouts for less nonsense and charges forward. He runs across the dark landscape, his eyes glowing as he activates thermal tracking and spiritual vision. He unleashes a virus mind worm, but realizes it is a problem. His thermal tracking cannot penetrate the darkness, and his telekinesis cannot sense it either. Realizing he will have to die many times again, he wonders why his opponent has not done anything yet. To his surprise, a system window announces that the 500th level has been passed, and asks him to select a recovery time. Bai is completely bewildered, asking what is going on. He wonders what Agers meant, and why he passed the level. He accepts the shortest recovery time of less than 1 minute, which will take him directly to the next level. The 501st floor collapses, and he enters the 502nd, wondering how many layers will disappear this time. He notes that the 6 gods have passed, so there should not be many more floors behind it. He arrives on the 600th floor and is informed that the demon lord that once existed is being extracted and condensed into a phantom. The boss is identified as Satan, level 10, the incarnation of evil of the demon clan. Bai exclaims in shock, asking how it is possible that he is facing Satan, the betrayer of the abyss, the creator of hell, the legendary god of evil. A voice states that he never thought that one day his consciousness would awaken from the abyss. From a swirl of red mist, the demonic form of Satan emerges, observing that the 600th floor of this broken abyss has not disappeared yet. Bai watches as Satan fully materializes. Satan surmises that it is because someone passed the abyss trial and came here, remarking that Bai is so powerful it is shocking and asking for his name. Bai thinks to himself that this Satan talks a lot. Satan proposes they sit down and talk, claiming he has never been a person who likes fighting and killing. Bai questions him about his body being dead. Satan asks if he does not want to chat, and says that in that case he will just see how Bai got here. He unleashes a wave of hellfire, questioning how Bai knows how to use the power of hell, and calling his choice to fight hellfire with hellfire smart but stupid. He reminds Bai that he seems to have forgotten he is the Lord of Hell. Bai is caught in the red flames, exclaiming that he cannot move, and that the fire of hell cannot be brought back. He realizes he will have to backtrack and look for another solution. But Satan then says it is a pity that he has to die again after coming this far, and proposes that they work together. Bai is suspicious, asking if this is his attitude of cooperation. Satan apologizes for his bad manners and dissipates the flames. He asks what cooperation Bai has in mind. Bai starts to say that Satan's original body died long ago but was resurrected, but Satan corrects him, stating that he is just a projection. Satan explains that the reason the abyss generates projections is because it leaves behind the life marks of all abyss creatures. As long as he can preserve this trace of life and bring it out of the abyss, he can be resurrected again. Bai asks what the cost is. Satan tells him he just needs to take him out of the abyss without paying any price. And not only that, but he will also receive part of Satan's inheritance in hell as payment. Bai is incredulous, questioning if there is really no risk and so many benefits. Satan then explains how Bai can help. With a specific ring, his life mark will disappear into it, and Bai just needs to bring it out of the abyss. After he does, the ring will be his. Bai is amazed when he sees it. A system window describes the item. The Lord of Hell, Solomon's Ring, an SSS-tier accessory that grants immense power, access to 72 demons, reduced skill cooldowns, and a Hell King form. Bai curses, wondering how Satan could be willing to give him such a good thing, as a disembodied voice warns him not to trust him. Bai feels he is in a deadlock, unable to beat Satan and not knowing his real purpose. He puts on the ring and tries to activate the Hell King form, but nothing happens. Satan asks if his ring is fake, explaining that it does not belong to him completely yet, and that he is sorry he does not have anything to give to prove his sincerity. He explains that he is just a remnant soul derived from the mark of life, and the ring is the only thing he has available. Bai lunges at him, saying he cannot believe him. Satan sighs, asking if Bai thinks it is okay if he does not use hellfire, then engulfs him in flames again, stating that as long as Bai has the power of hell in his body, he will never be able to defy his laws. Bai asks what would happen if he does not agree to cooperate. Satan replies that he is still being tested, and that he does not want to kill him, but he can stay here forever until someone comes along who is willing to cooperate. After passing the 600th floor and all the tests of the Abyss Lords, Bai finds himself floating in a white, ethereal space, before landing on a dark stone floor. He says here it is, approaching a glowing pedestal. Dark purple energy streams begin gathering towards him from the floor. He notes it will take some time to gather, and decides to get things in order first. Wearing the ring, he calls for Sir to come out now, stating they have left the 600th floor of the Abyss. Red energy flows from the ring, coalescing into the massive demonic form of Satan. Satan reforms completely, and Bai tells him to look at the authority of the Abyss, the job transfer scroll of the Abyss Lord. A blue glowing scroll appears on the pedestal. Satan says list, and an announcement declares that Bai will be sung throughout the heavens and the worlds for completing a trial said to be unable for the gods to complete. Bai tells Satan that he did not really defeat him. It was even in his plan. A shadow on the floor reveals the second one's real name is Agairs. Bai tells Satan that since they have already left the 600th floor, their cooperation can now end. Satan reminds him that he has not got the ring yet, and did not get to enjoy the legacy left in hell. He promises Bai's body will enjoy these things. Bai looks shocked, realizing Satan is attempting to seize his body. Satan declares this will be his new beginning to surpass all the heavens and worlds, but screams in disbelief as the takeover fails, asking how a mortal soul could resist. The red energy is repelled from Bai's hand. Bai checks himself, feeling that there is nothing wrong with his soul. He states that Satan has failed, and the ring is now bound to his soul, but he cannot be sure if Satan is hidden inside. He decides he had better not bet on whether Satan is dead now, and that he cannot be greedy. He has to destroy the ring to be safe. The ring on his finger dims, its description changing to the Ring of Solomon, the King of Hell, incomplete. Bai laughs at the defective product, saying that this way it would not be so painful to destroy it. A small blue demon suddenly pops out of the pedestal, begging dear Chen to wait, and asking if there is anything they can discuss. It transforms into a cuter version of itself. Bai asks what it wants to talk about. The little demon fawns over him, calling him the most respectable being in the universe, and praising his strength and wisdom, offering its humble life if Bai will grant it. Bai tells it to give enough chips. The demon swears that the legacy it said it left in hell does exist, and pleads for him to believe it. Bai asks if it is a bad check. The demon gets flustered, insisting it was telling the truth and that Bai will definitely get those things. Bai agrees to let it out when he wants to take it, telling it to rest in his backpack until then. The demon pleads to be taken with him. Bai assures it the inventory provided by the universe is safe, and he can guarantee it will not do anything wrong in there. He then picks up the Abyss Lord job transfer scroll, succeeding in acquiring the second SSS level scroll. A description of the Abyss Lord job transfer scroll, SSS, appears, detailing its immense power and requirements. Bai decides to put it in the warehouse with the disaster of life, thinking that as long as he summons Lado and completes the mission, he can switch to 2 professions at the same time. Returning to the Abyss first layer, Bai creates a coin and flips it, summoning Lado to this first level. A portal opens, and a well-dressed goblin named Raydor appears, asking the little guy why he chose to summon him to this place. Raydor complains that even Hell has a branch of his Chamber of Commerce, but the Abyss is full of brainless demons who do not know what a deal is. Bai observes that he really seems to dislike this place, and Raydor retorts that nothing would like it except the devil. He asks what Bai called him for and offers a coin reserved for an investment task, warning that another one will be charged. Bai asks if Lord Lado is ready for the contract and reward after completing the investment mission. Raydor brandishes a scroll, asking if Bai is ready. Bai is surprised to see 2 SSS-level scrolls. Raydor notices the red vial of plague energy next to Bai, finding the power interesting. He compliments Bai on finding a career that suits him so well, calling it amazing. He then notices the Abyss Lord's scroll, panicking and saying that this is the Abyss and Bai cannot have that, as no living being can get it, not even Satan. Bai holds up the scroll, asking Mr. Raydor if this is the scroll he is talking about. Raydor is stunned, recognizing it as the Lord of the Abyss job transfer scroll. Bai senses murderous intent, wondering if Lado wanted to steal the scroll. But Raydor just laughs heartily. He calls him Dear Chen and tosses him a scroll. Bai catches it, feeling his own murderous intent suddenly relieved. Raydor presents an investment agreement, declaring the investment over and the agreement signed. The agreement states that Bai has found 2 SSS-level scrolls and Raydor will give him the dual job transfer scroll in exchange for items of equivalent value over time. Bai notes the contract is very free, showing how much Lado values and trusts him. Lado proposes bringing the Goblin Chamber of Commerce to the Abyss to teach the demons about transactions for mutual benefit. Bai agrees, saying it is no problem. They shake hands, sealing the deal between investor Raydor and investee Bai. Raydor urges him to use the scroll now, wanting to witness the miracle. The dual-class job transfer scroll is described as an SSS special item, allowing 2 job transfers at the same time. Bai crushes the scroll and is bathed in a column of purple light, the energy bursting outwards and knocking Raydor back. Raydor recognizes the combined power of the plague and the Abyss. Elsewhere, a minotaur on a throne asks if the human has passed the level, identifying him as the guy who used dirty tricks. He grumbles that he does not accept it. A cosmic announcement congratulates Evolver Bai for being the first to complete the job change, stating the cosmic trial field will enter the next stage and open regional rankings. In the White Eagle Empire's job change dungeon, a playground, Anthony Douglas faces a giant, menacing mechanical clown. He declares that he has figured out all of its moves, dodging its attacks. The clown laughs maniacally as it punches its own chest with boxing gloves, making a loud metallic clang. Anthony swiftly dodges and leaps across the rocky terrain, noting his talent is the dry shifter, SSS. He declares that he has won the fight and that the first person to change jobs must be him, shouting his name, Bai. He holds up a rainbow-colored cylindrical item, stating his success and noting that his rival always had 1 foot over him, but this time it would be different. A system notification appears, confirming that he has successfully changed his job and obtained the Juggler Clown S class. Meanwhile, in a chat group, Izai excitedly tells your King Han that Bai Da has changed his job, and it must be the SSS level one he mentioned. Your King Han confirms it, but laments that his own experience is still lacking. Overlord tells him to stop complaining since he already has a job transfer scroll. Others in the chat complain about their own difficulties, with Crow stating there is still no reliable job available. Ding Ding asks if everyone has seen the new ranking function since Bai Da's job change, which your King Han confirms he has seen. A system message notifies Bai Da that his job transfer has been successful, and his camp is assigned to Dragon Nation by default, with 10 minutes to adjust it, noting that subsequent changes will be extremely costly. Bai Da confirms his choice to join the Dragon Kingdom camp. A new panel explains that only those level 10 and over who have completed a job transfer can enter the level ranking list, and the top 10 in the list can add +1 reputation value to all evolvers in their own camp. He is then shown a title panel, Leading the World, which states that because he is ranked first in the global evolution rankings, his drop rate will increase by an additional 20%. He muses that everyone can enjoy this bonus, and that the full benefits of the ranking have not yet been revealed, becoming more useful over time. A screen materializes in front of him, detailing his new occupation, Scourge of Living Things, SSS. It explains that each time he levels up, his strength and agility increase by 10, his physique and spirit by 15, and he gains 20 free attribute points. He notes that the attribute bonus is good, but questions having only 2 skills. He then activates one of his new skills, Son of Plague. In a different location, demonic creatures look up at the sky, wondering what the strange green sun is. They begin to cough and disintegrate under its light. Bai Da snaps his fingers and the effect disappears. His companion, Lido, remarks that it was awesome, noting that in just 3 seconds, only a few demons were left within a radius of several thousand meters. Bai Da thinks it's an exaggeration, but Lido tells him to look at what he is showing him. Lido points out that while his ability is strong, it has a shortcoming. His current mental strength is not enough to perfectly control everything within the Plague Sun's range, so he must use the skill with caution. Bai Da agrees, realizing he was right, and that he cannot clearly see the battle situation hundreds of meters away, making it easy to hurt friendly forces by mistake. He thanks Mr. Lido for the advice. He then thinks about his next profession, the Lord of the Abyss, and how the two will be superimposed, expecting unexpected surprises. Lido tells him not to worry and to take a look at the powers and skills of the profession. A large, translucent screen appears in front of Bai Da, displaying a wall of text in a foreign language. He realizes what the future is promising means, seeing that conquering the 600th floor will yield over 180,000 points. The system details the occupational powers of the Infinite Abyss, an increased level cap, Abyss acceptance to change objects or creatures, the passive blood of the Abyss allowing him to devour and hold 9 different bloodline powers simultaneously, and Immortal Abyss, which resurrects him in the well of the Abyss without any loss after death. He internally celebrates that he can go to any level of the Abyss at any time, with 9 bloodlines, and a resurrection ability no worse than an hourglass. He thinks aloud that the other abilities are very strong, but the Abyss acceptance ability is not very clear. Lido takes off his mask, smiling, and suggests they have a drink, saying it looks like Bai Da has already taken stock of his gains. Lido hands him a glass of wine, which Bai Da accepts, remarking that it's really good stuff. Lido then tells him that as his friend and partner, he should have something and presents him with a gift. A glowing purple object materializes, which turns out to be a smartphone-like device displaying an online shop icon. A notification explains that the Goblin's Pocket Shop, Lido Edition, is produced by the Goblin Chamber of Commerce, allowing him to open it anytime to talk to Lido and buy exclusive goods. They clink their glasses together. Bai Da then enters the Abyss, deciding to conquer the floors directly since there is currently no Abyss Lord. He arrives at the 19th floor of the Abyss, and a notification states that floors 1-9 have been conquered, and his attribute points have increased by a total of 45. He proceeds to the 19th floor, but a system message blocks him, stating the conquest of the 19th layer has failed, and he must conquer the 18th layer first. Realizing he can't skip levels, he decides to try Abyss acceptance first. He pulls out a zombie mask from his inventory, stating that it's all he has left after making room for a demon blood potion. The mask is identified as Zombie Mask F, armor that grants +2 constitution and +2 strength. He activates Abyss acceptance on it. The mask transforms, now glowing with a dark aura, and a new description appears. Demon Mask, E level, granting +3 to all attributes and the Demon Kiss blood-sucking effect, which recovers physical strength, mental strength, and injuries upon killing an enemy. He wonders what changes would occur if he used Abyssal acceptance on humans, then summons a golden spear, identifying it as F-level equipment. He notes that the spear resists his use and even burns him, wondering what will happen if he uses Abyss acceptance on it. He activates the skill. The spear struggles against the dark energy enveloping it, and he notes that it is resisting. He acknowledges it as an evolvable weapon, but far behind the zombie mask, and realizes he will waste his energy if he continues. He decides to try another approach. He realizes that the powerful force of the Abyss in the well can suppress the spear, allowing him to transform it easily. A new system window appears for the transformed weapon, Abyss Acceptance, Spear of Longinus F-Class, a special long-handled weapon granting +2 to all attributes, a life whale that adds 100% damage, and Lance of Killing, which gains experience and evolves by killing creatures. Thinking this is much easier now, he decides it's time to go and take a look elsewhere. He arrives at the 500th floor of the Abyss, where a horned demon named Agers kneels before him, calling him Great Master and his most humble servant. Agers feels incredibly honored to have witnessed his recovery. Bai-Da muses that the demon thought he was Satan. He tells Agers they have plenty of time to celebrate and commands him to offer his loyalty. Agers complies, and as he does, his soul is drawn out and absorbed. A notification states that the soul of Agers, the second of the 72 demon gods, has returned to his place, upgrading the Ring of Solomon, the King of Hell. Bai-Da thinks the improvement is worthy of the second place, and decides to see if there's anything else good, but notes his body is still too weak and asks Agers if he has anything to improve his strength. Agers offers him the blood essence of the Hell Demon Lord, SS. Bai-Da accepts it, though he remarks it's unfortunate that it's not SSS level. Agers is surprised and asks who he is. He explains that the master knows of this potion because it was what his master gave him to use after he escaped the Abyss and turned into a devil. Bai-Da smirks, telling Agers that he is his master now, and questions why he cares so much about that remnant soul. Agers refuses to surrender, demanding to be told news about his master in exchange for his life. Bai-Da scoffs, asking if Agers has forgotten his current occupation, and asks mockingly if he can be hurt. He declares that he is now the master of the Abyss, that he is the Abyss, and that no Abyss creature can harm him unless he actively harms them first. Agers curses, but still refuses to surrender. Bai-Da comments on his good methods and loyal subordinates, when a small, childlike demon appears, addressing Bai as "Oh dear Bai." The little demon says it sensed the presence of Agers, and asks if Bai-Da was talking about him, adding that this doesn't require any sophisticated means. Bai-Da reveals that Agers' only real loyalty was to the next step up the ladder. Agers, still kneeling, says he just felt his master's breath and asks if he is still alive. Bai-Da confirms that Satan is alive and tells Agers he may have the opportunity to work for him as his servant in the future. He tells him to wait there for a while. He then travels to the Abyss's 437th floor, entering an opulent room where a red-haired female demon with horns and a tail lies on a bed, saying she knew he would come. Bai-Da states that he wants to find someone who knows the Abyss well enough, and asks Her Majesty if she would be willing to help clear up his confusion. She agrees, calling him the Lord of the Abyss with endless possibilities, but adds that she doesn't like dry chats, and he'll have to think of some interesting ways to make her talk. She playfully flicks her thorny tail towards him, which he catches, finding it interesting. He says he will show her his skill. Later, shirtless, he stands before her as she lies on the bed, asking if she has anything else to ask, to which she replies that she knows a lot more. He remarks that it's enough and no longer interesting. He states that he can't hurt her without the whip, and she tells him he will have to work hard. She speaks of projected avatar experiences and says she is really looking forward to coming again. He tells her it's hard to say how long it will take and asks if she can wait. She gets close to him, whispering that it's because of him she discovered this interesting thing, a secret just between the two of them, and that she's sure he won't keep her waiting too long, warning that if she can't wait, he will be the one who suffers. He calls her interesting, and she addresses him as her Lord of the Abyss. Back in the Magic City high-end villa area, a blonde man named Yahello remarks that he didn't expect to find two little babies there. Two young women are on the floor, one telling the other to get out as soon as possible and not commit suicide. Yahello calls them two good ghost servants who just need some training, and a system panel reveals his talent, Ghost King's Edict S, which allows him to increase his mental strength by killing creatures and turning them into ghost servants. The two women combine their power, creating good and evil spirits' mind thorns, but Yahello dismisses them as trivial skills and tells them to retreat. He easily blasts them back against the wall with a wave of energy. He finds their ability to pass through the wall curious. He peeks into the room they fled to, telling them there's no point in hiding as they are destined to be his ghost servants, and that if they don't behave, they will be punished. Suddenly, a voice from behind him asks what he thinks about his punishment and how he wants to die. The two ghost women tell their master to tear him up with his claws and make the bad guy disappear. Yahello laughs, telling them not to think they'll be safe just because they found their owner, and vows to train all three of them into ghost servants. Bai-Da, now present, asks if it's him, revealing he has seen Yahello in his previous life as the Ghost King among the 8 city lords. Yahello lunges at Bai-Da, eager to play with him, but is suddenly struck by an invisible force, coughing up blood. He stammers about the ability and asks if Bai Da is the Bai Emperor. Bai Da confirms it, thinking to himself that this guy is not good, being cruel and selfish, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and that he loved to torture people to death to refine them into ghost servants. He estimates that hundreds of evolved individuals were innocently murdered by him. With a swift motion, he dispatches Wai Hao, saying it's a good thing he died here. One of the ghost girls with pink hair thanks him, calling him brother. He informs them they are now level 7 and opens the goblin shop to find a suitable job change scroll for them. Leto appears from the portal, greeting his dear friend. Bai Da informs him that he has mastered the 1st to 9th levels of the Abyss and also wants to find job transfer scrolls for the 2 girls. Leto is surprised they are twins, but then realizes they are actually one and says he has a perfect job for them. He hands Bai Da a scroll, explaining that as special evolvers, they meet his investment needs. He gives the scroll as a gift to celebrate the upcoming establishment of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce in the Abyss. He tells Bai Da not to underestimate it, as it is an entry-level profession for the Earth and the Guardian Deity, which can later evolve into a city spirit or even a land god. He adds that the job has 2 subsequent development directions, and if operated properly, they may become the second dual-career person besides Bai Da. Bai Da thinks it's a really good thing and thanks Mr. Rador, who tells him not to be so polite. Leto then disappears, saying he is busy. The pink-haired girl, Yan Kai, thanks him and shyly reveals that she and her twin can now condense their entities for a long time, but doesn't think there's anything they can do for him, unless he wants them to. The other twin with dark hair tells the first not to look at her, saying she thinks Bai Da is worthy of trust, but she herself does not want to. Bai Da says it's okay if she doesn't want to and he won't force her, but notes that the 2 of them should have a certain degree of shared feelings. He leans in close to the dark-haired twin, who asks if this is really okay, before she calls him a bastard and threatens to bite him to death. He asks if she wants to try, and she shouts that he asked for it, but as she lunges, the pink-haired twin cries out in pain. Bai Da asks the pink-haired twin what's the point if she didn't agree with what happened. He states that his subordinates are either absolutely loyal or willing to give in to him. He tells her he doesn't like it when people try to repay him with their bodies or make deals for personal gain. She clarifies that this was an idea only Yan Kai, the incarnation of evil, would have. She explains that she thinks desire and striving for something better for oneself is not an evil thought, as it doesn't hurt others and helps oneself. Bai Da finds it an interesting idea and tells her to go and practice with Yan Kai, and they agree to try their best. Back in the chat group, I'm Really Not a Sword Immortal is surprised to be the 3rd person to change his job, trailing Bai Da. Crow calls him out for pretending and asks if anyone can teach him a lesson. Others express their curiosity about Bai Da's occupation. The successor of Lightning 5 Whips then gets ready to show off his new job scroll. Bai Da is thinking about the Red Star Mental Hospital, remembering that one of the 72 demon gods can be summoned there, which can also upgrade Satan's ring. He sends a message to your King Han, telling him to get ready to go to the Red Star Mental Hospital. Your King Han celebrates wildly. The chat explodes with messages congratulating Bai Da and expressing awe. The Lightning 5 Whip successor exclaims that it's invincible. Bai Da thinks this is helping him build his reputation and announces he will take your King Han to the hospital, and anyone in Magic City can come. Crow wants to join, but Bai Da says he will take him next time. Ding Ding says she is in Magic City and will go directly to the entrance to wait. Bai Da recalls that Ding Ding was a famous evolver in his previous life, known as the Puppet Master. He sends a message asking if she can make it, and agrees to meet at the entrance. At the Red Star Mental Hospital entrance, a portal glows amidst the ruins. Your King Han comments on the large number of people, and Bai Da explains that the dungeon entrance is not hidden and he has cleared it before, so it's popular. He tells your King Han to pay attention to tasks regarding the hospital after entering, and to let him know of any changes. Your King Han agrees. As he turns, a wooden mannequin hand taps him on the shoulder, startling him. A red-haired woman appears with several animated mannequins, introducing herself as Ding Ding. Bai Da interjects that he didn't sense any murderous intent, or he would have turned her puppets into confetti. Your King Han insists he is a tough guy. Bai Da interjects that he didn't sense any murderous intent, or he would have turned her puppets into confetti. Your King Han insists he is a tough guy. Bai Da announces that they are all here and it's time to start. But a bold man with a goatee tells the three of them to stay. He introduces himself as Along and asks if they need any help, saying they should know him. Bai Da and your King Han are confused. Someone in the crowd explains that the 2 normal dungeons and 1 hell dungeon in Madu were all cleared by a man named Along. Along spreads his arms, saying his team has something urgent to do and has a few vacancies, asking if they want to join. Bai Da declines, saying a few of them are enough. He thinks to himself that the man seemed harmless, but then asks if something is bothering the 3 of them. The spirit, flustered, addresses Jai Pai, and Chenby instructs him to explain the current situation in hell. One of Along's men whispers to his boss, recognizing your King Han as the guy playing with flying knives in the 001 chat group's clearance video. Along says the big guys in chat group 001 all call him Brother Long, and guarantees to make a name for them if they follow him in the future. Inside the dungeon, Bai Da says they have too many people and tells your King Han it's no problem. Ding Ding prepares her puppets for battle. Bai Da tells her to go ahead and thinks that she has a helper. He exclaims that the killing is about to begin, and Yan Kai appears from the ground, saying she just loves this. She attacks a monster with a powerful blast, and Bai Da remarks that it's a good time to try out his new skills. He summons Satan's spirit and asks if he taught Yan Kai these skills. Satan's spirit appears and calls Bai Da Dear Chen, confirming that the girl is extremely talented, with evil thoughts so pure they surpass native species of hell. He says it was so rare he took the liberty of teaching her some skills. He apologizes for not informing him, explaining that Bai Da sealed the ring, so he couldn't communicate with the outside. Bai Da says he will remove the shielding at the right time. Satan asks if he is talking about the child with hell blood, adding that he felt more than that, and that the secret realm has the aura of the Jai sect. Bai Da states that they've killed everyone outside, and it's time to go deeper. Yan Kai asks who Bai Da is. Ding Ding says it looks like a spirit. Bai Da explains that she is also an evolver, but in a special form. He tells Ding Ding and Yan Kai to remember to leave 10 monsters behind for later, because he will need them. Ding Ding asks what they are for. Yan Kai complains about not being able to kill them all. Your King Han explains that Bai Da wants to summon the 16th of the 72 demon gods, the Jai sect. Ding Ding is shocked at the idea of summoning a demon. Bai Da reassures them that the highest level of this dungeon is 12, so the strength of the Jai sect will be limited. He is confident that even if the difficulty is raised to hell after summoning, nothing will go wrong with him around. Ding Ding is nervously excited about the demon and hell, but your King Han tells her he still believes in Bai Da. He cheers for the speedrun boss to start killing. Later, outside the dean's office, after the monsters are defeated, your King Han reports that it's done and asks for the next step. Bai Da compliments him, saying it was much better than the first time. The girls ask who to kill next. Bai Da tells them he only left 16 monsters, and they should go back to the ring to rest, which Yan Kai finds displeasing. She disappears with a pout. In a secret room, Bai Da stands before a bloody summoning circle, saying that thanks to the others, he can only deal with the remaining monsters one by one as he doesn't have a good grasp of the situation yet. He begins the ritual, tossing a glowing artifact into the air. Bodies are shown crucified on crosses in a blood-red room. A tip appears, stating that the nightmare-level dungeon has triggered hidden conditions, and the difficulty is now upgraded to hell level. A bolt of blue lightning strikes the summoning circle, and a voice booms, commenting on the sacrifice of such inferior lives to Duke Jai sect. A powerful demonic figure crackles with energy, announcing that he is in a bad mood and demands a satisfactory tribute, otherwise he will take their lives. Your King Han is terrified by the strong momentum of the Jai sect. Jai sect looks down at him, noting that he has inherited some of his powers. Your King Han, bleeding from his hand, angrily asks if his sister is in the demon's hands. Jai sect scoffs, asking how he dares to speak to him like that, and warns him not to think he won't be killed just because he has his blood. Bai Da places a hand on your King Han's shoulder to calm him. He then stands between them and asks Jai sect if he is deaf. The demon smirks at Chenby, asking if he is deaf. The massive armored demon declares its intent to make them realize their mistakes before they die, while Chenby rests a calming hand on the younger boy's shoulder. A small blue-horned spirit appears in Chenby's palm, remarking that the demon doesn't know what a great being it is facing, as the demon accuses them of playing tricks with a ring. The demon's glowing eyes narrow as it begins to issue a warning about language. Chenby casually examines a red ring on his finger, stating it's just an ordinary ring, and questioning why the Jai faction is making such a fuss about it. The demon repeats his words in disbelief, asking if it's just a normal ring. In a blur of motion, Chenby uses the demon's own tail to subdue it before stomping viciously on its back, creating a powerful shockwave. He taunts the fallen creature, asking if it wasn't the one who wanted them to die. The demon coughs violently, now kneeling, and begs His Majesty to spare its life, admitting the Jai faction has been negligent. Chenby's companions watch in stunned silence. He tells the demon that there is no need to worry if it is only afraid of the ring's existence. The demon begins to speak, but is suddenly engulfed in roaring purple flames. Chenby calmly confirms that's right, and a green energy identified as the plague sun gathers at his fingertip. The demon stares in horror, questioning what it is and asking if it's a virus. It cries out in disbelief that a virus could actually pass through the fire of hell to harm it before collapsing to the ground, coughing and pleading for its life. The small blue spirit materializes beside Chenby's head, explaining that the demon's fear prevented it from fighting at full strength, reaffirming that Chenby is, after all, the Lord. Chenby informs the defeated demon that even if he takes its soul, he can still use its body, to which the demon submits. He then hoists the demon's limp form over his shoulder. System tips appear, explaining that devouring a special species grants virus and evolution points, and that he must choose to absorb or expel its bloodline. The demon's soul, a pale, muscular, horned being, is extracted from its armored shell. A notification declares that the 16th of the 72 demon gods, the soul of the Devil Duke Jai faction, has returned to his place, upgrading the magic ring of Solomon to level A+. The newly freed soul, Jai Pai, addresses Chenby about his sister's matter, introducing himself as the Duke of Love in Hell. Chenby allows his small spirit companion to appear, asking if it has anything to say. The spirit, flustered, addresses Jai Pai, and Chenby instructs him to explain the current situation in Hell. The spirit reveals that Hell is now ruled by Lord Beelzebub, who has seized Chenby's palace and declared himself the new lord, causing the spirit to rage at his audacity. Chenby asks if Hell has forgotten him, and Jai Pai explains that only the 72 demon gods who originally followed him know of his existence. Chenby tells his spirit companion Bai to stop teasing him. Jai Pai continues his report, stating that Lucifer and Lord Vasego have been imprisoned for opposing Beelzebub. Chenby dismisses Jai Pai, instructing him to report any future developments immediately before the soul vanishes. A system message states that killing the hidden boss granted 0 experience points, but another quickly follows, announcing the completion of the Hell-level hidden dungeon and awarding 10,000 experience points. Chenby turns to his companion, Hanzayuo, and asks about his mission. Hanzayuo's mission screen updates to complete, revealing that with the help of a great being, he has learned his sister is alive in Hell and must now find her. Stunned, Hanzayuo processes that even the universe addresses Chenby as the Bai Emperor. He tells the Bai Emperor how cool it is to do missions with him. Chenby examines a rare crafting blueprint for S-level Hellfire wings. He decides on the distribution of rewards, giving the scroll to Hanzayuo, skills to Meng, and equipment to Crow. Looking at the blueprint for the shepherd's horn, he notes that it's only missing one material. Now outside the dungeon, he asks for a location with densely packed level 15 monsters. A bald man directs them to Lujiaku, a place that will be filled with powerful monsters. After thanking the man, Chenby and his group leap from a skyscraper into the monster-infested city below. He considers using the full power of the Son of Plague, but decides against it to protect his companions, opting instead to practice other skills. He transforms, covering his body in spiky black armor that he calls full body enhancement, noting the new hellfire he can wield. Declaring he'll clear them with one punch, he unleashes a massive wave of purple energy that decimates the monsters below. The explosive force stuns Hanzayuo, who watches from a rooftop. Back at the Yan family villa, Chenby tells 2 girls he has brought them to level 10, and that they should prepare to change jobs. A brilliant light envelops the pair. Chenby observes the special job change process, realizing an earthbound spirit is bound to the villa. His spirit companion, Bai, praises his good eye, noting the spirit is a perfect fit for them. Bai then launches into a self-aggrandizing speech about its future greatness, but Chenby cuts it off, stating he knows what it's thinking. He says he doesn't want to see anyone for the time being. But Bai reminds him that Agers might have the items he needs. Checking his inventory, he finds what he's looking for and asks about a dark crystal. Bai confirms it has one, and Chenby decides to wait for the job changes to complete. One of the girls, Yanzu, emerges as an ethereal, floating, earthbound spirit, her new class abilities detailed on a system screen. Chenby explains the immense potential of her new power, which could even bind an entire city. Yanzu eagerly offers to bind his city to help him, and he agrees to take her there on his next trip to the Abyss, before asking for the location of a library. He then teleports to the 350th floor of the Abyss, Hydra's territory, with piles of books he brought for the multi-headed creature. The Hydra expresses its gratitude, with one head offering a poem that is quickly shushed by another. As a return gift for his generosity, the Hydra presents him with an S-level detection skill book, the Eye of Secrets. On the 500th floor of the Abyss, Chenby confirms with Bai that his allies are in place. The spirit presents him with god-level hellfire and a dark crystal from Agers. Back at the villa, he lays out the materials and begins crafting the Hell Cry Shepherd's horn. Upon completion, the S-level armor stats are displayed. He places the horned circlet on his head, but is immediately assaulted by the Devil's Whispers, finding the sensation overwhelming. The girl, Meng Meng, teleports him back, and he notes the exhaustion the process causes her as she collapses. Looking out over Beatty City, he wonders how it has developed during his long absence, observing the new construction. Meanwhile, in an office, Zikiong and Leng Shuang discuss the urgency of finding A-level jobs to maintain control over the city's growing number of evolvers, which is necessary so Chen Bai can adventure without worry. As Leng Shuang agrees to search for clues, Chen Bai appears behind them, commending Zikiong for her thoughtfulness. She greets him warmly, and they discuss how long he's been gone. He agrees to her suggestion to call everyone together. Surrounded by his female companions, one suggests he should set the house rules. He simply replies that they need to be updated. He tells them to relax for the day, and one woman teases him for being awesome, causing another to blush. Zikiong explains that his private area in the summit's core has been meticulously prepared for him. He agrees to take a vacation with them. Later, in bed with Zikiong, he tells her she should just ask him directly about job change scrolls. He reveals he has 4 S-level or higher scrolls, shocking her. He explains their origins, including one from the Abyss trial. She expresses her desire for one, and he agrees to assess her friend Leng Shuang's strength. He presents the scrolls for them to choose. Leng Shuang is presented with an S-class Demon Hunter scroll and an SS-level Child of Doom scroll. While they decide, Chen Bai checks his alliance chat, where members are celebrating their new S-rank jobs. He sees Crow lamenting his status as the shame of the group and decides to give him a push, recalling his potential from a past life. He announces an upgrade to the chat group, turning it into an alliance to motivate them. The system confirms the upgrade, and Chen Bai declares that Alliance 001 will shock the world. The new global leaderboard appears, showing his alliance members dominating the top ranks, which thrills Han Zio. The chat goes wild as they spot Zikiong's new SS-class job, Son of Doom, sparking speculation and excitement. Chenby notes that the job changes went smoothly. Crow immediately begs to join the Beatty Palace and asks for an SS-level scroll, while others joke that it's Chenby's harem. As the chat buzzes with discussions about the forums, Chenby asks Zikiong about Leng Shuang's whereabouts. Zikiong reports that she went to the waterway dungeon to deal with some troublemakers who insisted on entering the hell difficulty plague sewer. He remarks that such overconfident people are bound to find trouble. He then asks about her new professional abilities, and she can only say they are too strong, as the system details the formidable powers of the Son of Doom class. He finds the combination of skills very practical. She says she's envious, but he playfully refuses to give her the scroll, joking about the chaos she could cause with a cloning ability. He then demonstrates by creating 2 Doom clones of her. Arriving at the plague sewers, he finds Leng Shuang and asks if the situation is resolved. She recounts how the intruders lasted less than 3 seconds before emerging completely drained of strength. He tells her to focus on improving herself and enters the dungeon. The intense plague within is immediately apparent, and he understands why it's so deadly. Using his Eye of Revelation, he identifies a new, intelligent species of mutated ratmen. He uses his plague control power to dominate one of the creatures instantly. Realizing the potential of controlling an army of plague creatures, he laments that he is only in a dungeon, But then a new idea strikes him. He declares that his abyssal plague layer transformation plan has begun. Bai Da internally reviews the data on his foes, noting the dark plague rat's skills like slam and blend into darkness, and another creature's spore reproduction abilities which include acid bomb and rapid growth. He tells himself that he is almost at the place where he first received the mark of the plague, anticipating the presence of powerful monsters. His eyes glow a brilliant blue as he activates his Eye of Revelation, scanning a muscular rat-like beast wielding a large crossbow. He determines that it is the boss and its strength and physique are superior to his own, acknowledging that his personal attributes are around 650. He attempts to use his plague control power, which a system prompt explains is for controlling creatures with lower attributes, followed by his shepherd equipment skill for those with lower spiritual power. The system warns him that his attributes will be halved when judging a boss unit or any creature with a level gap greater than 10. His control attempt subsequently fails. He remarks that the level gap is too significant and decides he must fight, equipping a metallic gauntlet. The boss unleashes a massive bolt from its crossbow, speeding directly towards him. An internal voice reminds him that the plague creature has a very high physique, making his Son of Plague and Black Death skills less effective, forcing him into close combat. He admits the creature is agile, but the sewer environment gives him an advantage as he dodges a massive volley of arrows. He summons a dark, ethereal shield to block another incoming swarm of projectiles. His eyes then glow red as he activates thermal tracking, prompting the boss to wonder why he has not withdrawn from the fight. Bai Da unleashes a telekinetic impact that visibly stuns the creature, then envelops his body in roaring flames. As he enters his hammer form, he smashes his fist into the ground, creating a powerful fiery shockwave that tears the boss apart. He stands amidst the destruction, questioning why there is no kill prompt after such a devastating attack, realizing he needs another shot to finish it. He then sees the creature's sloughed-off skin, and a system message appears, explaining that the rat skin used for the plague transformation escape skill is of little use as its quality has been degraded by hellfire and plague. He understands that the transformation was merely an escape tactic. Walking away from the battle, he reflects that the deep area guarded by the level 25 boss is extremely dangerous for him, and that if he were to die, his plans to transform the abyss would be delayed by a week. A notification confirms he has escaped the hell-level dungeon known as the Plague Sewers, which now has a 7-day re-entry cooldown. He is then transported to the first layer of the abyss, a crimson landscape dotted with giant mushrooms. He confirms that his control has successfully extended into the abyss, marking the completion of a critical step in his plan. New life forms begin to rain down from the sky as a system prompt confirms the acceptance of new species bodies, blood, and souls into the abyssal ecosystem. He watches as exploding blood spores, a blood plague silver eagle, and a plague rat vulture materialize, noting their strength is sufficient to establish a nest on this first layer. He declares that these plague creatures will now be born from the demon eggs erupting from the well of the abyss, growing stronger as they venture deeper. He reflects that while the abyss's only principle is that killing increases strength, it desperately needs new rules. He then performs a summoning, stating that he hopes the one he has called will have some good advice. After a discussion with several powerful beings, he announces that he has a direction for the future transformation of the abyss, and thanks them for their input. Winifred, the giant serpent lord of the 350th floor, expresses anticipation for the abyss's future. Mechanthut, the succubus queen from the 437th floor, says she likes the ideas, especially building cities and goblin guilds to provide her succubi with stable jobs. Gabal, the skeletal ferryman of the 400th floor, agrees that the plan is good and pledges to wait until Bai Da is strong enough to implement it. Bai Da thanks them for their suggestions, vowing to take the abyss a step further. As the other lords depart, Mechanthut lingers, telling him his plan is tempting and that he must make up for their missed time. He assures her that once he completely controls the abyss, she won't be asking for mercy, and she disappears after saying she will wait in her palace. Bai Da then addresses a ring on his finger, speaking to the entity of Satan within it. He promises that if it remains loyal and helpful, he will allow it to reclaim the throne of hell and reshape its godhood after he recaptures it. A small blue demon emerges from the ring, pledging its loyalty and assistance, his main goal now being to increase his strength. He recalls that his mask can fuse bloodlines. The mask displays 2 SS tier bloodlines, Pure Blood Demon Lord and Hell Demon Lord. Wondering if he can reach a higher tier, he decides to go to the 10th floor to acquire more blood for fusion, hoping to create an SSS-level bloodline. 7 days later, he returns to the sewer entrance, where he finds Su Zin and Lu Lai waiting. He asks them why they are there. Lu Lai explains that after he spent 5 days leveling and then 2 days of silence, rumors spread that he was trapped or even dead. She says Sister Zikiong saw this as an opportunity to expose the rats in Jiangcheng by fueling the rumors, and had asked her to wait and use her illusionary image ability to bring him back to the villa discreetly. Su Zin adds she was just worried for his safety, and Bai Da explains his absence was due to farming bloodline potions for his mask, and then taking 2 newly graduated sisters from Satan to the abyss to test their skills. Lu Lai reports that some group leaders, believing Zikiong had lost her backer, tried to threaten her, but Xuenger swiftly dealt with them. Bai Da commends his decision to put Zikiong in power and tells Lu Lai he will help her with her own strength progression, which is being slowed by her management duties. He then asks for a large open space to accommodate a villa, which Lu Lai confirms Zikiong had set aside. Later, he introduces Zikiong to Yan Kai and Yan Zhu, identifying them as special evolved earthbound spirits who can become the guardian gods of Beatty City. Yan Zhu explains that she and Yan Kai were once a single person named Yan Zuki, but becoming an evolver split her soul into her good and evil thoughts. Bai Da reassures Zikiong that Yan Kai, the evil half, has learned to control her thoughts, though she has a bad temper. He formally establishes Zikiong's authority over the 2 sisters for when he is away. Zikiong informs him that Meng Meng has been sleeping lately, likely due to her job with chat group 001. He goes to check on her and bursts into her room after hearing a crash. Meng Meng, on the floor, explains her legs felt weak, but then shares the good news that she received an exclusive job scroll in her dream that allows her to level up by killing high-quality monsters. He advises her not to push herself too hard before she excitedly shows him a Shushin token, the reward for the Flying Sword dungeon. She explains the dungeon is now a hidden area accessible via these tokens. He checks the group chat and sees everyone planning a trip to Shushin. Deciding to join, he plans to use the hour before they gather to upgrade some skills. The group assembles on a platform in the misty mountains of the special map Shushin. He greets King Liu, one of his few friends from his past life, and other powerful figures like Mizukawa and Ba Wang. He is taken aback by the appearance of the successor of Lightning 5 Whips, the fabled Thunder Saint, who now appears as an over-enthusiastic young man, greeting him as his benefactor. Tintin explains that the god of trade gave him the job scroll in advance on Bai Da's behalf, saving him from dangerous missions. The youth vows to do anything Bai Da asks. After introductions, Bai Da leads them toward the Demon Locking Tower, a hell-level dungeon, knowing their time is limited. Inside, the space is a vast world. A giant river swallowing toad, a level 15 boss, emerges, which the blonde youth recognizes from a previous encounter. King Liu initiates the attack by binding the toad with a willow pattern spell, and the blonde youth follows with a thunderstorm. The toad retaliates with a massive wave that Mizukawa calmly neutralizes. As the group rushes in, King Liu uses God speed talismans to increase their speed by 40%. Tintin binds the toad's limbs with her 5 ghosts dismembered puppetry skill, allowing Ba Wang to leap and impale it with his overlord's spear. The toad's giant tongue ejection is intercepted by Tintin's paper substitute, saving Ba Wang. After defeating the beast, they collect the loot, which includes a demon beast's inner elixir, tokens, and a water storage skill book. Mizukawa claims the book, and the group agrees to sort out the rest of the loot later. The others notice Bai Da has vanished, and King Liu explains he went to explore a mountainous area, where they find him surrounded by 3 bosses of levels 17, 18, and 19. They rush to his aid, but Bai Da calmly unleashes his plague sun, infecting all 3 monsters. He explains to his surprised companions that he was testing out his new permanent debuff skills, dysentery and hepatitis. He then demonstrates his enhanced ground spike skill, impaling the weakened monsters on spikes that erupt from the earth, and then devouring one of them. King Liu asks for the python's corpse, and Bai Da, recalling his friend's connection to a snake guardian spirit, allows it. King Liu transforms, his lower body becoming a snake tail, and exclaims at the power boost from the pure soul. After King Liu returns to normal, Bai Da devours the snake's remains at his request, gaining exclusive points and a new D-level demon bloodline. The loot from the 3 bosses is substantial, and though Bai Da tells them to divide it, Ba Wang insists they bid for it since he did all the work. Bai Da overrides them, proposing a new strategy where they lure monsters to him to maximize their profits. He then consumes the 3 inner elixirs, increasing his attributes by 30 just as King Liu cries for help, being chased by a giant bird. Bai Da tells him not to worry and intercepts the creature, slicing it in half with a blade formed from his arm. King Liu apologizes for his inability to fly, but Bai Da tells him he was a great help. Soon, the rest of the party returns, leading hordes of monsters for Bai Da to eliminate efficiently. 2 hours later, back in Meng Meng's room, he reports that he is now level 18. She gives him a bag of 8 inner cores, contributed by the party members. She also informs him that they plan to hold an auction for the boss loot. She suggests hosting the auction in the dream world, and despite his concern for her, she insists, proudly stating she is a Meng Meng boss with SSS-level talent. He agrees, and she sends out an announcement to the group chat, which is met with immediate and enthusiastic responses. A pink-haired girl steps through a doorway into a dream space, finding herself in what appears to be a VIP auction house. She remarks that the layout is okay but not very big. The auction seems to have been violently concluded, as a body lies on the floor while the auctioneer calls out a final price. The girl simply says that once it's cleaned up, it can be used. Identifying herself as a dreamweaver, she initiates a scene transformation. The entire structure shifts and reforms around her, changing from a classic auction house into a modern movie theater with rows of plush red seats. Bai Da materializes in one of the seats, wondering if they are about to begin. Other figures begin to appear in the theater seats around him, with one calling out for boss Meng Meng. A young man with a spiky haircut and a blue shirt introduces himself to Bai Da as Izai. Bai Da greets him, noting internally that Izai is quite different from his online persona, which a pop-up chat log reveals to be extremely forward and obsessive. Another woman with long, light blue hair approaches, introducing herself as Liu Huai. Bai Da recognizes her as the Yin Wood body, and she thanks him for his suggestion, saying she is doing very well now. Another man approaches, stating that his ID is the only trash in the group. Bai Da admits to being deeply impressed by this ID. The pink-haired girl, now dressed in a sharp black suit and acting as auctioneer, calls for quiet and announces that everyone is here. The auction starts now, she declares. The first item is a set of 4 Demon Beast inner pills from the Shushan Demon Locking Tower. She explains that taking the elixir will increase all attributes by 10, with an upper limit of 10 pills. The starting price is 4 gold coins, with minimum bid increments of 4 gold coins. A man in a black mask bids 4 gold coins, saying he's not qualified to enter Shushan yet, and asks the big guys to show mercy. Before anyone else can bid, the only trash in the group raises his hand and calls out a bid of 40 gold coins. He apologizes to the masked man, Brother Crow, stating that there are people on his side who cannot enter Shushan and asks him to bear with the pain and let it go. The masked man protests that it's easy for him to say, as he doesn't even have 40 gold coins himself. The auctioneer wastes no time, calling the price 3 times and declaring the 4 monster inner pills sold to the only trash in the group for 40 gold coins. The winner smiles, admitting to himself that he is starting to regret this nickname. The next item is presented, a scroll containing the Bull Demon Blood Rage, a C-level active skill. The skill increases all attributes by 50%, but decreases them by 5% every 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. The starting price is 10 gold coins. Bids quickly rise from 15 to 20 to 25 gold coins. A young man in a white hoodie decides to go big, bidding 50 gold coins. The only trash in the group immediately counters with a bid of 100 gold coins. The young man in the hoodie, looking surprised, tells him he is really rich before raising the bid to 110 gold coins. The man, Hanzaioj, asks the only trash if he urgently needs this skill book. The only trash looks at him with a smile, apologizing to Brother Hanzaio and explaining that while he lacks life-saving skills, he doesn't absolutely need this one. He then raises his hand, first hesitating at 250 before correcting himself and bidding 260 gold coins. The auctioneer slams her gavel down, congratulating the only trash in the group for winning the Bull Demon Blood Rage skill book for 260 gold coins. A montage of gavels striking down follows, showing the only trash in the group winning every subsequent item. The Black Scale soft armor for 145 gold coins, the Pengyu boots for 160, the rabbit eagle leg skill book for 234, the snake tooth necklace for 122, and the black turtle heart armor for 392 gold coins. Another group member with red hair, Ba Wang, confronts him, asking if he really has that many gold coins and warning him that he won't be able to pay if he's bidding random prices. The only trash tells him not to worry and that he will give the gold coins to Bai Da as soon as he wakes up. He then addresses the entire group, announcing that if any member really wants an item, they should just let him know and he will withdraw from the bidding, even offering to give away items he has already won. He apologizes, saying he has his reasons and is helpless, but promises that if it's not something they need, he will buy it at a premium so they don't suffer a loss. Another member declares that while it's overpriced, he must have the tiger tail whip. The only trash reassures him that he won't bid for it. Bai Da sits back, observing the man and thinking to himself that he has too many gold coins. He muses that while he has strategy videos and gains from killing monsters, he is still far inferior. He concludes that the man either has a talent related to gold coins, or more likely, there is a powerful force behind him. Bai Da decides they need to find out what that power is, hoping it's not a foreign or evil organization. He leans over and suggests to the only trash that they have a word in the group after the auction. The man readily agrees, saying it just so happens that he has something to clarify with Bai Da. The auctioneer then announces the next item is the tiger tail whip. After the auction, the other group members bid farewell to Bai Da and teleport away. The only trash approaches Bai Da, admitting that everyone must have noticed the low spirits because he had effectively booked the entire auction. He apologizes to Bai Da, saying it was his fault. Bai Da tells him that he should apologize, but not to him. He then asks directly why he paid a premium for the equipment and where his vast sums of money came from. Panicked, the only trash begs Bai Da not to kick him out of the group and promises to explain everything without hiding anything. He reveals that he lives in the imperial capital and his family is quite special, with his father, uncle, and sister all being part of the imperial court. His talent, he explains, is related to gold coins. A system window shows his talent. Make money with money A, which gives a plus 200% coin drop quantity and a 1% daily increase to coins in his backpack, but also a minus 30% effect on all his skills. Because of this, the imperial court recruited him to be a gold coin warehouse, and he also does some purchasing work part-time. He admits he was foolish to see so much good equipment and didn't mean anything else by his actions. Bai Da listens, then asks about the imperial court. The only trash asks nervously if Bai Da doesn't want people from other factions in the group. Bai Da reassures him that the group doesn't exclude people from other forces, as everyone will eventually join or establish various factions. Internally, Bai Da thinks that this kid's ability must be why the Dragon Kingdom camp gained so many benefits in his previous life, noting that a 1% daily growth is terrifying with a large enough base. He tells the young man that he has no problem with his power, but that there are a few points he wants to clarify in advance. The scene shifts to a villa in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, where the only trash is being dragged by the ear by his red and black-haired sister. He pleads for her to be gentle, reminding her that she is a special forces instructor with the rank of lieutenant colonel. She retorts that he is just an A-level trash playboy with no fighting power, and that his ears falling off might help him remember his place. The man, whose name is revealed to be Fang Ning, protests that his actions didn't cause a major disaster, and that Bai Da didn't care much after he knew his identity. His sister, whose name is Fang Ning, says it has nothing to do with Bai Da's attitude and warns him that if he continues to act impulsively, he will not have any good results. As she lectures him, a man in a suit, identified as Minister Fang, walks in and asks why she is lecturing Zhairajong again. Later, in a study, Fang Ning recounts that Bai Da asked him to stay after the auction and made 2 requests. Minister Fang tells him to speak up. Fang Ning explains that Bai Da's first request was that he not reveal the talents, opportunities, and exclusive dungeons of other group members to the court. The second request was that he cannot use his extra money to charge a premium and disrupt transactions within the group. Minister Fang asks if he promised. Fang Ning confirms, adding that he told Bai Da the imperial court respected him and had no instructions to investigate him, only to build good relationships. His sister points out that they told him not to offend anyone, yet his first action was to buy up the entire auction and make everyone unhappy. Fang Ning admits he was wrong, His father says he will give him a plan to follow when doing things in Group 001 in the future. Fang Ning tells his father not to worry, as Bai Da doesn't really take it to heart, and even sold him a treasure for 10,000 gold coins. This statement shocks both his father and sister. Fang Ning insists it was definitely worth it, explaining that even if he returns all the other equipment to the group members for free, he would still make a profit just by keeping this one item. He materializes a pulsating purple heart of energy in his hand, revealing it as a pure blood demon bloodline of S level. His father and sister are stunned to see an S level bloodline. In the group chat, Fang Ning posts a message apologizing to everyone, admitting he got carried away, and announces he bought a group warehouse where he has placed all the equipment he won for anyone to use for free. He adds that if anyone has good equipment they've outgrown, he will buy it at a premium. Bai Da comments that the kid is quite interesting. He then officially appoints the only trash in the group as the warehouse manager in the group chat, and Fang Ning promises to complete the task. In his bedroom, Bai Da holds a golden mask, musing that the bloodline he got on the 10th floor fused into 2 SS level bloodlines and 1 S level, bringing his total to 3 SS levels. He wonders why the mask is still not willing to merge, asking if 3 SS level ones aren't enough. The mask projects an expression of disgust. Bai Da understands that the quantity is insufficient and decides he has to go to the abyss again. He reflects that his attributes increased during his trip to Shushan, and he learned new skills, so it's time to conquer the 10th level of the abyss. He enters a swirling portal, wondering who the boss on the 10th floor is. He admits he doesn't remember much about the bosses before floor 66, but hopes it's a sensible guy. He arrives on the 10th floor of the abyss, where a horned demon with a large two-balled mace greets him, saying, "Human, you come again." The demon, identified as Demon Captain USA, the level 30 boss of the 10th layer, expresses his disbelief that Bai Da has become the Lord of the Abyss, but declares that he doesn't care, as the trial has limited Bai Da's level, and he is no match for him. Bai Da calls the demon an ignorant guy, and tells him to go to hell if he doesn't want to surrender. The demon captain attacks, unleashing a skill that reduces attributes. He finds it powerful, but Bai Da tells him it's not enough, as his own attributes are still superior. The demon then activates his skill, Demon Soul, which increases all his attributes by 20% when an enemy is within 5 meters. Bai Da activates his own buffs in response. Hellfire Firewood of Desire, which increases all attributes by 50% for 3 minutes, and his biohazard equipment skill, Tracker's Bone, which increases agility and strength by 30% and attack speed by 50%. He then activates Blade Mode, his hand transforming into a sharp weapon. He dashes forward, slashing the demon captain multiple times. He stands back, asking what now, and if the demon's attributes are still above his. Enraged, the demon captain roars and activates his passive skill, Bloodbath, which improves his attributes according to his own injuries. A status window shows his stats have risen significantly. He yells for Bai Da to come again. Bai Da simply says it's just what he wanted, as his own stats are shown to be even higher. He unleashes a blinding flurry of purple slashes, overwhelming the demon captain. The demon captain lies bleeding on the ground, coughing heavily. Bai Da approaches, asking what else he has to say. The demon admits that Bai Da wins and pleads to be allowed to die like a warrior, not a sick dog. Bai Da acknowledges that he is still a warrior and grants his wish, delivering a final, clean strike. A purple beam of light shoots up as a system message announces that Bai Da has conquered the 10th level of the Abyss and gained the highest control of the current level, with all attributes increased by 10. Another message declares him the Great Lord of the Abyss, having completed the first step in conquering it and gaining a new professional ability, Edict of the Lord. Demons below cheer for their new lord. A description explains that the Edict of the Lord allows him to unconditionally command demons within the abyssal layers he has conquered. Bai Da reflects that in the past, Lord was only a name, but now he has begun to become the true Lord of the Abyss and the life within it. He decides it's time to start the plan to transform the Abyss. In the name of the Lord, he declares the first 10 layers of the Abyss are now named the Wilderness of the Abyss. He issues his first orders. Private fighting and killing are prohibited in the 10th layer, and all demons are to come and carve out the mountains to build foundations. He announces his intent to build a city on the 10th floor and build a civilization. The demons are confused, questioning why they are not allowed to fight and how they are supposed to improve their strength, wondering what use cities and civilizations are. A purple energy dragon flows from Bai Da's hand, marking the location of the city wall on the plain southeast of the Well of the Abyss. He then announces that those who perform outstandingly in city building will be rewarded with S-Rank pure-blooded demon blood, materializing a glowing red heart as an example. At the mention of an S-level bloodline, the demons go into a frenzy, roaring with excitement. They rush to begin construction, eager for the reward. Various demon clans shout that the reward must belong to them. Bai Da watches as the construction begins, noting that it came pretty quickly. However, he immediately sees demons arguing, with one accusing another of moving the wall he just built. The other retorts that he needs to dig the ground and lay the foundation first, questioning if what the first demon built could even be called a city wall. Bai Da sighs, realizing he overlooked that although these demons are quite intelligent, they have only known fighting since birth. He concludes that he needs to find a way to let them know how to build a city, and also teach them to divide the work and cooperate. He thinks he's got it. He summons a goblin merchant with a large hat and monocle who greets him as Dear Chen. Bai Da explains that the construction of the first city in the Abyss has begun, but these demons are not good at it, and he wonders if the goblin has any way to help them build a better city for his goblin chamber of commerce in the future. The goblin, Lord Raydor, picks up a piece of process stone, mentioning that the adhesive produced by the Abyss materials is quite a strong and very good product. However, he says this kind of business is still too small for Bai Da. He doesn't think Bai Da would go into the cement business himself, though he wouldn't sell it himself either. Speaking of products, he offers Bai Da city designs for all the races in the universe. He presents a glowing blue architectural plan, saying it's free. Bai Da asks if this wouldn't just turn into a chaotic mess. He states that this is the first city in the Abyss, so it has to have the characteristics of the Abyss. The goblin laughs, agreeing that if it's a mess, his goblin chamber of commerce would be more prominent. Bai Da points out a location for construction. He bids farewell to Lord Raydor, who wishes him goodbye. Bai Da muses that the goblin chamber of commerce cannot be the only building in the city. He knows he must gain the support of the other gods of the Abyss to better control it, even if gods like Baphomet and Yinaghu have bad tempers, deciding it's time to ease the relationship. He travels to the 279th Abyss, where a massive, muscular minotaur-like demon, Lord Baphomet, stands with a giant axe. The demon swings his axe, telling Bai Da to get out if he's not here to fight. Bai Da calmly states that he has gained the authority of the Abyss. Baphomet is unimpressed, grunting that it's so boring. Bai Da asks if it would still be boring if he took him to the god of war. He mentions a thrilling battle and the authority of the god of war. Baphomet replies that even so, that's no reason for him to submit. Bai Da clarifies that he's not asking for surrender, but is there to give him a favor. He travels between different floors of the Abyss, making deals with various powerful beings, including a giant wolf, a skeletal figure, a snake demon, and a blindfolded demon, securing their cooperation. He arrives on the 437th floor to meet a red-haired succubus queen. He reminds her that in her fight with Heros, she was always at a disadvantage because she couldn't leave the Abyss for long. He offers to help her defeat Heros. She explains that it's difficult to penetrate the power of reproduction if one remains a virgin, so they are in a stalemate. Now with his help, she believes she and the Abyss will grow stronger. Bai Da comments that being a maid was still too cheap for her, and she agrees, asking if he has anything more interesting. He says that as a god born in the Abyss, she has seen too little, and suggests something more interesting than being a servant or maid. He returns to Lord Baphomet's domain and tells him he is at the city center. Baphomet grunts, stating that as long as it is beneficial to the Abyss, he will abide by its rules. He then slams his axe into the ground, causing a massive circular arena, a coliseum, to rise from the earth. He declares that his coliseum is complete. He tells Bai Da he will wait in his arena for the day he comes to challenge him and reminds him not to forget his promise. Bai Da bids farewell to Master Baphomet and teleports away. He reflects on what level he should brush next. He arrives at the Well of the Abyss, which is beginning to rumble and glow, about to erupt. A thought strikes him, wondering why he didn't think of this before. He realizes that as long as he absorbs the erupting energy fast enough, it will keep erupting. He plunges his arms into the wall of the well, absorbing the raw power of the Abyss, even though it will consume some of its energy. Tendrils of dark energy snake out from the well, flowing into him. Half a month later, he pulls his hands out, declaring that he is finally done. The golden mask appears before him, and he asks if it's awake and not disgusted this time. The mask seems to hum contentedly. Bai Da looks weary but determined, wondering how long it will take to synthesize the SSS-level bloodline as he throws the mask away from him. He then finds himself back in a mountainous green landscape before a large temple-like structure. He remarks that there is still no place for Duabao Pavilion. He remembers earning contribution tokens and points in the demon locking tower, and decides to find the pavilion to redeem his contributions. He locates a building with a sign that reads Duabao Pavilion, admitting that it was really hard to find. He enters the pavilion, and a voice asks if he is the heir of Shushan. An elderly spirit with long white hair appears, welcoming the immortal who passed the Shushan trial. A tip identifies the being as the Duabao Pavilion Spirit, a level 60 special creature. The spirit confirms that as long as Bai Da holds contribution tokens, he can redeem their value and invites him to see what he needs. A holographic menu appears, and Bai Da filters the items by grade, selecting S-Rank and above. The list populates with high-level items, including an SS-Rank Kingsuo sword for 5 million contribution points. Bai Da smiles, impressed by the many good things in Shushan. In the group chat, your King of Hand praised Bai Da for being awesome and helping them find the location of the Duabao Pavilion, a sentiment echoed by Mizukawa, who thanked him. Yizai declared he was captivated by Bai Da's strength, gentleness, and caring nature, prompting Liu Huai to tease him about being so timid at the auction after his online bravado. Yizai replied that it was because he had already fallen for Bai Da. Back in the core area of Beidacheng, a woman informed Bai Da that everyone was present. He then sent a message to the group, telling everyone to be quiet as he had something important to tell them, warning that something big was going to happen soon, and advising them against starting any tasks that would take a long time to complete, lest they miss some opportunities. The group gathered, and a woman holding a small pill asked if this was the item that added 10 to all attributes, with another excitedly pointing out that 10 of them would grant 100 attribute points. Bai Da then began to explain the information he had gathered, and when asked what world fusion meant, he clarified that the blue star was a trial ground. He revealed that many worlds which no longer meet the standards of the trial field would be merged into the blue star for various reasons, adding that most of these worlds were in a state of collapse and filled with more and stronger monsters, along with some survivors. He explained that what was crucial was that before each fusion, the specific world would be made accessible as a secret realm. He called it a great opportunity, noting that the woman he was speaking to hadn't changed her class yet, and suggesting she could make some preparations if she wanted to try the secret realm. A pink-haired girl noted that among their immediate group, only Sisters Zikiong and Lengshuang were capable of fighting, suggesting that since both would be going, the rest of them should stay behind to look after Beatty City. Zikiong confirmed that she and Shuanger would be going to the secret place, and delegated the temporary management of Beatty City to Xingxin, Ali, Lingyu, and Shiwei, prompting a playful complaint from one of the girls. Bai Da agreed that since Zikiong and Lengshuang were going, they needed to be prepared and asked to see their current strength. Zikiong suggested the west side of the mountain behind the core area, and Bai Da told her to lead the way. As they walked, Bai Da reflected that he had been in the abyss trying to become a demon hunter when the fusion in his past life began, so he hadn't participated and couldn't even remember it. He checked the status of his biohazard fists, seeing that the disaster evolution required killing 100 high-level mutants, of which he had only killed 26, and hoped for a surprise upgrade once the fusion began. At the training ground, Zikiong told him to attack with all his might and not hold back. She then launched a massive volley of sharp, purple crystals at him. Bai Da effortlessly dodged through the barrage as the projectiles shattered around him, leaving Zikiong in shock. He told her that was all, and she collapsed to her knees, exhausted. She lamented that it was too fast, and she still had many skills she couldn't use. Bai Da advised her to solve problems one by one and to not maintain a constant mental link to her attacks unless necessary, as it would prevent her from being caught by a mental whip, which she acknowledged was clever. He then called for Leng Xuan to be next. She instantly appeared before him in a flash of movement, attacking with a knife. After a brief but intense exchange where he easily parried her strikes, he told her that was enough. He commented that her fighting skills were not much worse than his, but she lacked experience in life and death battles from the previous peaceful era. He asked to see her talent tree. She revealed her A-level talent, Assassin's Way, which had 2 trees for stealth and explosive power. He asked why she focused on stealth, and she explained it was because professional demon hunters have many burst skills. He instructed her to complete her stealth ability as soon as she changed her class. He opened a portal and took her to the first floor of the abyss, which was filled with a devilish aura. He told her to train and change her class there, warning that he would not be there to protect her. As demons lurked nearby, he thought about how Leng Shuang, who was Song Zikiong's secret trump card in his past life, could become the sharpest knife in his hand now. But it would all depend on her. He then opened his warehouse space. A new, unfamiliar golden mask appeared, which he found interesting. The mask's mouth glowed, and a pulsating purple orb materialized, the SSS-level bloodline he had been synthesizing. He felt an extreme sense of depression from its every beat, and declared that it was now his. The system prompted him, asking if he thought he could conquer the natural king of the demon race, offering either success or death. He accepted the challenge and began the fusion, immediately feeling an intense pain as if every cell was being pricked by a needle. He realized his consciousness was in a projection in his warehouse, while his real body was on the first level of the abyss, and he couldn't continue the fusion there. To be absolutely sure, he decided he must first completely seal Satan in the Ring of Solomon. He resolved to go to the Well of the Abyss, the safest place for him. Inside the well, the demon bloodline's violent power began to collapse his body, suppressing his black light virus and rendering its recovery ineffective. He understood that reloading an archive file wouldn't help, and that he would have to fight hard. He realized the power of the abyss was helping restore his crumbling body, and that coming here was the right choice. After what felt like 2 days of being skinned alive, the process finally stopped, every inch of his flesh, blood, and soul having been shattered and reformed. Suddenly he was struck by an intense primal bloodlust. The urge to kill everything became too fierce and sudden to suppress. 2 days later, a demonic form of Bai Da with black wings and horns appeared in the sky, shocking a nearby demon who recognized him as a pure-blooded king before being slaughtered. As he rampaged through the abyss, system notifications confirmed he had conquered the 11th, 12th, and 13th levels, gaining attribute bonuses each time. His true consciousness managed to hold on, knowing he needed to regain control of his body as soon as possible. He decided to wait for the moment his body weakened after the killing urge was satisfied. Confident, he had the experience to subdue the desire. A system message finally announced that the bloodline fusion was successful, and he had obtained the Pure Blood Demon King Bloodline, SSS. He had won. A new panel detailed his SSS-level bloodline, which included the bloodline ability Demonic Transformation for an unlimited duration, and a passive Blood of the Abyss that allowed him to possess up to 9 different bloodlines and erase any conflicts between them. He noted that he had 7 more to find, and was looking forward to the moment he found all 9 SSS-level bloodlines. Meng explains that the final test to reach SSS level was to kill her dream self at level 15, which she failed to do, resulting in her only changing to the SS-Rank class Nightmare. Bai reassures her that SS-Rank is already quite good, and that a profession provides opportunities for upward mobility. She accepts his encouragement, and he then mentions that he received many messages from Crow upon waking up, who had finally found a suitable job, but was so anxious that Bai promised to help him. They arrive at an abandoned tent building in a dream space, where Bai cautions that the Black Tower dungeon is extremely eerie, and he cannot guarantee their safety. A masked figure, Crow, appears, stating that he is mentally prepared after searching for so long for an opportunity to reach a higher level. Bai states that he feels the same, so there's no need to worry. After a moment's hesitation, they all agree to proceed. The masked man uses a smoke-like ability to create a portal on the ground, and they descend into it. A system message appears before them, prompting them to enter the hell-level dungeon, Black Tower, for levels 10-20, to which they agree. It specifies 4 floors, the need to complete tests from all residents to ascend, the necessity of avoiding light and sound which diminish on higher floors, and a rule stating that climbing floors causes memory loss, with death as the penalty for losing all memories. It specifies 4 floors, the need to complete tests from all residents to ascend, the necessity of avoiding light and sound which diminish on higher floors, and a rule stating that climbing floors causes memory loss, with death as the penalty for losing all memories. Another screen lists more lethal rules. Escape is forbidden and will result in death. Each test must be completed within 20 minutes, and the entire challenge must be finished within 4 hours. Bai notes that while there are no unavoidable instant death rules, the chat function has been disabled, meaning sound and light will likely disappear later. He concludes that they must use mental power to detect things, and instructs the others to engrave their names and purpose on something to prevent amnesia, establishing hand gestures for basic communication. Meng provides 3 pairs of white gloves for each of them to help remember things. Bai establishes gestures for forward, stop, and back off. After a few minutes, they confirm their understanding. They find the staircase blocked by a transparent force field, with a message indicating they must complete the tests of the 4 residents on the first floor before they can proceed, with a timer starting at 4 hours. Bai decides to start with the most recent resident and knocks on a door. A shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerges, startling Meng and Crow, and attacks Bai. The shadowy figure explains that his test is to figure out what he doesn't have in his room. The room is cluttered with various items, making the test's objective unclear. The pink-haired girl wonders if the resident doesn't have a specific thing or a type of thing. Bai, annoyed by the ambiguity, transforms, sprouting dark wings and horns, and warns the resident that if he has to use the resident's arm to complete the mission, it would be terrible if he failed, and the resident also lost an arm. He tells the shadow that its test wasn't complicated, as they wouldn't just say things like "it's all furniture" and get approved. Bai shouts at the resident to keep quiet, stating that he was the only one who made a sound, meaning the hatred value is counted on the individual, not the team. He then calls for Meng. She pulls out a white glove with the characters "for giving gifts" written on it. The shadowy figure tells her he won't go easy on her even with a gift, and to take it back. She insists he'll definitely like it, and forces a small bottle into his hand. The resident examines the contents, a monster inner core that grants +10 to all attributes, and declares that she has passed the test. The masked man then holds up a whiteboard that says what he found was "us," explaining that whether they are uninvited guests or outsiders, they seem to be the only ones in the household right now. The shadow resident approves this answer as well, and then vanishes. Bai asks the shadow what about the others, and it explains that it knocked on the other residents' doors, but they didn't seem willing to see anyone. The shadow then angrily tells Bai to finish the test and get out. Bai recalls the rule that one must pass the test of all residents on the current floor to go upstairs, and asks what happens if there are no residents on the floor. He then asks the shadow if he kills it, will the 4 residents requirement on the staircase barrier become 3? He gives the shadow 2 minutes to either call all the residents or help him verify his hypothesis. The shadow creature transforms into a monstrous bird-like form, enraged at his arrogance in the dark building. She offers him rewards, but Bai says he needs nothing and asks that all rewards be given to Crow. He attacks, and the creature is instantly disintegrated into feathers and smoke. A system message confirms that the number of residents has decreased, and they must now complete the test with the 3 remaining residents on the first floor. Bai stands with his demonic wings spread, telling the remaining residents to make their choice. The group proceeds up the stairs. Upon arriving on the second floor, Bai notes that the light is much dimmer, and the black fog is spread to a wider area. He asks Meng to determine how much memory she has lost. She replies that she spoke much softer before, but has lost very little memory of important events since the apocalyptic trial began. Bai, however, states he has lost many memories and asks the masked man who he is. The man is shocked, reminding Bai that they started in chat group 001 and have met several times. He is a crow, and his name is Zhao Zhen. Meng exclaims that he's right, and she remembers it all. Bai observes that he has lost more memories and is shrouded in more black mist than the others, concluding the memory loss is related to the fog, and that being completely enveloped will trigger the instant death rule. He deduces the rules for outsiders, and residents must be different. Bai's body glows with a blue aura as he successfully uses a skill to restore his memory. He tells the others they can also try it if they have powerful debuff removal skills. Meng tries but is unsuccessful, and Crow holds up a sign saying "Me too." Bai decides they must speedrun the remaining tests to ensure Meng and the Crow don't lose too many memories, as forgetting their skills would be fatal. He tells them that even explaining his own abilities is not safe, as they might all forget. He announces that if they cannot complete the next tests within 15 minutes, he will step in to resolve the issue. At the next door, belonging to Resident 201, a shadow figure asks them to cook 3 dishes for it together. They present several plates of food, and the resident declares they have passed. A system message confirms they passed in 14 minutes and 26 seconds. The next resident, 202, asks them to get rid of cockroaches in its room. Bai's hand glows with red energy, and he declares that there are absolutely none left. The system announces Resident 202 passed the test in 3 seconds. The next test involves a fighting game, where Mang wins in 4 minutes and Crow wins in 1 minute. The final resident of the floor, 204, tells them one of the three is a dummy, and they will pass if they find it. Bai immediately punches Crow to the ground, and Meng's body dissolves into dust, revealing she was the dummy. Crow explains that the resident blocked Bai outside, created a fake dream, and made them find the fake person, but Bai simply killed it. The system announces the number of residents has decreased, and the staircase to the 3rd floor is unlocked. They ascend, noting the black mist from the deceased residents is much more abundant. On the 3rd floor, they quickly dispatch the residents. 301 is sorted out. Resident 302 test of completing ancient texts is finished by Meng in 3 minutes. 303 is resolved by Meng who sprouts butterfly wings, and Resident 304 is killed by Bai. They ascend to the 4th floor where light and sound are reduced by 99%. A system message shows their memory loss. Bai at 6%, Meng at 67, 21%, and Crow at 89, 21%. The 4th floor is a single, large, independent apartment, a black void with a white grid. Bai finds an emblem of Heros' cult of desire and is shocked, having never heard that the Black Tower was related to Heros. The final resident appears, confirming they are outsiders and offering them the chance to become permanent residents. Bai uses a mind control skill, Hell's Cry the Shepherd's Horn, successfully controlling the resident. Under interrogation, the resident explains that the Mother Goddess sent them to the Tower of Night, and he drew her emblem to worship her. The resident identifies the Tower of Night as the Black Building before exploding. The system announces the Black Building chief is dead and the dungeon is cleared. As they leave, the dark mist vanishes. Crow celebrates that his mission is complete and prepares to use the reward scroll. Suddenly, he feels a strange sensation, like being watched by a god across space. A massive purple-haired goddess, Heros, appears before them. Heros calls Bai by name and says she never imagined she'd see him again so soon in this life. She acknowledges his success in passing the test of the Black Tower and says his human soul, heart, and the marks of a succubus on his body are interesting to her. She asks the mortal what his name is, but Bai asks if she knows him. Heros says she doesn't but was fortunate to have dealings with His Majesty Ridu, and she sensed a god's presence when Bai appeared. She offers him rewards, but Bai says he needs nothing and asks that all rewards be given to Crow. Crow asks Heros for a career that suits him. Heros finds the human interesting and promises to give all the rewards to his companion, telling Bai she has remembered his name, and they will meet again before vanishing. A portal opens, and Crow uses a scroll that emerges from it. He exclaims that the reward is SS rank. Bai looks at the scroll, noting that while the Black Tower deserves an SS-level reward, something doesn't feel right. He enters an inner chamber and summons Satan, asking what the Tower of Night is. Satan explains that the Tower of Night is the manifestation of the power of Faltai, the god of night, and that with the cosmic trial beginning, gods covet this power and have begun their attack. Bai asks if they are replacing the administrators with their own people, and Satan confirms this is a prudent first step to seize control without awakening the sleeping god. Bai realizes with a dark expression that this is how Heros obtained her share of the power of the night in his previous life. Back with his companions, Crow asks Bai if something is wrong with the scroll. Bai explains that since the scroll has been created, he can't turn it back into the power of night, and it's better not to intervene in the power struggle for now, but to strengthen those around him first. He tells Crow to change his class now, as he might be needed for a mission with X Company in the world of biohazard zombies. Crow agrees and successfully completes the Night Dancer, SS, class change. Bai reviews the class details, noting it's a highly environmentally oriented and agile profession that will have a great effect when combined with Crow's fear incarnation talent. He advises Crow to pay more attention to the dark part of his new class, as it might offer a sliver of an opportunity to become a god. Crow promises to try his best. Meng then shares the viewing permissions for her nightmare, SS, profession with her master, Bai. A man with brown hair looks at a screen, thinking to himself that there is no walkthrough and that the others were likely already planning to hide their strength after the city was built and live streaming started. He dismisses the people arguing online as a bunch of idiots, wondering why anyone would send them a video guide to study. In a fit of despair, he leaps from a skyscraper, letting his device fall as he questions when they will all die. The scene shifts to a man named Crow who is discussing a forum with Chenby, also known as Bai Da, explaining that someone called Holy Light bought an invitation to the Black Tower to stream his run and show how selfless he is, which Crow feels is tarnishing Bai Da's reputation. Chenby, however, is unconcerned, stating that those who would hate him over such arguments will never become strong. Chenby then enters a room in Song Zikiong's villa, where a woman with dark blue hair and a red cape greets him, telling him that he's back. She asks if he found any interesting items that can be redeemed with points. He confirms that when Beatty City was established, they acquired a cosmic-level supercomputing core along with a fully automated production line. The woman adds that they are currently unable to utilize the core's advanced functions, resulting in mediocre blueprints. She explains that within the zombie apocalypse world, he can find valuable assets like power generation equipment, vehicles, firearms, and even a complete biopharmaceutical production chain. With a sly expression, she then asks what he plans to do with the hundreds of thousands of points he has accumulated. Chenby declares his intention to develop Beatty City, as he has not found anything else of use to him there yet. The woman suggests he take a break, pointing out that he has been working non-stop for 2 days just to earn points. 2 days later, a notification announces that a special mission has been activated. The secrets of X Company are revealed, and its headquarters are now accessible. Chenby stands on a cliff overlooking the facility, and a system message confirms he is entering the X Company headquarters copy, which he notes seems to have been overrun by zombies. As he approaches, a massive defense tower crackles with electricity, unleashing a powerful lightning strike that forces him to dodge. Noticing a small drop device, Chenby wonders if the defense system is still active or if someone is controlling it. He sees a holographic message from a user named Shuichuan warning others not to climb the walls, but to use an ID card at the entrance to avoid being attacked by the electric towers, adding not to ask how he knows. Chenby smirks, realizing he wasn't the first to experience the tower's defenses. He walks through the abandoned city center, passing by coffee shops and cinemas, before arriving at a futuristic building. Inside, he walks down a corridor and stops at door X941, detecting the distinct smell of a virus coming from within. His eyes glow as he activates a skill called Eyes That Peep Into Secrets. Upon entering, he finds a rack of glowing blue test tubes and picks one up, triggering a system message that identifies it as X73 virus stock solution, a failed vaccine attempt that resulted in an even purer form of the virus. The system informs him that absorbing the fluid will grant 50 virus points and 200 T-virus-specific evolution points, which he notes is quite a rare find. As he contemplates enhancing his telekinesis, he senses something approaching with a strong viral scent. A giant golden snake smashes through the ceiling and lunges at him, forcing him to leap out of the building's window to escape. He lands on the street below as the massive python appears, its body covered in sharp black spikes. Using his Eye of Secrets ability again, a system panel reveals the creature to be a mutant golden python, a level 30 boss that was once an executive's pet before being subjected to experiments with multiple X-viruses, granting it immense power and a variety of skills. Chenby looks at the formidable beast with a confident smirk, referring to it as an interesting pet.